because I'm getting with the flow here. I know what happens is, once we start, the crowd comes in. That's the plan, right? So, welcome everybody so far here. Well done. I hope that, who was here yesterday, by the way? Just put your hands up if you're here yesterday. What a great day, right? I mean, was that okay? That was pretty cool, wasn't it? So we had some of we had not some, I think we had most of India's sort of top leadership there in the aviation industry there. Wasn't it great to hear firsthand from Campbell? First time that Campbell's spoken in public since June. Peter Elbers, he's a character, isn't he? What a guy. He's so fascinating, a lovely guy, so great to interview. You've got to be on your mettle, though, because if you get it wrong, boof, he goes for you. And then the leaders panel. Spectacular, wasn't it? Chloe with her infrastructure panel. Really getting inside. And Vinay Dubey from Mikasa. Hearing firsthand from Vinay what the plan is there. Really interesting, really interesting. He had Boeing in the front row. Salil Gupta was there. When are my aircraft coming? Everybody wants to know. Jürgen was saying the same. Peter was saying the same to Jürgen. We need your aircraft, please. But anyway, great day. Lots of ground covered. Lots of interviews. Today we're going to cover MRO now. Supercharging MRO in India. I'll bring up the panelists in a second. Then we're bringing Alok Singh up to about 10:30 when we finish this session from Air India Express. Alok is going to join us. AJ Singh was going to be here, as you know. He got called away last night to Bahrain. So unfortunately, we won't have AJ, but we have got Kamal from SpiceJet, who is on after the break, with Nikhil Ved from Blue Dart. So 2 different carriers, 2 different models, and Chloe is going to be interviewing those guys on stage. And then this afternoon, this morning we finished with the Made in India. The end of the morning, we've got that whole Made in India story. We've got some great panelists there, which Amber Dubey is going to moderate from McKinsey. And then this afternoon, pilot training, such a big issue here in India, in any country, to be honest. But pilot training, we've got the business aviation market. How can that be supercharged itself? And we're finished with sustainability, a massive topic, one that is important in any country, and we've got some great speakers there. So, without any ado, let's get on to supercharging MRO. And let's bring the panelists up. So, Sarah Dash, the CTO of Air India. Come on, Dash, come up. Parichay Datta, the SVP Engineering and Maintenance from IndiGo. Parichay, do come up, please. Ashok Gopinath, he's the president of GMR Aero Technics. Come up here, my friend. Come up here. I've got name badges. And last but not least, of course, Bharat Malkani, the CEO of the MRO Association of India, and of course the MD for about a bazillion years of Max Aerospace. Come up, Bharat. He celebrated his 25th birthday yesterday. So come. Yes, you can give them a round of applause. We've got. I think between these 3 guys here, they've worked for every single airline that India's ever had. We were talking about it beforehand. I remembered some airlines I'd totally forgotten. Like, what were we talking about? Jet
Connect.
Jet Light, not just Jet, but
Jet Connect.
Jet Connect.
Then the Royal Air.
Royal Air. Who flew on
Modi?
Anybody here fly on Royal Air?
But they never operated on the brand.
They never operated. You didn't tell me that. Right. Well, look. So we've got some great experience, obviously, on this panel and some super experts, which we're going to get into that topic. But I just wanted to sort of talk a little bit about the numbers, because Aviation Week, which is part of the group that I belong to, the Aviation Week Network, they do a very, very detailed fleet and MRO forecast. So I'm just going to give you blast out a few numbers, because one of the things about India is it's got a massive fleet coming, and which is we're going to talk to Dash and we're going to talk to PD about what that means for their airlines in a minute. But the in-service fleet in India is going to grow from about 1,000 by the end of 2026. This is according to Aviation Week, to over 2,500 by the end of 2035. That's just on today's sort of forecast. So that might be more, but so from 1,000 to over 2,500. These are commercial jets. Okay, so that's number one. So what does that? That's an annual growth rate of 12%. So of those deliveries, 1,700 are going to be Airbus, and the balance 800 is going to be Boeing. So this is just a lot of metal coming in. 88% of those are narrow bodies, say the forecast. What does that equate to in MRO demand? According to Aviation Week, just a rather trivial number of $61 billion of MRO demand in the next 10 years. 61 billion. Barrett and Ashok, we want a little bit of that. We just want a couple of billions. We don't want too much, just a couple of billions, right? But you want a little, okay, just saying. Of that, engines will account for about 60%. We'll come to engines as a part of our discussion because there's a lot of value in engines, but there's also a lot of investment required, and it's not easy work. And also even getting into maintaining engines is difficult because you have to have permission from the OEMs, right? So a lot of growth to come. Oh, hang on. Over that time, those 10 years, 7,000 engine overhaul checks. 7,000. These guys are already getting a bit sweaty. Oh, Jesus Christ. 7,000 engines, 7,000 engine overhauls, 4,000 heavy checks, 4,000. This is a lot of capacity, according to the Av Week forecast. So they're all gone a bit quiet now because they're like, oh my God, I want to move into customer service or cargo. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. So I just want to paint the picture. I'm going to, who I'll start? Maybe either Ashok or Barrett. Just paint the picture from what I've said about India's MRO industry in terms of it's been subscale for years, in terms of the MRO industry perhaps, reliant on overseas services, the high cost. Just paint the picture for the audience, somebody please, about, maybe you should start, Barrett, actually. Just give us that sound bite as to your thought.
So be ready to fall asleep because this is going to be a long drawn story.
No, it's not.
No?
No. 2 minutes.
We're done. 2024 saw a paradigm shift. Since he's asked me to compress 75 years of independence, we were governed by Aircraft Rules 1937, left by our colonial masters, which essentially did not allow Indian industry to do MRO. The tax rate, the beneficiary, MROs being clubbed with ground handling, was part of Aircraft Rules 1937. What it meant was that no matter how much you wanted to do it, the tax rate in India, which really got the final nail in the coffin only last year in June,
June,
was 18% effectively for domestic MRO and 5% to 0%, whether it was GST duties or what you may, for import. Now you can well imagine, each and every one of you, there is no other industry in this country with subsidized imports apart from the MRO industry. We actually subsidized imports as opposed to bringing it in. And this is not a political statement, and it's thanks to the final decision of the government it was changed. Make no mistake, Ashok and I fought it, and with Dashda for more than 10 years, where we would go up to the government and say, how can this even begin to make sense? So to answer your first question, Mark, the domestic MRO industry was not for lack of trying or investments, but we've missed the first bus when the ATOs came in the 90s, the East and West and the Damanias. The second bus when Kingfisher Deccan came, because none of us could compete by setting up projects where effectively we would lose. We would lose money, we would lose our shirt. And there was no option because the moment you went beyond something that was mandatorily required to be done, simple things, wheels and brakes, batteries, the imports were always cheaper and substantially cheaper. So what happened was almost every airline signed long-term contracts with foreign companies Domestic industry was scuttled, and you only had the MROs that survived and were down to 3 or 4 effectively in a certain scale, leaving out ASIL, because ASIL was government owned and operated, which used to be Air India Engineering, as people who were driven by sheer madness of wanting to do it. And that's what you have today, in a sense. The last of the Mohicans.
Ashok, go on. Bharat, thank you so much, because we've just got to set the scene, haven't we?
Yeah.
Where are we today? But Ashok, your thoughts?
So today, actually, really speaking, I agree with you, we are on a subscale today. If you look at the numbers and the scale, the shift started when the private airlines started coming in the early 90s. Until then, it was a government, everything was in government, airline, maintenance, MRO, catering, hotel, everything was with the government. So the shift started from the early 90s. Since then, yes, there has been a focus, but the real traction took place in terms of focus on MRO, the need to have our own business in India to a large extent started in last about 10 years back. And thanks to this government, they have it in their focus. It's there, the manifesto, which have a MRO wording in their manifesto. It says, and that becomes a focus area. So naturally, if you see, they have worked on it.
So they've listened.
It's there in their manifesto.
It's never quick
if you
with government,
look at
right?
the political parties, they have this in their manifesto, what all they'll focus on. So we are good fortunate that this current government, central government, have a focus on MRO. And it's taken a while. In India, you cannot do things overnight. So it takes a while because it has to be politically correct also. Taken a while. And we see, as he said, we have another forum. We also meet in MRO Association of India. We are jointly work. Government has become very receptive, open to dialogue, interaction.
And has that changed particularly in the last 1 to 2 years? Ashok?
Absolutely, I'm saying that journey, especially,
it
is
that acceleration.
Acceleration has started, especially post-COVID. The 2 announcements were made on the day of lockdown. One was pertaining to the reduction of 18% from 18% GST to 5%. We have been lobbying with the government for quite some time on this matter, and that actually now we have a parity on top. Otherwise, it was reverse. As I said, the incentive was to the export rather than domestic. Now at least we can say import or export, it is 5%. So that is there. Now we'll work to see how we can make it more incentivizing to have a develop here, which will take some time, but I'm very optimistic given the size and the scale of the market. Unlike other countries where they don't have this substantial domestic market. So here we can survive even if don't fly international. That's what we could learn from the post-COVID. It was not flying international, it was flying domestic. We could still sustain. So you have a huge domestic captive market to address to, that itself can take care of the MRO business in a reasonable to a large extent in India. So you see that focus. Now it's become a priority area. Government realizes that, okay, there's a lot of foreign exchange drain, skill is not coming in. We are not getting the opportunity to stand on our own feet. There's a huge dependency on things. So I think things are moving. I'm very promising on that.
Ashok, thank you. And so just building on that, and I'm going to come to Dash and Parache here. Is the timing kind of working out actually about right here? Because the build-up in the fleet is going to really start, for the Indian carriers, is really going to be starting. It started already with IndiGo. Of course, and Air India over the last few years really ramping up. Is the timing actually going to be about right in terms of this change in policy driving the ability to be competitive domestically in MRO with your desire to grow? You wouldn't have been able to do it previously. Is it about right? Is it going to synchronize?
If I say we are already late.
We're late.
We are late. Like we have already missed the bus, because anytime you do an aircraft or the contract, you don't do it for a year or 2. You do it for 10 years or 12 years for the contractual period. And typically when you do these contracts, you do it at the time of the induction of the aircraft, or rather before the aircraft comes into your fleet, so that you have a full coverage. So whenever you are doing those things, you are taking at the horizon of 10 years, 8 years upfront. Okay, this contract is going to remain valid for this period. So while you are doing this, then there is a captive business where you know that these are the things which is going to come, and you need to sign the contract for that. Thereafter, what you get, you just do an over and above that, but not the original contract. So like what Bharat was talking about, we know that we have been working closely with Max for quite some time, I mean from the IndiGo time itself. So we are trying to build up that one so that this MRO capability enhances right now. But unfortunately, because of the tax structure, the import and everything, still it was more becoming cheaper to send these things out of the country and getting it import. Typically, like if you speak of the heat sinks, we are still not doing it here. It is still coming from the outside country. And it is such a small technical know-how and the job can be done here. But because of the contractual obligations, it still comes from outside.
Right.
So those things we want to be done here, and we have to be at par with what is being done either in the Asian countries or the Middle East, the same structure. So the person who is sending from there, he should think it is feasible to do it in India and much cheaper, so that he saves on the transportation cost, the import cost, the handling logistic cost. That would be the incentive to get it done here. So if you ask me, we are already late, but yes, wherever it comes, we
So
still
it's
have
good
that
that
line.
it's coming, but we're still late.
Yeah.
It's good that it's coming, but it is what it is. So when
Yes.
he mentions a product line, it could be any product line.
Any
What's
product.
important to understand is that my customers, the airlines, have already signed long-term contracts, and for all the good reason. They get the benefit from the likes of the Air France's, Singapore's, Lufthansa of this world, leaving a very narrow gap for Indian MROs unless they feed into those lines. The direct line is already being taken over by the large MROs globally. So while the opportunity may seem this large, it's only a sliver that's available directly to the Indian MRO this time.
Thank you, Bharat. Yes, Parache, what's your, and then we'll come to you, Ashok. What's your thought about the timing in the IndiGo context? Perhaps to some extent, we'll talk about IndiGo specifically, but just for the industry generally.
Let me give you a perspective, Mark. You see, what's happened is today, we're the user end, the airlines. What is happening today, we put our aircrafts to an MRO in India. It is primarily an airframe check. Unfortunate, but that's the fact. So let me explain what this really means. We have a big structural check. We may use Ashok's MRO. The aircraft goes there. The engines are removed and sent abroad. APU is removed and sent abroad. Landing gears have their own program. Components removed and sent abroad for repairs. Nacelle goes to Singapore, Dubai, or the UK. At the end, I just have a bare shell airframe lying here, awaiting these components to be overhauled, repaired, and to be returned back here. This is where we are today, and that is the problem statement. We shouldn't be here. The idea is for us to meet, or for the government to meet, for DGCA to meet, is to change this, to be more self-reliant. Now, why did we reach here? I would pretty much say, you see, the airline business was a luxury business till about not more than 2 decades ago. Only some sect of people could afford it, considering the tickets, costs, so on and so forth. In the recent times, everybody realized that this is now a common man's transport. The common man's transport in India were the trains, the buses, and the government worked towards that mode of transport. Not that the aviation was neglected, but the pace at which the changes were needed did not take place. Now, everybody realizes since the last decade, more people to fly, naturally, more aircrafts coming in. With more aircrafts coming in, we need more maintenance capability. The growth of aviation in India now is not about taking more passengers. The growth of aviation is setting up MRO capabilities to have those aircrafts maintained. That is what the real vision, and many people carry it. Rightfully, what Ashok you said, the energy that Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu gets into the civil aviation perspective today is remarkable. He wants to hear, he wants to bring in a change. The regulators, Kidwai Saab is rethinking on rules, regulations, which were made for many, many years. So we see this transformation happening, which is extremely essential. So today, I agree with Dasha that we are late in the transformation. But the energy that we are currently showing, we are going to be reaching where we intend to reach. For that, we need to be getting in certain assistance in terms of policies from the government, airports with infrastructure, a mindset change with the digitalization that we need to today get into aviation, and a lot of joint ventures, whether it is with the existing MROs or with other OEMs. This is going to be the real gameplay for some years to come in.
Parache, thank you. This is just excellent. Thank you. Ashok, did you want to make an additional point? I saw.
Yeah, I missed it. I forgot about it. So yeah, this points that he is talking about, we got into, basically we are late. It's true, very true that we are late, and we have a lot of catching up to do. But the good thing is there's enormous market available for us in terms of, because of the nation's growth in aviation, is enormous market, opportunity exists. So it's for us to make it happen. And there are a few more things which we need from the government. The basic things have already been done in terms of taxation and regulatory changes, and some changes are done. There are some more things which we are working with the government in terms of ease of doing business, and certain other incentives which will make it more attractive for the foreign OEMs or other MROs to set up the facility within India. So that is something which is a work in progress, I will say. I am optimistic. It should happen. It will happen. And as far as airframe part of the MRO is concerned, I will say we are more or less self-sufficient. There is no need for any aircraft to go out.
In fact, I'd add to that, Ashok,
Yeah.
the quality of product that we can get here. So cost is one. Naturally, we would save costs. The quality of products that we get in the Indian MROs is probably many shades better than many MROs that we were using abroad. So we've
hand to
got the
that.
right skill set here.
Yeah.
It is a fact, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Parichai. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And so where we need, the dire need today is for components, component MRO capability to be developed in the country, and also the engine. And happy to say that Safran is coming up with the largest engine MRO.
You're pointing to somebody at Safran, are you?
Very
there?
next
Right
door
there.
to us. Very next door to us.
Well done.
Within there.
And again, working on this concept of one-stop shop. So people like airlines will have a great benefit, because in Hyderabad especially, we are developing the ecosystem, not just for the GMR, it's for the whole industry. And Safran is a big tenant of that facility. They have 3 facility already. Engine shop is coming up. If you are fortunately, there's some discussion going on. I'm hoping that Honeywell will also come out with an APU facility there. So it's already in the track. Little more acceleration and push is required.
No, we're seeing a lot. I mean, compared to say even last year when we talked, or even if we'd done this a year before, a lot of movement. There's going to be a lot of investment, a lot of shifts. Dash, did you want to make an additional point? Did I
Yes.
see you?
Because I would differ in one point with Ashok on the airframe capability. Our vision was till date towards the narrow body. We don't have that kind of capacity for the MRO for the wide body segment. So the wide body segment, which is going to be the future strategy, that we are looking at having almost more than 200 wide bodies flying in the country. And just for example, Delhi doesn't have a Code D hangar.
It doesn't have a wide body hangar in Delhi.
In Delhi. There are only wide body hangars available in Mumbai and one in Nagpur. That's it. And as a country where we will be flying 200 wide bodies, and I'm being forced for every wide body check, every wide body working to look for the abroad. And all this business is going out. And this is where we need to think now how to retain all these wide body MROs and everything, even for the airframe engine, from all perspectives, to keep inside India.
So we've got a plan now.
We have
I think
already planned.
Ashok's going to give us his plan.
Ashok is doing, and he is not.
What's your plan,
I know that,
Ashok?
so I'm not talking that he should be speaking on that
Did
one.
he ask you to ask this question?
Yeah.
Did he ask you to bring this up?
No, he didn't, because
He should have done.
this is the hard reality, and what we are looking at, like the wide bodies which are coming in, which are already due for the checks, and some of them are going to come checks on the regular basis. How to keep all those MRO market over here also? As I say that we are late for the narrow body, we are already running late for the wide body. So we
Ashok,
should start it now.
Just to update you, Mark, on that, it's very true. And currently, the capability is for the narrow body in India, because that's the fleet that is flying primarily. If you look at it, why so? Because the narrow body or wide body was only with Air India, which was a captive within the government, and then we had Jet Airways, which had 25 in a wide body. So the numbers were very small. Though in GMR we have a 777 hangar, we can scale it up tomorrow also, but we did not go for it because wide body, narrow body was a need, so we went it. But today, looking at the orders that the country is already having, I can tell you by 2027 we will 2028 we will have 3 wide body hangars.
By
Okay,
2028.
2028 we will have 3 wide body hangars, and also one more thing
And
important.
you've got one today.
Today we have 1. We will have 3 by 2028 wide body hangar, which can take a 777 or a 350 or 777, and also the wide body. Today's wide body are slightly different. All these airframes, conventional aeroplanes, are metallic. Whether it's a 777, 330, all are metal. Whereas the 787 and the 350 is a 90% composites. So we have invested in a partnership, in a joint venture, in a partnership, I will say, with a top-notch composite manufacturer.
Which one?
GMI from France.
Right.
Who is actually also a tier 1 vendor for Airbus, who are the OEM for manufacturing composites for composite flight controls and all. We have signed up an agreement. Then we are bringing in the skill into the country, setting up a center of excellence in our facility for composites, and getting prepared for handling the composite structure as by 2028, 29, 30 when it starts coming in. Because not only for the India market, we also see that similar scope for the narrow body, because we are an international airline, international MRO
Yes.
from India. Today 70% of our revenue comes from outside India, not from domestic. So we see that numbers are going up even for the wide body in some of our existing customers internationally. So we have already started work on it. By 2028 we should be seeing our first wide body induction.
Great news. Great news. No, it's brilliant to hear. I'm going to come on to the airline story just in a second, but I just wanted to what do we know? What can you tell us? Obviously, the tax situation, great, but what can you tell us about the government, the work you've been doing with the governmental side and the DGCA in terms of any specifics you can about the regulatory, the policy change that is underway? What are the core bullet points? You've mentioned ease of doing business, incentives for locations. I mean, is this
We're not looking at fiscal incentives. Incentives more in terms of what you can achieve as an organization by ease of doing business. It's the old archaic rules, the restrictions that affect Indian industry more than anything else. Like Parichya mentioned, there was a mindset. I guess it was a fallout of our socialistic pattern development in the 60s and 70s, where airline travelers consider a luxury, rich man, creamy layer. These are all terms that you would have read in the newspapers. But that having changed now, we're saying it's time to adapt to the new reality. You're going to have more people coming in. A wide body, classic example. Who would have dreamt that Indian private sector would have wide bodies? As a company, we are developing currently, which will be operational in 26, India's single largest component overall facility, vertically integrated. And more than 50% of that capacity is for wide body components. Consciously, we've started this a year ago, construction of a huge site. But even then, to finish it, if it's taking longer, the challenge remains is the mindset. It's mindset.
But that's not a policy thing, is it?
But that is the policy, strangely enough. What we've asked would seem simple and logical to you, but really is asking for a mindset change.
But that's coming. That is with
what
this
we're
current
for.
regime, it's coming. Is that we're confident?
So in terms of ease of doing business, is very, very important. That's there because India traditionally carried a legacy baggage of very difficult place to do business, though structural changes have already been implemented. And many times when we participate in, for example, MRO Middle East, and we participate in MRO Europe also, and Middle East or APAC, there is this perception. I get asked this question, is it difficult? Customs is difficult in India? No, things have changed a lot from what it was 15 years ago, but the perception still remains. So we need to work hard on that perception. No, customs is much more friendlier today. I can walk into DG's office, or I can walk into actually Mocha. If there is an issue, we had an issue very typical. I can tell you that, as I said, 2 announcements were made at the time of COVID for issue impacting the MRO. One was a reduction. Other was a definition of point of sale in terms of GST, and that arose out of a GST notice that we received. And I straight went to Mocha, the finance economic advisor. They reviewed it. We went and met the GST director at that point of time. And next time I see another couple of months time, the whole policy is brought in clarity. That's what actually required. So that's there definitely. Perception we need to all work on, including the government also has to do something. Another competition wise, I'll see there's a lot of competition in Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai. They all set up there, but they don't have the core domestic market to support that investment there. They are looking at India market to support to service from Singapore or Dubai. Yeah. Now that we need to see what government also has to need is to study why is that they want to set it up in Singapore and Malaysia and Thailand and Dubai, not in Bombay or Delhi or Bangalore or Hyderabad. So that is something which we need to, government and the industry have to really see why it is happening that way, especially the component MROs. Address that issue, bring them here. In fact, we are advocating from the MRO Association of India to incentivize by asking us declare this as a industry structural industry status, infrastructure industry status. We bring it under PLI. With the government has got a PLI scheme, bring it under PLI scheme. Capital subsidy, not asking for any dole, not asking for any free money from the government, but certain changes in the policy will make it attractive as compared to investing in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Thailand. That is something we should do. Unless we do that, we get that right, people will always prefer to do the job there, work for India, but doing stake there.
Now I can feel the energy. I can feel the sort of this release of ability to do business from you. Let's turn to Dash and Parachay just, and thank you, Ashok, very much. Just talk about the in your airline, when your discussions about saying we want to move to more self-dependency, the time's right, the build. Just talk us about the motivation. Maybe start with you, Parachay. Just that drive towards more self-dependence. Why? What's it going to save you? What's it going to give you? What's the benefit for IndiGo?
So Mark, today I realized that there is no option but to be self-reliant. Let me just talk about some numbers. We are a fleet of about 410 aircrafts. We're doing close to 120, 130 C checks. The major check that really needs hangar space and more assistance from different OEMs. We would be about 600 aircrafts by the end of the decade, which means that we'll be doing close to 200 C checks.
A year?
A year.
Right.
In a year, about 200 C checks. This is other than the many hundred engine changes and certain landing gear changes and many other component aspects that we need to take care of. Just basic numbers. And it's not only us. We've got Air India, increasing fleet, other small airlines. Everybody needs hangarage. Everybody needs an MRO to carry out those checks. So you see, if we have 200 checks by the end of the decade, similar for Air India, and we have 500 C checks in a year, there is no place to get those C checks done today.
A few tents.
It is, it is what it is, right? We cannot be doing it today. So we're not late in setting up those MROs. Everybody understands that the need is there. But what Ashok also clearly mentioned, that what do we need? Why were the Singapores and the Dubais different? We need OEMs to be setting up their stations here. We need OEMs to be open enough for knowledge sharing so that the existing MROs can assist the ecosystem here. What do we do to achieve this is where we get in touch with the governments. We've got to create incentives for OEMs to come here.
Yeah, because they're not stupid. They want to do business in India, but if it's not economic, they can't come.
They wouldn't, right? They also know that we are so strategically located that 60% of the population is 6 hours from India. And everybody wants to come in and take the opportunity to be the first one to come in to start their base here. But what is stopping them is the question. Once we understand, so we know what is stopping them, and that is what we are working with the governments to make it simpler. What happened in Singapore maybe 40 years back? Why can't it happen here? It's been 40 years, it's already happened. Those are the areas that we have to work on. We understand the taxation clearly. Let me give you another perspective. Sometimes for us to get a check done in India is more expensive to get it's more expensive than to get it done abroad. Strange, but that's a fact. Why so? Whether it's the tax, whether it's the customs, whether so many other things which are in place. We've got to be working with those areas. So we are more self-reliant, use our MROs, in fact, get more business from outside. Today, an airline coming from outside India probably gets the check done cheaper than what I would get it done in India. Those are facts. How do we make it more convenient, and how do we get the incentives in place to get an ecosystem created? That is what we all want to do by the end of it. So setting up the MROs for IndiGo in Bangalore, likewise for Air India, is the right time. We've got to be doing all of that. And it's not going to be only about the airframe MRO. That is the easier part. There is a lot of other necessary ecosystems that need to be created.
And thank you, Paritosh. Sorry. We'll come on to that in a second. Dash, do you want to sort of give a similar
So this
thought?
is the point, as I said, what we have started this Bangalore MRO, not now, 2 years back, the project. The construction is already going on. And here we are looking at, even with that kind of a 25 or 12 bay hangar, the initial setup is
12 bays.
That will be the ultimate.
The
Right now,
build
it is
out.
the 3 wide body and the 2 narrow body. That's the 5 bay to the phase 1, which is we are expecting to start operating from 26 itself. So this is where we are planning that whatever the business, whatever the requirement we will be getting, in spite of having all the MROs inside India, we will be still looking for more space, more hangar space to carry out those tasks, particularly for the wide body and the narrow body and everything. As a group, we require all the space. So we have started that long back and implemented. But what we need to see that as we are accelerating, how we are going to do the complete C check or D check in a time-bound manner, so that the cost and the availability of the aircraft also remains same. Whenever we are talking about ferrying out to the outside India, getting it done, not only the cost, also the TAT, everything to be counted on that one. Then about the ecosystem, when we are doing it here and in India, what are the support system we have around the other players which can support that MRO sector also. So that's what we are looking at. And this is one of the strategies, as I said, that we have to do it upfront. We have started doing it. So it's not only the airframe, but also the peripherals, what all things you can do.
But is that, I think we'll go to you, Paritosh, as well, but is that, so you've kind of done you've announced your MRO bases, and you're going to build the hangars, you're going to build, where you can sort of do the work on the airframes, but the component side is still work in progress. Is that getting those partnerships to do it? I'm talking about to get it done in India, perhaps with partnerships.
Sure, it is.
That's not announced, is it? These deals are announced?
It is not announced. You see, today, from an airline perspective, what do we want? We want the spares for our aircrafts.
Right.
Whether the OEM gives it or we have somebody already set up here. For example, as Max helps us with many components, but why are we restricting it to just a few of them? I would prefer the component to be removed from my aircraft, serviced within India, and given back to me. The entire logistics, the cost, so on and so forth, all of that is eliminated. The return time, the TAT is reduced. So I want a component, either the OEM sets up something here, or we enable the existing MROs to get it. That is an airline perspective. If you ask me from my preference, naturally I would prefer the existing MROs to be setting up shops. In times to come, I would want to be more reliant to have these shops in the same area as where my MRO is.
Yeah, like the sort of MRO ecosystem thing.
Yes. Many MROs, Mark, where we send our aircrafts, like I said, all these 4 or 5 items like the nacelle component, landing gear, they go to different places. In those MROs, they just go to the adjacent shop.
Yes.
It is a turnkey project for us to send an aircraft there. That is what we need to create here. And we would rather do it with people who are already here. They understand the business. What is the biggest thing that lures many foreign entities to come in today? Not in terms of setting up their components, but we see many airlines setting up their engineering teams here and so many other things, is an affordable manpower.
Yeah, sure.
Right? They know the skill level. They know the amount of hours we can put in. So all those are certain advantages currently utilized in a different area in engineering and maintenance. More on the engineering, we need to get it to the maintenance side. I mean, those are the areas that we need to work on.
And how far are we away from that sort of, ecosystem in India for the whole thing? You don't need to go abroad anymore for the.
We are already working on that one, and like Bharat can say that we are even talking to the OEMs. The first point, how we will support in India rather than taking it out of India. So a lot of OEMs are actually open to that, and they have started working that they tell us, okay, if you sign this contract, we are going to have the shop in India rather than setting it up. So some of them has already started, and of course there are a few more.
So when you say started, you mean started talking to you about it happening?
No, it happened also.
Right,
Some of them
okay.
has happened also.
Bharat.
So OEMs are cooperating. I'm very happy to have Collins here with us. And we've been working with them since 1998, and we are continuously adding. So there is a part of OEMs that don't work and part that work. So as Max Aerospace, we are the factory service center for Collins, for Safran, and for Liebherr today, and many other, Yakabushi and many things. So we have actually crossed that hurdle. But when it comes to, say, something like engines, and my friend Jitendra's here, there is still a sense of resistance, I believe, from the OEM, whether it's trusting Indian ecosystem, whether it's trusting Indian company. I'm not aware, and they probably will answer it better. But there is a requirement to set up some of now the higher end product lines like engines and APUs, which the Indian MROs are within the ecosystem and be able to adapt much faster than an OEM coming here. A Safran or a Pratt Whitney or what you may very well set up a shop, but I guarantee you their cost will not come as a huge benefit to the airline. Neither will their ability to be agile in our current ecosystem and mindset. And that to me is a greater concern.
Which is pretty important, cost and turnaround time.
Yes.
Just a little bit. Ashok, thank you, Bharat. Ashok.
Mark, two challenges that we have today in terms of developing the component capability and engine capability. Engine is an animal, different animal altogether.
Yes.
It's mostly controlled by OEM. That's fair, and today we are going to get that engine MRO into the country, and I think that will bring in almost 90% of the work internally. But when it comes to component, today we are still in the small line of, even whatever Bharat said, it's still in the small, whereas the big component players, they are not here. And the challenge that we have is, when we ask them to support us, we are not asking them for any free of charge services, but somehow there is a resistance. It's true, they don't want to share even the CMM with us. And that is actually hindering the development of the component capability in the country. I personally have asked I sat with many OEMs asking for support in getting CMMs, but somehow they don't want to share, and they say that the reason given is that it is not economically viable. I said, that's my money. I am investing. I invest is my money. Whether I run into loss or profit, why you bother? What do you want? You want a royalty for the sharing the CMM with me? I'm happy to do that, which we are doing it, by the way, today with some OEMs. So that's one is hampering the development of thing. And if you look at that, I want to give a parallel between China and India today. Ask this OEM to go and tell China that I will not give you this. Next 24 hours, he will be out of that country. Today, we are a soft-spoken, we are easy mind. We don't. So I tell the government, and at every forum, I tell the government, including the OEMs. I think Mr. Boeing is here. I see Aditi also there from Embraer. So I tell them that, okay, please support us, and I do get support from Airbus and Boeing. I must be honest that, but when it comes to the other OEMs, component OEMs, we don't get that support. So today, unless we get that support, I say my recommendation is have a carrot and stick policy, which government should wield and insist that, okay, guys, you have to share the CMM.
So how do you get over that? So it's either they're forced because the regulation or the government tells them,
yes,
or there's an economic benefit. But they're not seeing that at the moment. They see it, but they're not going to take it.
I won't agree that if you say there's no economic benefit, because the shops they are set up in Singapore, in Dubai, and Malaysia is actually doing business here. Malaysia does not have that kind of business to set up that shop there.
No.
So no way. I will not agree on that point. The business they look at it India, but set it up there. We definitely will like to work it on.
It's a timing thing. And number 3, though, Ashok, is leverage.
Yes.
Customer.
Absolutely.
If he says Collins, I'm not picking on Collins. Component company, they're already
Collins
here.
is doing it.
They're doing it. Sorry,
so,
Collins is doing it. So
let's be fair.
A hypothetical component.
Collins is here on the positive side.
Get your asses in India. I need you. Dash says, get yourselves here. I need you. These are the leverage. These guys are taking more metal
That's
than
why
anybody.
Collins is here.
That's because you said what? Because you
Yes,
said, come,
they have a big
Yeah,
leverage.
we're going to do business, but we need you. This is your leverage.
Yes, they have a big leverage, and that's the difference between China and India. Because China, if an aircraft is sold, he will ensure that no part goes out of the country. Whether it's one component, the challenge with component MRO is that I need continuous supply of components to keep the shop viable. If I don't have it, it's not viable. So China, they will, it's either there or not, it is kept there. Here, I have myself told I am willing to pay for the royalty for the CMM that you share, because the problem is when we don't get the CMM rightfully in the right way. We are not in the habit of stealing IPs. We honor the IPs. We honor the commitment. We want to do it right way. And I don't get, in case we open up a component, if there's a repair to be done which is beyond what is given as a CMM, then you have to go back to the OEM and ask for the design data, support with support, and that kind of support they will deny at that time. Then I'm actually hindering the return of component to him. So that is why we don't want to take that kind of a risk. Without OEM support, you go and establish something.
It's good, isn't it?
allow
I'm
me.
going to go to the audience in a second, so I'm going to ask the team to get the microphones ready because I've only got on page 1, by the way. I haven't got to
That's
page 4
true.
yet.
That's true. But let me come in. I'm not convinced, and this is to the audience and to you, that my government is going to wield a stick. As much as Ashok wants it, and many others do, it is not within the ethos of a democratically elected government. I don't see that happening. I see leverage from my customers, absolutely.
That's the reason
and
I
it has
said
worked.
we should go for a carrot and stick policy rather than stick. Stick may not
Yeah.
work in our scenario,
But-
but why not carrot and stick and leverage airlines which are ordering hundreds of aircraft have something.
But I do see a fallout, and I'm beginning to see it. It's happened in the military. Given the engineering talent of the country, we have an organization in the military called CEMELAC. CEMELAC is the equivalent of a Part 21. DGA-QA is like a 145. They're beginning to build their own PMAs. And you'll be surprised at the level of indigenization excellence that has been achieved by the Air Force. And I see this as the next natural step. Organizations on a long term, maybe smart people with good manufacturing talent, or let's use the term denied technology, are going to become PMA manufacturers. And this is also now becoming a part of the government moving. There is a whole policy discussion on how to manufacture components here. I see this happening as a fallout of this action. Go ahead, Dashda.
Dash.
Just one sentence to make. When we are talking about government, the focus has changed from now central government to the state governments. Now each state government is working in own aviation circle to attract business and incentivize. So what used to happen previously, like a centralized government, every decisions with respect to aviation is taken by the center. Now it has gone decentralized to various states. And each state is working to lure the aviation business and developing the MSMEs and the support, giving incentives, what Ashok is telling. And it's happening. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why Hyderabad is booming up with the Telangana state is coming up, this one. So the thought process of the incentivize and to get the business, develop the MSMEs, giving the MSME status to the various products has already started. How we are going to do this and the ecosystem for the MRO, that we have to see it. It's not that it's not happening from the central mindset. Okay, central mindset is framing the policies as a center. But the state governments are also looking into the various incentives and the process. And that has been done. And that's what is
So they're going to be
right
part
now.
of that story.
That's right.
Of course.
Very true, actually. In fact, that's where incentives in terms of central and state today, if you see Telangana, especially the southern state of Telangana, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, give a lot of incentives to attract the MRO. They also have started having the focus on MRO. I must give credit to Uttar Pradesh. They're also doing a lot of things to attract MRO, both in the civil side and the defense side. So that's happening. It's catching up. All I'm saying is, it's whether it will be in time for 2035 or not is what is that is a challenge.
Another
We have to
question.
make sure it happens.
2035 feels a long way, but it's not.
Yeah.
Not in these terms. Let's go to the questions. I've got a question there. Is there any other questions at the moment? There's a question there. Am I seeing one over there as well? So was there a question there? Did I say yes? So we'll go there, to you, sir, and you over there. Oh, Saxine. Well, Neelam first, then let's make questions little tiny short.
They're always short.
Okay.
Hi, Neelam Matthews, independent journalist. Quick questions. And how many MROs can India really take? And what is generally the length of your contracts? Is there any trend these days? And though IndiGo and Air India are doing, you're planning your MROs, what do you start with besides the airframe structure? Thank you.
3 questions, Neelam, naughty. But,
To who?
well, how many, well, you know, who wants to, how many MROs can India take?
I think we're short. We're short. I think we could easily absorb more. I can confidently say, my daughter's here. She was in Miami for a while. Miami has more MRs than all of India combined. Okay, and we're not that far back in terms of the aircraft size and getting there. So I think there is scope for more. But again, I'm at the same breath will continue to caution everyone. It is still driven a lot by your independent thought process to make it happen. Profitability continues to stay a concern with the current status.
So low profitability, not
Yes.
too low.
Yes.
Neelam, if I'm going to answer that question, Saxena, do you want to jump in?
I don't mind.
Please.
Yeah.
Then we'll go over there.
Yeah, right. So Sangeeta Saxena, editor, Aviation and Defense Universe. My question is to Bharat and Ashok. We are also at the moment in Aviation India and South Asia. And why have we not been able to attract the rest of South Asia? They have very little demand. And we are the biggest country, the maximum number of MROs in the region, and we're still pushing them towards Singapore, Malaysia. So why, and when we talk as journalists to the, MROs of South Asia, well, they have a list of complaints and they said these are the challenges we face. Why can't we make ourselves the big brother for the region?
So, Sangeeta, Ashok is probably going to be better at answering some of the questions because he does more work with South Asia. Pakistan is out. Bangladesh is almost out. We have, it's a difficult process going through customs with Bangladesh. That leaves essentially Nepal, Maldives, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has its own MROs to a certain extent.
Bhutan is going to Singapore.
Yeah. So Singapore has established long-term contracts. Like we do Maldives and Nepal as an organization. But Singapore and all these countries have established long-term contracts. I'm very confident, not fairly, at the end of that contract, they'll go to the likes of the Ashoks or the Airworks or us. I'm confident. But we're early in the curve. That's my feeling. But Ashok, go ahead.
Ashok.
So just to give you put it in a correct perspective, India itself, if you say, as I said earlier, the airframe MRO segment of the MRO business, we are self-sufficient. We even do for others also in the nearby. So if you ask me, all these countries that you named, Sri Lanka, we have done work for. Bangladesh, we have done. Bhutan, we have done. Maldives, we continue to do. So we are supporting there. Where we are not able to support is we are ourselves lacking is a component business engine, and those kind of business they still go to Singapore or Turkish Technic or anybody else. That's a fact. But as we grow along, as we grow this segment in the country, it's no brainer. It's better for them to come to us, do it because of our nature of how we engage with them culturally, socially, and more trade with us. So there's already an opportunity. It is a work in progress, I will say. But as far as MRO is concerned, yes, except for Pakistan, almost all of these aircraft, they are all our customers. At least in GMR Aero Technic, I can tell you, they are our customers. They come regularly. We do C checks for them. We do end of lease check for them. We do painting, livery painting for aircraft for them. Both Bangladesh also. The aircraft. There are two big airlines in there. Where is even Bangladesh Beeman we have done. The other airlines also, US Bangla we have done work. We continue to do work with them.
Thank you, Ashok. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because I'm trying. Have you got a microphone, sir? There we are. Please, let's have questions lovely and short because I'm getting a beep. That's that rude beep that Chloe and I get sometimes. She's probably beeping it at me. Claire, please.
Hi, my name is Captain Sehgal. I'm a 777 pilot. I work for CS, Commonwealth Aviation Services now. And my question is very rhetoric, especially to Air India and IndiGo. And I've been flying for 37 years. We had only two MROs, Indimar and Airworks. And over time, what has happened is that most of Middle East and Southeast Asia has had a major, major manpower drain into their MROs from us. The top-notch engineers have already left. And Air India or Jet Airways that I used to fly with and other airlines never took those steps over time, to retain that manpower or to, open up MROs. The second part of the question.
No. Well, so what's the question?
Coming to that.
Well,
Yeah. So the thing is that what are you guys doing for it now?
let's answer that first.
And
Let's.
the-
Can we?
the-
No. I'm going to answer them first because I might not get you a second one. Manpower.
Let me answer that question.
Yeah.
So clearly we understand that we can buy a lot of tools, equipment, resources, hangars, set up so many things, but the skill set pipeline is a question.
Correct.
So in order to address that, both Air India and IndiGo have their own schools. We are now working with the government to have colleges which will create a pipeline to the airlines. Similarly, Ashok has his own school. So we've got to be thinking in that terms that how do we generate the required number of people by the end of the decade? Work is going on for that. Clearly a area of concern, but would be mitigated.
And Dash, you've got workers. You've got the same. I'm just. Let's.
So,
You want
like
both?
to answer your question, that we have started developing not only the type rating engineers, also looking to pick up the people from the school and put into the BMTO and giving them a pipeline till they become engineer. And Air India has already started an AME cadet program. That means the people who join as an AME cadet, they go through the BMTO, go through the type rating, become straightaway engineer and come. And the attrition, as far as you were talking, that will continue to the Gulf and to the other. But what is, you need a steady pipeline, and right now the government is allowing any BMTO or the school to take only 120 per annum, and we are looking at enhancing that and asking the government to go up to 360, 400, so that the pipeline continues forever.
I'm going to ask you.
Think, by doing that, you've already trained, and your experience level on engineering is going down very badly, and you have not retained it for over time. And the second part of the question is that all of you in this meet so far have said that you want to set up your MROs in metros. And one of the gentlemen here, he said that state governments are now giving. The state governments are giving you as much land as possible. So you can not only decongest that, by going to Madhya Pradesh or, Madhya Pradesh is a very, very active government now. But none of you are trying to open MROs there. Everybody wants to go to Bangalore or Hyderabad or, Bombay. Bombay is over congested.
Sorry, so what's the question?
Why are you not going to
Thank
the
you.
smaller areas?
You want to answer?
Yeah. See, whenever you are talking about this possibility of MRO, I will typical example. How many international flight has to be Nagpur? How will you support your MRO over there? So wherever you do, that international custom and the connectivity, the logistic also has to be there. Let's say after Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal. How many Bhopal flights is going to the Madhya Pradesh?
But that's where you develop it.
No,
So
this
you-
is
you
where
see,
when you are
Mr.
making
Matt,
an MRO, you have to see the whole ecosystem, how you are going to support the MRO also.
MROs get created. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That you have concentrated only on 4 places. What you have not done is you have not segregated it, you have not spread it, and that is where the drain's taken place. And none of you are what I make out from your talk right now. That if you and Bhopal is center of India. Come to
Okay,
think of it.
okay. Can you? That's good. I think we've made your point. Could you? I'm going to stop the questioning there, just because. Do you want to add to that? Because you can have a Ashok, Dash and Ashok. Then we will.
So initially, if you see, it was in Mumbai, then Delhi, now Hyderabad, Bangalore. Ultimately, those stations will also come up. But to have it right now, it has to be economically viable to set up the MROs, and the MROs are set up based on the requirement and the availability of the logistics
Okay.
part also.
Thank you, Dash.
I just want to address the perception about manpower skill. We have enough of the headcount available, and we have the right age group. Qualification, education is not a challenge because India is a big country with 1.4 billion population. One of our export services is also human capital. So I have no comment in it. Let the people go. We have enough resources. Like a country like Singapore, Malaysia, if the 10 people go, they don't have 10 people to come in. Whereas we have, if 10 people go, we have 20 people to come in. The catch is that we need to polish them to make them employable on the day one. So that is where the finishing schools are required, and that's our endeavor. That's where we are also coming in with our own school, so that when my MRO, as it expands, I have a steady pipeline of 100 and 200 people to join me every year. So that's not a challenge, and I see that such kind of opportunity coming up with IndiGo, Air India. So we are on the right track. As far as brain drain is concerned, that's not a challenge. But to be very honest with you, what we need is, we have got gems. We need to cut and polish them, and then get them into the stream. That's where it is. As far as Bhopal and other cities are concerned, take it from us, it will happen. It will happen. Due course of time, it will happen. But let's make it. Let's make sure that Orissa government is showing a lot of interest in MRO. They are incentivizing, inviting people. I like to see that kind of attraction coming up from Madhya Pradesh government and others government also. It will happen. It's a question of time.
Thank you.
I agree. And
So, Barry, I'm going to ask you to agree
short.
and do the last word.
Right. So
Quickly.
Also, like he said, Orissa, Maharashtra government is very positive. We are setting up something in Nagpur. But I want to say this more to Mark. What we're doing is something you taught us as British. We're sending enough Indians out there to colonize these countries, except we're doing it peacefully.
I love a colonial reference, of course. Carl, I was waiting for that. So on that note, I just want to say thank you, Bharat, but thank you for the question as well. That was an interesting one. We have to finish. I think we should have put more time in for MRO. Maybe we should put a couple of double sessions or something. So I just wanted to thank the panelists, but the story is clearly moving much faster now. You've all been wanting it to move much faster for years and been frustrated. But now it seems like the customers are there. The policy is there. The government attitude is there. The private investment is there. The independents are there. The will is, the MROs and the OEMs, they're going to come. They will come. The picture's going to look very different. Even a year's time, we'll come back in a year and the picture will be different. We'll probably be sitting in your MRO hangars, you two, doing this conference or something. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for your questions as well. Let's thank the panel, because that's been a great panel. Thank you very much, Ashok. Thank you, Parachay. Thank you, Sarah Dash. Thank you, Bharat. Thank you. Let's have a quick photograph. We are running a little bit late there, but and thank you for your interest and questions. And the room is packed now, so thank you for your attention. I suppose I should jump in. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Fantastic. Great, thank you. And now, just if one more. We want one more, sorry. Thank you very much. Great, thank you very much. MRO, really a big story. Thank you, Parachay. Great stuff, Mrs. Sarah. Thank you. Great. Ashok, great. Thank you. Great stuff. Great stuff. Well, we'll just do a quick change on the name cards. And is it Alok is here? Sorry, Alok. Sorry. Okay. Nice to see you, sir. Lovely to see you. Thank you. Thank you for jumping in earlier. Alok has come in earlier because, as we said, AJ has got to go to Bahrain, but Kamel and Nikhil are going to join us in a second. So we'll just rearrange the front here. Who wants more MRO next time? Hands up if you want more MRO. Whoa, a couple there. More MRO there. Okay. Was that okay? Interesting? Good. Thank you. So let's go. Let's get going. Keep things on time performance. You can do all your card swapping and chit-chatting. We'll go as well. You're happy coming. Nice to see you. Hello. What? Again? Great. Thank you. What we'll do is we'll just stand to the one side because we're going to play a quick video. So we've got your experience video. Do you want to play the video, Ranbil, please? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so explore more. What was that? Explore more.
That's correct.
Express
More.
Express more. Lovely.
yeah.
Hello. Come on in. Come and sit down. Why don't you sit there?
Thanks.
Really pleased to have Alok come on. He's come up the program to the morning session, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Tell what. So that was
Shall we
lovely.
sit
That was
down?
lovely, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Okay, so that was the new seat and the new interior that we unveiled just 2 days ago. The first retrofitted aircraft. So as you know, we inducted 50 737 MAX white-tail aircraft, and they came in as is, where is condition, because we wanted capacity coming in fast. And the retrofit exercise kicked off about a year ago, and this is the first plane in the new. Of course, it has the new external livery, but it also has the new interiors, the end state interiors, and the new seat.
And so, which Indian MRO did that job?
These are all Indian MROs, and the three MROs will be doing this. The first aircraft was done by AIESL in Trivandrum.
Right.
And the rest of the retrofitting will be done depending on the slots that we get with the Indian MROs.
Good. Keeping it in country?
Yes, in the country.
That's what we wanted, right? So, look, thank you for coming, and it's been great to get to talk about the Air India Express story, because yesterday we had we had your chairman, your CEO. We also had Peter, obviously, we had Vinay. So it's really great to get you, which actually you're the third largest Indian airline, not the fourth, our CASA. So we sort of should have brought you up the program maybe even further. We'll do that next time. How about that?
Yeah, look
Promise?
forward to that. Yeah, look forward to
We'll
that.
shake on that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So we are the third largest narrow body Indian operator. If you look at Air India and Air India Express as separate entities, in terms of narrow body capacity that is produced, we are almost equal to Air India. But I think the important thing is that this scale and size we have reached in a very short period of time.
Yes.
Just a matter of about 20 odd months. So it was again, we went through a merger. The legal merger happened a year ago exactly. So we put two relatively small airlines together, Air India Express, Air Asia India. And then we grew that 2 times.
Today, to what?
So we are more. We crossed the 100 aircraft mark a couple of months ago. Today the fleet is about 110, and I think we are now
110.
at 110.
Yeah.
That's correct.
But let's just start off with what is Air India Express? What is its mission? What type of carrier is it within the Air India group? Let's just really try and understand that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, and I'm glad you asked that, because we are relatively unknown in the India market.
Hang on. You've got Air India in front of your name.
Yes, we've got Air India, but a lot of customers still ask us,
what's the proposition?
What is this? Yeah.
Right.
And a lot of competitors often told us that, hey, you guys, you've always been under the radar. So Air India Express, the original Air India Express, was a niche player. It was primarily almost the entire capacity went, short haul international. And a very narrow corridor. Air Asia India was all domestic, but subscale. And then when we merged the two entities together, we realized that it is still subscale and it needs to grow fast. And we are the low-cost arm of the group. Our focus primarily is what we call the metro to tier 2, tier 3 cities. Metro to tier 2, tier 3 is actually bulk of the India domestic market. And while the full service entity is going to focus mainly on metro to metro routes and on city pairs where there is a skew towards more premium business traffic and more connections to the long haul, our focus is going to be on the tier 2, tier 3 markets. and the short haul international. So anything which is in a range of about 5 to 6 hours from India will be the Air India Express focus, with the business model which is, I would say, almost pure play LCC.
So single class,
It is single class,
fleet,
all economy, but some difference is that we offer hot meals, which we think is a differentiator. So we have ovens on all on the aircraft. End state all will have ovens, and we have a code share, a network to network code share with Air India for feeds and defeeds. So it's a one-way code share. Air India can sell our network. We don't sell the Air India network. That gives us a bigger area of sale geography for sales, and standalone also we can be sold. But our focus is the let's say the fastest growing segment of the India market. It's more oriented towards leisure, VFR, visiting friends and relatives, SME, the value segment in the market.
So thank you for explaining that. I mean, I think let's just dig into it a tiny bit, because obviously your competitor has a different strategy. It's one brand through. It's one carrier.
Yeah.
What you've thought about this, I know, obviously, intensely carefully and thought it through. But what was your thinking process as to take this route, as to say having Air India?
So look, it's a strategic call. There's no right or wrong answer.
Right.
Our view is that the full service market needs a model which is better served by a full service airline.
Right.
With all the bells and whistles that you need, lounges, meals which are built into the cost of the ticket, premium product. The value segment that we are focused on, it's really about cost, and how do we keep the cost structure low? How do we make sure that we are more efficient, more agile? So therefore, almost everything in our setup is outsourced, in the sense that our engineering is completely outsourced, except for the regulatory organization that we need to keep. The ground handling is outsourced, and you'll be surprised at the structure that we've got. It is really lean, and we want to keep it that way.
And so, how do you work that with it? I mean, so do you effectively operate as a separate airline entity then? So,
Yes.
So you're to give you that ability to control, manage your own cost base. Is that? Am I getting that right?
Yeah. So there are many examples around the world where you have a full service and a low cost entity part of one group. Now, some are closer together, some are completely separate. The way we have decided, all the areas where we can extract synergies, we do it together. So all strategic procurement is done under one entity.
You'll buy fuel together.
The heavy maintenance, the line maintenance, this is all done by one entity. Systems, platforms are common. So, for instance, our IOCC, Ops Control Center, is co-located. They're separate folks under the legal entity that you are employed by, but you are co-located and you use the same platforms. What we have also done, which is I think quite unique in the industry, is that our flight deck crew has a common seniority and a common career path. So the fleet is fungible. So we are able to move aircraft and flight deck crew relatively quickly. So if market conditions change, if there is a route that demands a different model, we can switch that very quickly. So we have the regulatory enablement now, and it takes a very short period of time for us to move an aircraft and move the flight deck crew. Cabin crew, of course, we are cross training, and we have 2 aircraft types in our fleet. So that's the broad thinking and the broad strategy.
Right, great. Well, good luck. But that's something that you've been adapting over the last, 12 to 18 months? Are you finished? Do you know what I mean?
So the privatization happened little over 3 years ago, three and a
Yes.
half years ago. Air Asia India and Air India Express, the legal merger has its own process. So what we did is we brought the two entities together under a common leadership team and one CEO. So while the legal entities were separate, the ops were integrated. And wherever we required a regulatory approval, we took that. The regulators were very kind to give us the flexibility that we wanted. And so the AOCs were separate, legal entities were separate, but the ops were done
integrated.
together. And then when the legal merger happened, we were literally overnight. We were able. There was absolutely no disruption. Overnight, we were able to collapse one AOC and operate with the surviving AOC.
Now, we talked obviously yesterday with Campbell about the transformation plan and the progress towards that, the 5-year plan. You have your own, what is your transfer? Because you have a parallel plan. Where are we and what is the thinking?
So for us, the transformation plan broadly has the same pillars, right? It's really about ops, financials, and people. And of course, there are some other pillars as well. For us, the focus in the past, I would say, 2 odd years was the integration, and followed by the merger, and then the rapid growth that happened. So we grew from 50 aircraft to 100, and we also transferred 16 aircraft from the Air India fleet into the Express fleet.
16 Neos, right?
16, 16, the 320s, Neos, and 321s as well.
When did that happen, Alok?
This happened in April this year. So the fleet growth has been really rapid. So in terms of the transformation journey for us, it is now about optimization. It's now about getting the synergy benefits, extracting them, getting the unit cost low. Big part of that is to refit the 50 737 Maxes that we've got. They are suboptimal. We need to scale up the seats. So from an average of many of them are 3-class, some of them are 2-class. We want to get to all economy.
And what will be your density on a 737?
So 737 will be 189 seats.
189.
Yeah.
One class.
One class, and as and when the Max start arriving, we will be shifting. We will be actually a large part of our fleet will be let's call it large narrow body. So today we have 4 321, so that's about roughly under 4% of our capacity is large narrow body. We will actually go up to almost 30% in 4 to 5 years time. So that gives us a huge unit cost advantage, and we will stay true to the LCC model. Focus will be on the routes that I mentioned. Our hubs will be Bangalore and Navi Mumbai. Of course, we have large presence in Delhi, but Delhi and Mumbai CSI will be focus of Air India. Our focus will be growing and developing Bangalore and Navi Mumbai whenever it opens up.
I'm intrigued by how you work with Air India on the code. The code share is a one-way code share.
It's a one-way code
from
share.
them to you, is it?
So our metal, our flights can be sold as an Air India flight with an Air India flight number globally.
Right, but not vice versa.
Not vice versa, because it's more complicated. The customer proposition becomes more difficult. So it is always better for and of course the systems integrations are a little challenge. So it is better for the full service entity to sell the low cost entity.
So you're selling the connectivity within India on your network.
Yeah, the connectivity within India, and it could also be standalone in geographies where we don't have a sales distribution. So let's say in Europe or in North America, or Australia, where Air India would have a sales and distribution setup, and we wouldn't be present, it can sell a standalone express segment.
And how much traffic is going from mainline to you? Is it presumably it's growing?
It's large. It's growing very rapidly. So today, roughly at a group level, almost 1/3 of our traffic is connecting.
Right.
So which is a very large number for a low cost entity.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just talk about the joint planning in terms of routes and how you look at your network with the group. How does that
Yes.
work?
So the network is planned jointly. Overlaps minimized. Overlaps exist only when there is a need to, when there is a justification for both models to exist on
How much overlap do you have today?
I don't have a number in mind, but it would probably not be more than 5 to 7%
Right.
in terms of city pairs. So,
And
for
that's-
instance, Mumbai Delhi is almost entirely Air India, but we do have a couple of red eye flights, and they are primarily for rotation, for aircraft rotation.
Right.
Similarly, we may have some presence on, let's say, Bangalore to Delhi. But or could be some thinner routes where, let's say, Delhi Lucknow, where both entities might be present.
So you might do the midday flight or something like that, just
That's correct.
where
That's
the
correct.
capacity is
That's
appropriate
correct.
for
Yeah.
you.
But then there would be some routes where, if the bulk of the market we feel is value. So again, typical example: Delhi, Bangalore, Delhi, Ranchi, where the entire capacity is operated under the LCC model, and if there are connects, they travel on our flight and then connect
Yeah.
to the long haul.
Yes. Rambel, could you just do the clock for me? Because I haven't got a clock ticking. It says 3 hours, 25 minutes at the moment. Joking. Just could you... Yeah, do that. Thank you. Then otherwise we don't... Because we like to have on-time performance. We haven't really achieved on-time performance so far.
Awesome.
In the conference. We have quite a bit, but not all the time.
I'm glad.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
To achieve that in Delhi is a challenge. Yes.
Yes. I appreciate your understanding.
Yeah.
Talking about the network, we talked about the planning. Thank you. Just what sort of capacity growth and what route growth? I know when we're talking about part of that, you can mention. We can talk about Navi Mumbai and Noida as well in that, of course. But what are you expecting to do in the next sort of, in this? Well, what have you done in this current season and then into next year, Alok?
So the plan that we have grown roughly 25% year on year for the last 3 years.
In terms of capacity.
In terms of capacity, seat kilometers. We aim to double the fleet in the next 4 to 5 years from what we are today. And then, of course, there will be some lease returns, there will be possibly some retirals. But the fleet will double in the next 4 to 5 years. And in terms of capacity, the seat kilometers, because we will be retrofitting a lot of Maxes.
Yeah, you've got the
and
fleet rotation.
We'll be also inducting large narrow bodies. So in terms of ASKs, we'll probably be more than double in the next 4 to 5 years. But that's the plan as of now. If we feel that the low cost entity needs to grow faster, we can do that, because as you know, we have a large order book, and bulk of the planes in that order book are narrow body, and the nature of the market, domestic short haul, is skewed more towards the low cost model.
So by the end of next year, how many aircraft out? Do you have to bid for them? You've got a planning process, of course, but do you have to fight for them? Say, come on,
So in the next 1 year, we will have a large number of exits, lease returns, which is the legacy fleet.
But those were there to plug a gap.
Yeah, they will be going out, and we expect, depending on the supply chains, we expect about 20 to 24 737 Maxes coming in
the next 12 months.
So in terms of aircraft numbers, it may not be a very large growth, but in terms of seats, it will be larger.
And is there a nice cost-saving delta in there with you getting the lease rates, because presumably you had to lease those aircraft at I don't know, were they inflated industry rates just to get the capacity?
So I'm not going to get into any financial numbers. We are not listed. We are not
No, I know, it's very
we are not a
disappointing.
startup looking at an IPO. So we are not going to. I'm not going to go into numbers.
Well, I'll ask you again though later.
Yeah, sure, sure.
No, but I guess my overall point is, does that help your cost base because
Yes,
you're
of course.
reducing the number? How many
Of
aircraft
course
have you
it
got
does.
on the lease?
So you know, broad math. We go up about 8% in seats on the 50 white tails just by
the densification.
reconfiguration, but just by the densification. So on a fleet of 100, it will be about 3.5-4%. So you get you effectively get, for the same cost, you get 4 more aircraft to sell.
Yeah.
And then as you induct large narrow bodies, the unit cost goes down even further.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So talk about the opportunity that, you know, that we kind of diverted into that because we love talking about aircraft, but the network. Where are you focusing your network growth over this period? And then we can talk about Navi and Noida.
Yeah, so it's a domestic. So roughly today, our capacity is split 50% short haul international, 50% domestic. The domestic will grow faster. Therefore, we will probably end up in a couple of years at a 60-40 sort of split. The short haul international is important. We will continue to grow that because there we get better utilization of aircraft, costs are even lower. Domestic India is strategically important, but the way we are going to grow the domestic India is it's a large market. You can't be everywhere. We would rather focus capacity on a narrower set of routes, grow to a significant. So our pan India market share today is about 11-12%. At a group level, it's about 30%. But we, on the city pairs that we operate, we want to be at least 1/3 of the capacity share. And that's the way we are growing the network. Because you need a certain scale and size to compete on city pairs with a large competitor.
Right.
Right.
Otherwise, you get swamped.
Otherwise, yeah, you're insignificant. So this business is about size and scale. But even this size and scale is better for us to narrow it on certain routes, and then as you get capacity, so it's depth first and breadth later.
Right. Okay. No, I get that. And what are your plans for the new airports? For Navi?
So new airports, we are really excited. Both the new airports, you know, Mumbai, Delhi are natural hubs. These are large cosmopolitan areas. They certainly need more than one airport. Mumbai has been capacity starved for more than a decade, and therefore it has not had its share of growth that that we've seen in Delhi. Mumbai used to be a larger airport. Used to be the largest airport of the country. Delhi overtook it because Mumbai was capacity starved. Now, with those capacity constraints gone, I think Mumbai will get its rightful share back. Navi Mumbai has a huge catchment area. There are, of course, overlaps. So we are looking to get into Navi Mumbai in a big way.
Are you going to be there from the start?
Yes.
Yes.
Jewar Airport is also is going to be in the long term. It's going to be enormously good for the ecosystem. Perhaps not right away, but we will be there in Jewar as well.
From the start as well?
From the start. In fact, we are already operating to the second airport in Delhi, which is a small airport.
Is that Hindon?
It's Hindon.
Yes.
It's really a military airfield, but we were the first to get in there. It has, again, its own catchment.
So do you look at them as discrete catchments and markets in their own right?
So yes, these are they, in a sense, they complement each other. So if Delhi has slot constraints and you don't get the slots at the times that you want, you have an alternate with with its own catchment in a small way, and it's good to be tapping into all these market segments and all these geographies.
No, absolutely. And it's just good to see this capacity coming online, exciting opportunities.
Yep.
I know you won't talk specifics because the group doesn't release numbers, but I think it would be remiss of me not to talk about, you're a low-cost carrier, you're a businessman, you want your business to perform excellently. Just talk about that move, if you can. Tell us what you can anyway about taking your business to become a profitable, because I don't think it's a profitable airline within the business today.
It is not.
And hasn't been for probably a while.
A couple of years. But look, this is the growth and the investment stage of the business. The scale at which we have seen growth, that I don't think there is any airline in this region that has grown from 50 to 100 in this span of time. So it takes time to absorb the growth. We are still rejigging the network. Much of it is in place. Some of it will take a couple of more schedules.
You're fine-tuning that where the profitability can be sourced.
Yes, and no doubt in my mind that this is going to be a profitable model for us, a profitable business for us. But this is the investment phase. So, we are building the capacity. Dash and my colleagues from the MRO and IndiGo were mentioning that, we have to also look at the, the manpower and the skill sets required. These are being built simultaneously, and these are all investments for the long term. So whether it is the training academy, whether it is the MRO, whether it is anything else, these are all investments for the future.
But it's insight, that goal of breaking even. Yeah. And I'm not going to ask you what insight is, or I could. 2 years.
I'm not going to get into.
I'm trying. I've got to. No, but to build a sustainable airline, you're transforming, you are scaling.
Yeah.
You have to have that vision. Otherwise,
absolutely.
Otherwise, you don't exist at some point.
Absolutely.
We've got a few minutes for questions for Alok. Would you be amenable to questions from the audience?
Yeah, no choice. Yes.
You can't do that and say no. Say yes. You do. So let's see. Let's get the microphone down here, please, team. Thanks very much. Well, Alok, I think you clearly in this scale phase, which is this is Air India Group is in the scale phase. So this is what we expect at this point. So it's and it's good that we could show the videos of literally 2 days ago, the first one, and the ramp up is coming, and by the end of, did you say by the end of next?
So we're looking at about a year's time, by mid
when
next year.
It's all done.
The 50 refits will be done.
50, great. So there's a question down here, please.
Hi, good morning, Alok. This is Rajesh from Lufthansa Technic. In your earlier part, you mentioned about your business strategy and the role that you play in the larger Air India group, and there's a focus on Tier 2 and Tier 3. But somehow your fleet strategy doesn't talk about regional jets or smaller aircrafts. And also your order book also talks about, again, Maxes and the conventional narrow bodies. Is that a strategic choice, leaving those smaller aircraft market or customers to other players and focusing on something else?
Look, at this point of time, I don't think we are not looking at another type at this point of time. Yes, of course, there's a market for regional jets as there is a market for turboprops. But for us, again, at this stage of our journey, when we have enough markets to look at with the narrow body capacity that is coming in, we don't want the complexity of another type. Again, as I said, at this stage, perhaps 5 years from now, we'll have a different look or a different take. But right now, no.
Thank you, Alok. That's a good question, because the market's there. We've got several relatively small carriers. We had Fly 91 yesterday, but they've got 3 ATRs. They're going to grow. They're going to have a double digit. Any other questions in the room, please? I'm not seeing it. Oh, there's a question over here. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hey, Alok, this is Abhijit with Reuters. Just wanted to go back to what you said about the capacity doubling part. Can you give us a little bit of more clarity on how many aircraft are expected to come in and the time frame? And you also said that domestic routes, the growth in domestic routes is expected to be faster than short-haul international. Would that be in the same period? Thanks.
No. So what I meant was our growth, not the market growth. right? So we have been growing the domestic India market faster than we have been growing in the short-haul international. So I said that in that context. So today we are 50-50. We might get to 55-45 a year or two from now, and then eventually maybe 60-40. But clearly, the domestic market is something that we have not done justice to, and the relative presence that we have is much smaller in domestic. Yeah, and the growth again, doubling in the next 4 to 5 years is what we are looking at. So the fleet from 110 will go up to 200 plus, 220 plus.
I think everybody wants to double in that period, don't they? Just the market's there, right? You just got to grab hold of it.
Yeah.
One more question here as well. Thank you, Neelam.
Thanks, Mark. Neelam Matthews.
Hi, Neelam.
Hi. Is your international market now being partially restricted because of the push of Indian carriers to the same routes that you were doing?
Not very clear, Neelam.
You used to do a lot of Gulf, right?
That's correct.
So now we have people like IndiGo, etc., who are now also pushing towards the
Right.
same region.
Right.
So is that why you could be perhaps pulling out of that area a bit?
No, we are not pulling out. We are adding capacity, but we are adding capacity in another segment of the market faster than we are adding capacity elsewhere. And on the short haul international, again, while we served, a niche segment, we are also now looking at other markets. In like Southeast Asia, we entered very recently. South Asia again is another market that Nepal we just started. Bangladesh we announced, but we held back because of the conditions there. Singapore we have always been operating. So these are also the touristic markets are something we will look at and grow at the right time. When we have the capacity and when we feel that the domestic markets are, served better than they are today. But we have not cut back from anywhere. We have done seasonal adjustments, right? And we have moved capacity around. So we may have moved from, let's say, one market to another, but we have not cut back.
No, thank you. Thank you, Neil. And I guess the story is you've got more opportunities than you've got aircraft to serve at the moment.
That's true.
Whether domestically and international.
Yeah.
Then you have to make a choice.
Right.
So that's your job. Well, your planner's job. Right. Any other questions in the room for the moment? I don't see any, actually. I'm not missing anybody, am I? Okay. Well, look, let's just have a final comment, which is really about what you see as the market outlook. I mean, do you see it sort of retaining this growth both on the international and the domestic that you've seen in the last year? What's your sort of thought?
So I think, if there is anything that the India market is both big and growing. There are not many markets which are, in fact, there's no other market which is both big and growing.
Saudi Arabia is pretty good. Stephen told us.
No, but it's nowhere near the size and scale of the India market.
No, it isn't.
And then our business is heavily leveraged to the economy. The GDP forecasts, we are the only large economy growing at the rate that we are growing. And the leverage that air travel has, at least what we have seen in the India market and other emerging markets, it's about 1.5 to 2 times. So if the economy is going to grow at 6-7% for the next 5, 6, 7 years, we will grow at twice that rate, roughly. It's not going to be a year-to-year correlation, but broadly. And then if you look at, again, other emerging markets, or you look at China, the air travel penetration in India is 1/4, 1/5 of the other markets. So there is plenty of headroom to grow.
Yes.
So that is what makes us really optimistic about the long-term growth story of India.
Yeah. Yes.
And probably that is the reason why we are sitting on some of the world's largest order books in commercial aviation history. So
100%.
Yeah.
Well, look, we wish you very much luck in getting your business transformed, getting yourself into the black, and playing your part in the Air India group growth story. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you. Thank you
sharing
much.
it for us, Alok.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
sure.
much. Please thank Alok very much
Thank you.
for that. We now go for a coffee break, about half an hour, I guess. We'll ring the bell, and then we've got a couple of sessions. First one is with Nikhil Ved from Blue Dart and Kamel from SpiceJet. So Chloe's going to be interviewing those gents and talking us through those stories. Looking forward very much to that. And then we have the Made in India session after that, before lunch. So thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy your coffee.
Thank you.
The airline C-suite executive panel, where we're going to be focusing on the low-cost carrier and cargo market. So LCCs dominate India's domestic capacity with over 70% market share, while regional cargo operators are vital for the growing e-commerce and trade connectivity. Yes, the market is in an exciting period of growth, but there are, of course, hurdles in shaping the next phase of India's low-fare and regional cargo landscape, which I'm looking forward to discussing in this next session with my two panelists. So if I can welcome to the stage Captain Nikhil Ved, the Managing Director at Blue Dart Aviation. Nikhil, welcome. And also Kamal Hingorani, Chief Customer Officer at SpiceJet. And also, as he's just informed me, he's currently pursuing a PhD in Business Administration. So welcome to the stage, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chloe.
So Kamal, if we can start with you and SpiceJet. You're the fourth largest carrier in India, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
I got my stats
right.
right.
Yeah, thank you.
And one of its oldest, but the airline is like one of those sports teams that keeps bouncing between promotion and relegation. You've had your share of financial ups and downs. So can you just bring us up to speed on where the company is at currently, how it's performing?
Thank you, Chloe, and thank you, organizers, for inviting me for this. Happy to be here, happy to have a co-panelist like Nikhil. SpiceJet, as I'm sure everybody in the room knows, is the oldest LCC in India. We are going to be 20 years old. We are 20 years old. And we've survived. And that itself, everybody knows, is quite something. Considering the fact that approximately 25 airlines, private airlines, came around in the last 25 years, and very unfortunately, only 5 survive today. It's extremely unfortunate, especially for the size of India, 1.4 billion people and what have you, which then brings us to obviously the challenges that aviation faces in this part of the world, which I'll address if required later. Where we stand today, we currently are the 4th largest, yes. And we've had our share of woes. Everybody knows we had 155 firm orders for Boeing MAX aircraft, which was signed way back in 2016. And we only received 13 aircraft, and then the accidents happened, one in Ethiopia and one in Indonesia. And then, of course, the MAX was grounded by FAA and the rest of the regulators for over 2 years. And by the time we thought it's time to get back, India was hit by the worst COVID wave called the Delta wave, which again took another 6 months to recover. And by then, the competition had, of course, continued to get aircraft. And that's why we were relegated to a much smaller airline in India in terms of market penetration. Having said that, which is now in the past, and then not to forget the supply chain issues which led to engines and components not being available for the love of money, which continues to be the case even now. I hope things will be back to what we were in 2019 by 2026. Salil is here, he'll bear me out on that. And so in the interim, in the absence of being able to unground a huge fleet that is still grounded of SpiceJet for want of components, we decided to, as an interim, get wet lease aircraft. We've signed up for 18 narrow-body wet lease, out of which almost 9 have arrived already, and the other balance will arrive in the next 15 days. And there's also a wide body that is wet leased, an A340. And we hope to gain back our market share and serve our customers who've been missing SpiceJet for the last few years. And hopefully, next year by this time we will be able to, in addition, unground more of our grounded fleet, so that we come back to a respectable fleet size that is commensurate with the demand that's happening in India.
Okay, and part of this new period for SpiceJet, which you've called strengthening momentum, expanding horizons, what are you doing differently with this next phase, and why is this turnaround going to last?
So the basic answer to that is that, India has a market, India's size and the market penetration was 1% about pre-COVID. I always like to talk of pre-COVID and now, because to me, pre-COVID is like BC and now is AD, literally. We were 1% market penetration. It's close to 4%. See how much we've grown. Actually, the market has grown 10x in the last 20 years in terms of passenger traffic. And if currently we are at 167 million for the FY25 of domestic passengers, this will most likely double. And if I add international passengers of another 70 odd million, I think this will double to 500 million passengers in just 5 years by 2030. With this kind of a growth of the middle class, aspirational middle class wanting to fly. And I must add here, how did the middle class start to fly who never flew until 10 years back? We were the first low cost to actually bring low fares and stimulate the market, introduce city pairs that were unheard of. And whichever city pair we introduced, tier 2 to tier 3 as well, had demand. So from that perspective, that's what we've seen. And like in the previous session we heard, of course, there are challenges of manpower, etc. But the fact that this kind of demand continues to grow, it's not going to stagnate. We're growing at 7% GDP, and typically aviation grows at 1.5x globally. We grow typically at 2x, and with this growth, we'll probably be 2.2x over the next, not just 5 years. We have these markings of 2030, 2035, and then 2047. Take the airports for that matter, how the number has doubled from 70 odd to 162 as we speak today in just about 11 years. And the plan is to add another, I think, touch 200 airports in the next 7 years. And there's a longer horizon set by the government of 2047 when we should be, and this is what the document said, 350 could be more airports, commercial operational airports in the country. Now, this kind of a growth in this span of time is not even seen in the recent years in China, which is the second largest aviation market. And we know China, of course, is 6x of our GDP and 8x of the number of aircraft we have, etc. And we will reach there, definitely, with the kind of demand on one hand, being able to offer low fares, thanks to efficiency, thanks to technology, and the support that the government has shown in the last decade, which is actually tremendous. They are proving to be true facilitators for aviation, and we've seen that. I've been in this business 4 decades, and I can tell you, last decade has been the best on that front.
Yeah, I think that's something we've heard kind of consistently over the last day or two. So yeah.
Yes.
And you're obviously a publicly listed company.
Yes.
So how does that impact your operations and the decisions you make as a business?
We would have grown anyway if we had our own aircraft that we are signed up for. And in absence of getting those aircraft in time, we are bringing in capacity, and our shareholders are obviously very happy about it, that there is capacity being brought in by SpiceJet, and there is demand, and that's what we need to do.
Okay, and then talking about, you mentioned the grounded aircraft that you have. What is the process of bringing those aircraft back into service, and your sort of your financial stabilization journey? Can you just talk us through that a little bit?
So gradually, those aircraft are coming back as soon as we have the necessary resources available, which could be components, engines, like I said, avionics, and gradually they are being ungrounded, and we should be able to do a large number by next year when these leases are typically till summer of next year, and we may even extend these wet leases beyond, and that's what we are talking to lessors already, so that we scale up our capacity.
Okay. And in terms of securing further financing, further investment, what are your plans around that?
That's something that I would, unfortunately, our chairman Ajay Singh could not be here. He should have been here. I mean, he couldn't. He had to travel out of the country last night as an exigency. That's something I'll let him answer when
you're
you
dodging
meet.
the number question, aren't you?
Yeah.
Kamal, you don't want to talk figures. Okay. But then looking forward as well, you've talked about this growth of your fleet, which we'll come back to in a bit later on, but also your network expansion as well. You're looking at doubling your network to 250 destinations, I believe, over this winter
250
season.
flights a day from the current 125 that we've been operating. And this also includes introducing, of course, new destinations in the country and a few international destinations as well, which were already on our blueprint, when we were to expand, which didn't happen in the last few years. So we are expanding network as well, domestic and international.
And is there a particular focus in terms of regions that you're looking to grow that market?
So with a narrow body, you can at best do 5 hours. So it's Southeast Asia, Middle East is what you can do. And that's what we are doing.
Okay. And I've read that you're looking potentially at a route to Birmingham. Is that something you can talk about?
That was, I also read about that. Yes, if we've got an A340, a wide body is not meant to profitably operate on 4-hour flights. Ideally, they should do 8 hours and more.
Longer haul.
We are looking at some long-haul routes. We have flown to Italy in the past, a few years back. But right now, everything is on the table. We are evaluating from a regulatory perspective. We are evaluating from a commercial perspective on how best to utilize the wide body.
Okay.
But no decisions made as of now.
Okay. Good. All right. Well, now we'll come to you, Nikhil. We'll give Kamal a break. You can breathe for a second. Pressure's off. So, Blue Dot Aviation, you're a dedicated Indian cargo carrier, headquarters in Chennai, and you offer next-door day-to-day services. You offer the complete service by air and by road as well for that last-mile connectivity. Can you just talk us a little bit through the structure of the business and also your relationship with DHL Express?
Okay, so good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. Thank you, Kamal, for being part of this panel. I think important thing is today is the first time, or at least I have been associated with this aviation summit in the greater context of aviation. I can see that cargo is carving out its space within the industry. Although we're always been small, but our journey goes back about 3 decades. So Blue Dart Aviation is part of an integrated logistics service provider called Blue Dart Express. And we basically offer in aviation term called the middle mile service. So the first mile and the last mile is conducted by Blue Dart Express. In our first decade of operations, so our operations commenced in 1996, which today technically also makes us the oldest private carrier, a little bit longer than SpiceJet. But our first decade was primarily more about, getting our ducks in a row. So we started off with the 737-200s. We had 5 of them. And we continue to develop routes along the 6 metros, if I can call them metros today. So the first 10 years was a period of consolidation. Air cargo wasn't, that big a deal at that point in time. But the second decade that we went through was more about expansion. So we almost, put up our capacity by 5x. So 737-200 typically would be about 10 to 12 tons of cargo on a per aircraft basis, and we shifted off to the 75, which gave us almost 30 tons plus. So we inducted 6 of them in the next decade. So it was more about consolidation, getting, our air hubs into play, and getting connected on the integrated logistics of how we are actually going to do time-definite deliveries across these metros in a reliable and sustainable manner. So that was the second decade. The third decade for Blue Dart Aviation, which is currently what it is, as late as 2 years ago, we also inducted more capacity. So we brought in our 737-800s now. We also expanded to one, if I can call that again, a non-metro, so Guwahati, which is our gateway to the northeast. And currently we are about 1.5 million shipments a day is what we do. Across India, we serve about 19,000 pin codes. And this is, the whole integrated segment per se. So that's where we are. I think that the Indian story has just begun. Although we've been participating in the story for the last 3 decades, I think the best is yet to come for us. And the way we are seeing some of the sectors develop, the way the government is putting in all the efforts to ease out all the restrictions, that were foreseen for cargo in India is very commendable. And I think that we have a good story going forward. And like Kamal mentioned, the Viksit Bharat vision of 2047, I think is just unfolding.
Okay. And a lot of that growth in the cargo sector we know is driven by e-commerce, but as that potentially slows and other factors like high fuel costs and maintenance costs coming in, what are the other opportunities in India's cargo sector, and how are you feeling that pinch?
So I think it's a very good question because e-commerce is really running at breakneck speed today. But I think one of the things we need to call out is the underlying factors of why this is happening. When we look at the smartphone penetration in India, internet access, the UPI, that has really been an enabler for the e-commerce industry. So today our estimate of the e-commerce industry in India is about $100 billion US dollars from an express segment, and that's the market that we play in. We are estimating it to be around 4 to 5 billion. The air cargo segment carries about 17% by value of the e-commerce shipments. So a 17%, and the last 5 years have had a growth of almost 29%. So when you look at the 5 billion, the 29% growth rate and the 17% by value carried by cargo or express, I think that the future for e-commerce is great. For air cargo is really great, and it's just going to continue. And one of the other things that we are seeing is that, and one of the reasons we also stepped into Guwahati is that the tier 2, tier 3 penetration for smartphones, internet, and the demand for e-commerce is far larger than what's happening at the metros. So that is one of the areas that is there on the horizons for us. For our next expansion is going to be, more geared towards that.
Okay. And you spoke about the liberalization of the cargo sector. Has that created sort of increased efficiency, or has it shifted control to a few dominant players in the market?
I wouldn't say that as a dominant player. I think it's just that opportunity, that comes by. So when you look at, what has been done at the governmental level, and now I'm talking as a air cargo, not only air cargo, just cargo generally as a trade. The government initiatives of, the national logistics policy that came in, then we had the PM Gati Shakti, we have Sagar Mala. So a lot of these initiatives coupled with, again, internet penetration, UPI, that has really increased the demand many folds. And like Kamal mentioned, just the advent of having so many airports from an air cargo perspective is giving a lot of options to the market. I think the only thing that we need to be wary of is, things, the demands from the customers are becoming more and more to have quicker commerce. So, in India, we also have a 10-minute delivery that is there within the cities, which is really fantastic. But even across India, the demand is that we want the deliveries next day. And I think, that is what is forcing us to look at a lot of other avenues, because the metros are pretty well filled up. And now it's the tier 2, tier 3 cities that we are looking at. So I think the government initiatives coupled with the UPI, the internet penetration is really going to be the cornerstone for everything. The other thing that is also being invested in is the multimodal, gateways, which are being constructed. So again, it's not just for air cargo, but even the road, air, and it all just have a multiplier effect. And when that multiplier effect comes in, we are forecasting today we have about 1.5 million shipments a day. That is likely to probably go 5 or 10-fold.
Okay. And your operations, they are done exclusively at night, through the night. So what about the competition, or perhaps the opportunity to transport cargo in the belly of passenger jets? Is that an opportunity? Is there some synergy there, or is that actually competition that you don't want to play with?
No, I think that the belly cargo actually complements us. So we really work, hand in glove with our passenger friends, because they also have a unique ability to carry cargo. If you look at this Indian statistics and possibly the world over, 80% of the cargo, even within India today, domestic, is carried by passenger carriers. We carry only about 20% as a whole market.
Okay.
So naturally, the reliance is there on passenger carriers for us. And the more they expand, it also gives us opportunity to explore into other markets where we currently deploy road transport, and it actually gives us an opportunity to tie up with them. So we already have a lot of relationships with most of the passenger carriers. Yes, the relationships looking at the future growth could be a lot more deeper. And I think that will really keep the cost down, because, while I said the passenger demand is to have the next day delivery, the costs are supposed to be under check, right? So everybody wants it faster at a lower price. And I think if you have to really serve the customer, then that's what we need to do.
Yeah. I mean, Kamal, is there an opportunity there with SpiceJet?
There's always an opportunity. From a cargo perspective, one of the challenge we also face to fill up our bellies at time is, the rates that the cargo agents are willing to offer. Because thanks to the infrastructure development in India of roads especially, there's a lot of cargo that moves metro to metro by road at a rate which is almost 1/6 of what we could charge for general cargo. So typically, if on a Delhi-Mumbai corridor, if a truck can deliver general cargoes in under 18 hours, at, like I said, 1/5 or 1/6 the rate, we don't have too much opportunity there. Yes, there's an opportunity for high dense cargo, high value cargo. There could be smartphones, there could be pharma. That is what goes. But unfortunately, the belly of all scheduled carriers in India is being underutilized by and large at a national scale. There is opportunity into tier 2, tier 3 cities, because the road connectivity is not very good. But typically what happens is that a lot of tier 3 cities don't have a narrow body operation because of airport constraints. And if that is operated by either a Q400, a Bombardier, or a ATR, that has practically nil cargo capacity. the passenger
Yeah,
baggage takes
yeah.
up all that payload. So we
There's an opportunity, but it's a number crunching question. It
yes,
sounds like
absolutely,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And then Kamal mentioned earlier around growth in the middle class population, how that's driving demand for the LCC market, but that has a knock-on impact for you as well on the cargo front. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, so we are talking about expanding middle class, dispensable incomes are going up, and I think what's driving that is also demand for e-commerce and a lot more that is coming through for our customers. So when we look at it, while the LCCs continue to grow, explore new markets within India, outside India, we see that as an opportunity for some belly space that is being allotted to us because we see a general increase even in those terms. When just to add to what he said, today on an average day we transport about 135 tons daily on passenger carriers. So there's a huge amount of our capacity that actually gets translated into passenger carriers. So that's a really big number. And if that is going to grow fivefold, then we need to find ways to get this across to the people. So I think again, from a passenger perspective, the more they grow, the more passengers fly to different destinations, a more opportunity for us to be able to share that with the passenger carriers.
Okay. And we talked earlier, we heard yesterday about, infrastructure and support on the ground, the challenges there. What are the biggest bottlenecks for you with the ground infrastructure and access to the airports?
So we have a bit of a reverse criteria for cargo. I think the simplest way to say is that one cargo or freighter departure, and I'm using the capacity that we have today, and the tonnage capacity that we have, it is equivalent to around about 1,300 to 1,500 commercial carrier narrow body departures. And I'm assuming, Kamal, that you have 500 kilos available in the belly. So if I were to cut down that to say 1,500 kilos available in the belly, and I'm talking about the current narrow body environment, then that would equate to about 400 departures. So for us, the slot constraint is not so much of an issue because we are able to do X number of departures with the capacity that we have. But on the reverse side, because the quantum is large per departure, our facilities at the airport need to be well suited for it. And one of the challenges that we face is the infrastructure at the airport, where we want to build a good air hub, where we have a city side to air side connection. We have the ability to screen. We have the ability to have a good throughput and also be able to cater to the volumes that we expect to increase is a challenge. Typically what happens is that when we pick up an airport warehouse, we end up investing almost about 150 crores in developing the infrastructure, because usually it's an express segment. So we have certain requirements to make sure that we are time definite on our dwell times. And so our throughput at that warehouse needs to be, spick and span, and that requires a lot of investment. So one is getting the space. The second one is also, and it's not that the airports don't want to do it, it's just that there is only limited space, right? So that's one. And the other thing is that with this kind of investment coming in, we also want to see a more longer term contract with the airport. So typically we get 3 to 4 years, sometimes 2, sometimes 5, depending on the airport. But the National Civil Aviation Policy had outlined a 10-year program. So we are yet to kind of get the airports to sign up with us for 10 years, to have that. So that is our single biggest constraint. The last one, which is not that big a problem because we always work around with the airports to get it done, is our proximity of the parking bays to our warehouses. Because again, we are time definite, so we need to be right there. So there are some issues that happen there, but they are more manageable at the moment.
And talking of that investment in the infrastructure and the kind of services on the ground, where does that come from? Is that something, is that from you? Is it from the airports? Do you want it to be more of a...
No. The whole infrastructure investment comes from Blue Dart.
Okay.
So we invest in it completely. The airport only provides us the space, and we basically rent it out. But the whole development of that whole infrastructure is paid by Blue Dart.
Okay, which is why you want those longer contracts with those airports. If you're going to invest, then you want to know that you've got the time there. And Kamal, is airport and airspace infrastructure keeping pace with airline growth or creating, problems?
Yes and no. And I'd like to share an anecdote. When we had placed the order for 155 aircraft in 2016, and I came back from US after placing that order, it was on the sidelines where our Prime Minister Modi was there, and Trump's first term, Mike Pence, the Vice President, was there. And when I came back and I had meetings with Airport Authority of India, and the director then asked me, he said, इतने सारे जहाज़ों के ऑर्डर तो प्लेस कर देते हो, पार्क कहाँ करोगे? आसमान में? So I'll translate that for you.
Yes, please.
You've ordered 155 aircraft. Where are you going to park them in India? In the sky? And it was a serious discussion. And then to tell you how it's happened, there's something called jugaad in India, okay? Which means that it's always chicken and egg, but until we go ahead and order planes and grow, probably airports will not create the infrastructure. It's chicken and egg. Who puts pressure on who, we don't know. But when they know, now 1,300 aircraft are on order. As on date, I don't see so many night parkings in the next 5 to 7 years. If we were to look at the pace of airports increasing the night parking slots. Mm-hmm. But I'm confident we will find a night parking for every aircraft that comes into the country. And it works like that. So really, hats off to the airports, private and government, that they manage to give us the infrastructure that we need. There's operational challenges, which is a part of any industry, which will be an ongoing issue forever. I was in China just 2 weeks back speaking at their LCC conference. And in a country like China, which doesn't have infrastructure constraints, because the system is very different from Indian system, the big Chinese carriers were talking about, the 3 big Chinese carriers were talking about how they are facing infrastructure issues at airports in China. So if China is talking of infrastructure issues, I would not say anything for India, because we surely will find a way. And I must mention here that the kind of support we've got from the airports is really, absolutely exemplary. They initially start with may not be possible, but we end up finding a solution. It's a win-win. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, definitely. And we're going to come on to the fleet plans in a second, but before we go there, I just want to know, we heard yesterday about the Gulf carriers expanding kind of across India. How much are you feeling the pinch of those Gulf carriers in the LCC and cargo market regionally?
Oh, sorry. I thought Kamal was going to go.
But yeah.
So I think from a air cargo perspective, I think it's not just the Gulf carriers. I think it's also the Chinese and European carriers. Mm. Today, when I look at the statistics that DGCA churns out, 85% of our market in and out, give or take a few percentage points, is driven by foreign carriers. So a lot more cargo is coming in and going out by foreign carriers. And if I roll back to some of my passenger days, 2 decades ago, we had a similar situation where a certain, Middle East carrier was considered to be the national carrier of India. And that equation has changed completely for the passenger segment. I see a similar opportunity there in the cargo, where we have such an imbalance that there is always room to grow more. So our competition is not just from Gulf, it's also from the European and the US also, and the Chinese carriers. What we see is India has actually liberalized a lot of things. And I think that's one of the policies that we need to look at just from an Indian airline perspective, because we have permitted all foreign carriers to access all international airports on an ad hoc basis. but the same is not reciprocated at times. So I think that's something that we need to look at as a policy to see how in the future we are going to deal with this. Also, the good part is that the permission or the policy change is only for another 3 years. So once at the end of the period, we need to probably review and see how this can be amended.
Okay. Kamal, you're nodding. Is that?
That's true. I completely agree with Nikhil. In addition to the fact that when we have to operate our freighters to other countries, we face, including regulatory non-tariff barriers, and that is a concern. So what happens is there are not enough. So even if I don't talk of freighters, because there are no wide-body freighters in India, and most of the foreign carriers who operate passenger aircraft also come in with 30 to 50 tons of belly capacity with their wide body aircraft. So as it is, they have enough capacity. On top of that, if they bring freighters into India, which are 100 tons on a wide body, it probably sucks away all the business that exists, or a very large chunk of business that exists in India, originating India, which then completely compromises Indian carriers, and that could be a reason why Indian carriers have not gone in for wide-body freighters all these years. So this is something we raised with the government, and they are supporting, including the Ministry of External Affairs. And I think it's work in progress. We still have a long way to go there. Yeah.
Okay, and now we'll come to the fleet expansion, fleet management. So SpiceJet, your current fleet, I believe, in service is 14 737s and 6 -8s. Is that right?
16 737s. The
16,
operational
okay.
fleet. The
Yeah.
operational fleet, yes. Yeah, that's right. 16 and 7 actually, 7 Q400s.
Okay. And then you've got more that are grounded at the moment.
18 dry wet leased aircraft plus one, so 19 wet leased aircraft, yeah.
Okay, and obviously you placed this massive order with Boeing back in 2016, 2017. Huge delays. How are you managing those delays, and how is Boeing managing your expectations with those deliveries?
That's really what I would like to sum up in saying work in progress. Yeah.
Okay, and then also we've got these 20 ACMI leased aircraft that you're bringing into the fleet. How will you distribute those across your network, and when are they kind of all going to be in service?
The wet leased aircraft?
Yeah.
So like I mentioned earlier, half of them are already here, and some have started scheduled operations already. Some go into operations 1st November, day after. And by mid-November, we'll have all those in our scheduled operations.
And what aircraft type are they on that?
Those are all 737.
They're all 737s.
Yeah.
Okay. And you've got one A340 currently in the fleet and potentially another one coming?
We have one A340 wet lease, which is already here and operating on certain routes. Yeah, that's
and
right.
As you said, that allows you to kind of open up a longer haul routes within your market.
Well, a 340 should do a long haul, and that's not my view. That is the view of OEM and the industry to make it operationally viable and profitable.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's still work in progress on what routes we will utilize those. There are things being worked out on that.
But what was the definitive reason behind choosing that aircraft type then?
We've used that last year as well, the same aircraft. We operated that aircraft during Hajj between India and Saudi Arabia, the largest Indian carrier for Hajj operations. We continue to do that, and we want to use that opportunity to see how we can grow beyond our 6-hour radius that currently narrow body permits.
Okay. And if you serve some of those mid to longer haul routes, will that change your offering in terms of the cabin, the passenger experience? Will you look to offer a more premium experience in addition to the low cost?
So that's something
service?
we haven't worked out, but typically, and that's my personal view, a long haul, which is 8 to 10 hours, needs to have a full service. We've seen that happen with our competition who've started flights to Europe. And I think that's the norm. If I quote another airline, AirAsia X started long haul on a low cost model that didn't work, and they had to rethink that whole model. So I think we learned from our experience, and I think a long haul ideally needs to be on a form of full service.
Okay. And Nika, we'll come to you now. So you currently have 6 757s and 2 737s, but you are looking to renew, upgrade that fleet. What are your plans around that?
So our issues stem from the supply chain issues that the passenger airlines face, because most of the feedstock that we get is from passenger airlines. You see the average age of passenger airlines has now been increasing just because of the supply chain issues. So what's that doing to us is that the feedstock availability for conversion to freighters is either more expensive or not available. And because of this, we are pushing out our fleet replacement plan by a couple of years and keep the 757s flying. They're almost close to 30 years now. So it takes a lot more effort, from a maintenance perspective to keep them going. But we are currently, so the good part is it gives us a bit of runway. We got 2 years to kind of finalize what we want to do, and we are hoping that the supply chain issues, are done away with. Which helps the passenger carriers and in turn helps the freighters as well.
And that the 757 is quite a unique aircraft. So what would you look ideally to replace it with?
Yeah, that's a really tough one because with 30 odd tons plus, there is right now not another single replacement aircraft that we can do it. So we will have to mix and match some of our network requirements and see what we need to do. We also don't want to get into issues about having multi-fleet because that increases the cost of operation and defies the logic of us wanting to bring down the cost of logistics. So we are in the middle of it. It's still a long way, and I think what we are also wanting to do is see how the supply chain issues get mitigated and the passenger fleet come back on track, and then depending on what the availability is. So we are actually dependent on that to see what our future fleet plan is going to be. Secondly, with the way the tier 2, tier 3 cities are shaping up now, 3 or 5 years hence, we want to actually see how the market is playing out, because that will be a big decision maker for us as to what we choose.
Okay. Now, the timer was playing up slightly, but I can see Mark standing up. But do we have some questions from the audience that we can go to? Any questions? If you can introduce yourself and
Second time. I'm Captain Sehgal from CAS. Question for you, Captain Nikhil. Firstly, miss flying with you.
Thank you.
And you were one of the finest pilots I ever flew with. And sir, my only thing with you was that we were discussing the hull values of the aircraft, that they're very expensive to replace. And in the Middle East, I used to fly for Lufthansa Cargo. And, they were very, very, in Sharjah especially, they were very, very, competent to get the Russian planes, And getting Russian planes into India is very organic. You have ex-Air Force, Navy, technicians, pilots, everybody available. And also the hull values are quite cheap. So are you not considering those kind of things because they're pure cargo planes?
Yeah, so I mean, nothing is off the cards, Rajesh, but I think more than the hull, engines are an issue, and that's something that we need to look at, because reliability of the engines drives pretty much the whole maintenance cost. So from an airframe perspective, we can still get a lot today, and be it any aircraft type that you go for. But the unique combination of having the right engine is important. Secondly, and I'm sure this was discussed at the MRO, we don't have a good line of engine shops that are available in India. So everything has to go, outside the country. So our selection has to be, keeping that in mind, because next 5 to 10 years, how are we going to service the airplanes? So today on the Rolls-Royce, we're already facing issues with shops shutting down, even abroad. So very limited number of shops available. And then, of course, as the capacity drops, the prices start scaling up. So we want to have a longer term view of that, and that's why we've really not identified on what we are going to get until we are sure about, not just getting the airplanes, also servicing them in a longer term.
Any other questions? Oh, there's one at the back there. We'll come back to you.
Hi, Nikhil. Rajesh here from Lufthansa Technic. You very nicely clarified about the middle mile connectivity that Blue Dart plays and not the first mile and the last mile. Although you have partnered with Sky Air for last mile as well, but has Blue Dart thought anything about using unmanned aviation by platforms for middle mile itself? Like, maybe a city hop to a city hop.
So that is already in the works. We have done one trial, and it is an ongoing process. We are already doing a UAV out of Delhi into a specific locality. Obviously, it is not to the home because we are, not yet there, but eventually we will get there. Today, so we have a hop that we do, which is actually quite conducive. It basically has a certified point that it gets dropped off, and then we have people on a shorter radius with either bicycles or something who actually do the delivery. So that's considered to be our greenest part that we are doing today. So we are exploring that. I think on a multi-city metro to metro, again, it depends on the distance and how much out of line sight that we are able to deliver. The third thing is that when you look at this out of line of sight deliveries, the issue comes with what is the tonnage that is possible. And as you know, the drone regulations today have a certain restriction, which do not make it viable for us to do it on a metro to metro basis. If we do get higher capacities, I think that would probably serve our purpose. So anything between 1,500 kilos to 2 tons would also make it viable for both sides. Today, at a shorter distance, even the amount of sorties that you need to do between the 2 points is far greater. So the cost actually just escalates both for the service provider as well as us. So there are trials going on. I think the drone regulations, as and when they open up, and how out of line of sight is allowed for a longer distance, we will probably be looking at it. We have ventured into a couple of companies to have a dialogue with them to see what is feasible from a logistics perspective, intra-city, across cities. So we are in talks, but nothing has materialized in terms of the tonnage that they are able to carry.
So may I just add something to what Nikhil just said on UAV? I think the eVTOLs are coming of age, and India will come up with a huge opportunity there. The regulator is also supported it. In fact, there is this e-plane company which is making eVTOLs, and we've got the proof of concept approved. And there is, I think, a huge opportunity for that.
Within the cargo sector, or you're thinking within?
Initially, it's a lower payload, but ultimately, yes. So initially for pharmaceuticals, life-saving drugs, etc. But like Nikhil said, one has to, the regulatory requirements from a security aspect of it is something that's being worked out in India. So there's a huge opportunity there.
And I think we have one final question as a gentleman. No, is he gone?
I think that was exactly the same which I was about to ask. First mile and last mile.
Okay.
Usage of UAVs there.
Question was solved, no problem. Okay, so we'll wrap up. But before we do, I just want to say, just to ask one quick last question to both of you, in terms of how you see India's aviation ecosystem evolving and the role of regional cargo carriers and LCCs in keeping the market globally competitive. What's your kind of wrap-up statement on that?
Yeah, no, I think, like I said earlier also, we are at a very nascent stage. The best is yet to unfold. From an air cargo perspective, I think there is no limit at the moment. It's just the way things are going to unfold in terms of how the government looks at things. But I think what is more reassuring is that all the policies that the government has put out in terms of logistics, Sagarmala, what I just said, that and the constant dialogue we are having with the policymakers, with the stakeholders, is really driving this change. So I'm very hopeful that this Viksit Bharat is going to materialize in the next 5-10 years. Is just going to be really fantastic. And the changes that are coming out are very systemic. They are deliberate. They are not just ad hoc where, like a Mumbai city has just grown because it's just grown. It's very systematic, it's deliberate. Obviously, we can't solve everything in a day. But I think the way they are going about having good industry consultation, I think there's a long way for us, and a good way.
Good. Kamal?
I absolutely echo Nikhil's view. and like I've mentioned already, and I also heard earlier. And of course, the space for LCC to grow is far more than full service in India. Today, as we speak, 85% of the capacity is LCC, which I don't know of any other country in the world which has such a huge percentage of capacity being offered on LCC business model. And this is only growing. So the forecast is that by 2030, this will grow to 89% of the capacity in India. China, as an example, is only 10% is LCC capacity. So LCC growing means really catering to the aspirational middle class. And that's what's growing as well. So yes, a huge opportunity there on the infrastructure. We are in constant dialogue with the government. There are very old pending issues with the government, one of them being, to bring the VAT on ATF under GST and things like that. It's constantly going on. Almost 26 states out of 36 have brought down the VAT drastically, the value-added tax on ATF, and we are hoping that the 4 large states, which account for 60% of the air traffic, also, follow suit. Constant dialogue with them and taking them through data and everything to prove to them that it will not be revenue negative for that state if they agree. So very hopeful, very, very bright aviation future.
Perfect place to end. Gentlemen, thank you. Nikhil, Kamal, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kamal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get the picture. Thank you. Thank you, Chloe. And thank you both to Nikhil and Kamal. Both really, as a journalist, they're both very interesting stories, aren't they? Blue Dart. And it's really great to get Blue Dart for the first time on stage, Nikhil, to get your story. Thank you for coming to join us. You look at them. I'll talk. And Kamal, you did a masterclass there. We'll have AJ next time, but you were fantastic. Thank you very much for telling SpiceJet's story. Good luck. We wish you very good luck with your efforts, because it's...
Ajay sends his best wishes.
Great.
He really regrets having had to go out of the country last night due to an exigency. He would have really wanted to be here.
No, well, thank you. But thank you for coming, because it's really great to hear SpiceJet's story, firsthand. So thank you so much, gentlemen.
My pleasure.
Chloe, thank you.
I'll just get my phone. Thank you.
So now we do thank them again. They're very happy about that. So now we move on to the last session before your lunch. This is a Made in India session, so we're looking at the in-country manufacturing story a little bit more. We did talk about it yesterday during the leaders debate, where we had some really good setup. We're very, very lucky to have Amber Dubey, who's the senior advisor at McKinsey & Company, somebody you probably do know, many of you, as a real expert across the whole Indian aviation ecosystem. We're very lucky to work with Amber on this conference and for him to be the moderator. I'm going to ask him if he'll introduce his panelists himself, because he knows them better than I. So Amber, the floor is yours.
Vimal Roy.
From where's he?
Hello, mic testing. Hello, can you hear me at the back? Very good afternoon, everyone. Can I request our fellow panelists to come in? The time is short and there's a lovely food waiting outside. We don't want to get it cold. And we are always the most hated guys for keeping you away from the nice biryani outside. Yeah, that's Amber. Please come. Dr. Praveen Srivastava. Can we have a big round of applause for some of the top guys in the real Make in India, which is happening. Ashwini Bhargav from Boeing, everybody knows him. Dr. Loya from Loya Aerospace. Mr. Annabalgam, who's industry secretary for Maharashtra, had to just pull out at the last minute. Today's session, congratulations to India Aviation and Mark and his team for getting such a eminent group of people here. We have the biggie, Boeing. We just heard Kamal has his own issues with Boeings. Maybe we can take that as a question later. So we have Ashwini, who's been like a pioneer in this sector, has been for decades, has been with Boeing, building up the supply chain, works all across the country, looking for talent, looking for good companies to add to the Boeing fold. Their procurement is growing literally every year. They have made big commitments, and I would rather leave it to Ashwini to share that. We have Dr. Praveen Srivastava from Aeroshamp. They're doing lots of stuff in the interior space. They have branches in India and US, and he'll talk about that. Last but not the least, we also have Anurag Lohia Saab, almost 3 decades plus. He comes from Kanpur, has branches in Israel and other countries. They're from the supplier side, the real Make in India, which is happening both in India and the interiors of India, not just the big cities like the Bangalore's and the Hyderabad's, and they'll share some of their own challenges and the opportunities that they see. So without further ado, let me bring in Ashwini first. Is the big daddy. Okay, everybody wants to shake hands with him and share cards with him. In fact, I met a lot of people outside who said that Ashwini se milwa dena, ek deal karwa do inse. So he said we charge money for that. But here's Ashwini. In flesh and blood. Ashwini, can you, just to set the rules right, we have about 38 minutes to go, and we don't want to, in aviation, we do an on-time departure and on-time supply in aerospace. So what we discussed earlier was to keep it very simple, sharp, and interesting for you. And we also want to make it interactive rather than just talking to you. We want to talk with you. Okay, so in between, we'll also encourage you to ask some sharp questions, very short because time is limited. And number 2, we'll follow the simple 2 by 2 by 2 format, which basically means 2 big opportunity areas, 2 of the biggest challenges that our colleagues are facing, and 2 very practical Monday action plan kind of suggestions that we can implement from Monday onwards rather than something in the future. 2 very practical action points, one for policymakers and one for the industry per se. Ashwini, over to you. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. And when you say he's a big guy, I don't know what you were referring to. But again, as Amber said, and I've been associated with him for years together. Boeing does $1.3 billion annually in sourcing with 325 suppliers. And I know there are a lot of suppliers in the room who would like to get into the Boeing supply chain. So we want to grow supply chain, but again, it has to make sense for the business. Now, I have seen this grounds up, and a lot of people who have worked with us in Boeing would know that about 10 years back, we did not have too much of a manufacturing footprint here. And a lot of people said, oh, we're doing structures, we're doing wire harnesses. But Boeing has developed a lot of suppliers here over the last 10 years. And it is not just structures or machine parts or sheet metal, which is also required in the aviation world. But for those of you who know Boeing's supply chain will know we have expanded the width of the parts that are sourced from here. None of the suppliers that we work with are ready. So when you think about that, we have started doing forgings, we started doing electrical panels, we have started doing the complex structures like we do the vertical fin, we do the Apache fuselage in our joint venture, we do hoses, we do most of the products that a lot of people in the room would not even be aware that we are sourcing from India. It requires a lot of supplier development work. And that comes from the OEMs like us as well. So I'll say, Amber, it's an exciting time to be.
Sorry to interrupt, but Ashwini, suppose I want to become your supplier. What are the 3-4 things you would like me to tick the box on? What are the top 3 or 4 things?
Yeah. So I think it starts from an awareness what the customer wants. And in this case, the customer is us. Okay. Historically, the supply chain decisions were based on cost, alternate sources, and so forth. Today, we are living in a very different world, and the decisions are made based on multiple other factors. So for those people in the room who want to be a part of supply chain, should know the decisions are made on, number 1, what are the risks involved, geopolitical scenario. Stability is the number 1 criteria. Cost comes next. You have to be competitive, but you have to deliver the right quality and on time, okay, which is known to a lot of people. People talk about quality delivery, but stability is all about going beyond quality and delivery. So you would have heard, we got an approval from FAA to go from 38 to 42. Now, if you do ramp up to that number and Airbus is doing a little higher rate, how many suppliers do we need? We need fewer suppliers who can ramp up to that level. So for those who want to be a supplier to us, to your question, should first understand, and we'll be happy to, partner with you to tell you what we want. Look at the risk, look at the stability, talk about, what value proposition you bring to the table. Only when you are ready. You should not come to us and tell us, oh, we'll give you the right quality and delivery. That is a given in aerospace world. If you have a strong value proposition, if you're willing to invest, if you have the right approach to learn and grow, then you should come and talk to us. That's what is needed.
And do you need to have a presence already, in the sense there are many who have done exceedingly well in other high-tech and precision manufacturing sectors, say electronics or automotive, cutting-edge automotive. And they say at the end of the day, it's Boeing which will handhold us. So when you say there's lack of skill or lack of talent, if I counter argue that, see, it's a machine which will do the job. It will take in a raw material at one end and a finished product will come out at the other end. So what skill are you really harping on?
Yeah. So when we look at suppliers here, and we were like 20, 30 suppliers earlier, we've grown to 300 plus, and none of the suppliers are 100% ready. So we don't expect suppliers to be fully ready. So that's point number one. Number two, the infrastructure should be good enough for them to get qualified. Then the biggest issue, and I think you may be alluding to that, is not just about the infrastructure. Where we fail today is, where the suppliers do not have the right people to manage the work. So it is not just about quality assurance, it's about project management. It's a very different world. I used to work in GE earlier, and we never had this level of, rate readiness kind of a review there. So project management skills are very important. Predictability. You got to predict, what's going to happen in the next 6 months, 8 months. You got to be ready for the next 5 years today, because it's very difficult to qualify aerospace parts. And it takes typically 2 or 3 years to qualify these kind of parts. So you got to start working ahead of time. If you are in the catch-up mode, I don't think it's going to work in the aerospace industry.
And what kind of a payback period should I as a supplier look for? Is it 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, or more?
I'll also make a point. It's very difficult to get into Boeing supply chain. And it is very difficult to come out of the supply chain also once you're in. And
sounds like marriage, huh? Sounds like an Indian marriage.
Unless you want to fail, we don't allow you to fail. So this is the way you see that. And I have multiple examples in Indian industry who've been very patient with us. When you talk to us, you don't get into the supply base the next day. So it takes about a year. And, I don't want to generalize this, because if you talk to Mr. Singhvi of Sansera, he'll tell you that we got him on board in 2 months' time. It takes about a year for a supplier to get to that level of readiness. Then it takes about 6-7 months for the RFP process to happen. Then it takes about 2.5 years for qualification.
Wow.
So you should be prepared for a long haul, not a return tomorrow.
So this is not like a one-night stand, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. It's like a long dating session, and finally the bells will toll. And my last question before I move on to our other friends is that many also complain that you are that mighty Boeing. I'm a tiny player based out of, say, Mumbai, Pune, or Bangalore. You will just squeeze me dry. You'll say, boss, I make just 5 cents on a dollar. And you say, no, I think 2 should be good enough, and I'll give you something in the long run. Is that true, or is that an exaggeration?
I don't know if there are suppliers in the room. It depends on who you're talking to.
There are a lot of budding suppliers here.
But I don't think it's true, because, if you chase the cost part of it,
right.
The experience is, if the supplier is not healthy, it doesn't work for us.
Right.
Typically, Indian culture is like suppliers start taking shortcuts. They start changing the tier 2 and all. And by the way, the bigger problem is in tier 2, not so much in the tier 1. So we have a good way of determining, and the flip side of that, Amber, is what happens in India. They'll never give you the best price. I don't think there's anybody in the room who will disagree with me. They will quote which could be 2x, 3x, and say, right,
2x.
If the customer accepts it, I don't know. I mean, we don't have experience with Anurag yet. But so you have to have the right balance, and there are multiple ways of doing it. We have a team that is good at should costing.
Right.
We understand what will work for Indian companies. We know the developmental time and cost is a little higher. We know there's going to be a learning curve. So we are experienced enough to figure out what the right pricing is.
Right. No, fantastic. And a lot of people also feel that if I supply to Boeing, I have to be part of a clan. That's a big myth, I'm told, right? In reality, in fact, what we're told is that the big aerospace players actually want you to supply to multiple players. So they would never like Boeing, a supplier, to just stick to Boeing, because that also helps you meet those ups and downs and various demand supply curves which will happen inevitably. So can you just bust that myth also? And
yeah, I think you see a healthy, and I've seen this with GE also and now with Boeing.
There's someone like a Dynamatics, I mean, is supplying to all.
Yeah, so Dynamatics is healthy because they work for both
Right.
Airbus and us. And, the defense business, so we are, they deal with us in defense. They deal with Airbus on the commercial side. The defense business is more unpredictable as far as the skyline is concerned. So we don't want a supplier to be stuck with us and, have 20 aircrafts one day and none the second day. So it's always healthy for us, healthy for our suppliers to have a bigger portfolio. And there's always a learning curve. And I would say there's more learning they've gone on the Boeing projects versus the other OEMs. But that's fine. They learn on the other side also, and they implement this with us also. So it helps all the way.
No, fantastic. Very useful. I think it's busted a lot of myths. Okay, let's. This is the time to bring in Dr. Praveen Srivastav, doing some amazing stuff. Aerochamp. I believe you have a booth also. The next door. Please do visit it. See all the good stuff that they're doing. He's flown all the way from Navi Mumbai.
Yes.
So can you share your 2x2x2?
First of all, thank you for having me on this panel. So basically, my expertise is aircraft interiors. We were into maintenance, and then we realized, why can't we manufacture things in India? And we started, we are into the business where any passenger would touch and feel what we manufacture. So when you fly on an aircraft, you may not be aware what engines are installed on the aircraft. But when you sit on a seat, you really see things, you feel, and you can touch. So mine is a very aesthetic kind of a business, and we started by manufacturing very small things like the meal tables, the side arms, which were low end. And we started with catering to the aftermarket, and subsequently now trying to get into the OEM supply chain. So one of the very good products that we have developed in India is an aviation foam. I'm very glad to share with everybody that aviation foams were all imported until now, until say 10 or 11 months back. And there is none being imported currently in India. So we have developed the aviation foam in India, currently catering to the aftermarket. And
Let's
also
just give him a big round of applause.
Thanks. Thank you.
It's not easy, not easy.
Yeah,
he's very modest. Praveen is a very modest person. Makes it sound like whatever touch and feel, and it's the lesser part. Each of those items, if it was so easy, we would have been doing it for the last 100 years.
Sure.
Each of these are all certified. They all have to be very, very extremely lightweight and non-inflammable, right? So there are so many. Compliances is huge.
It's huge compliance. It's not easy for sure. It took us 3 years for the compliance, basically. So now we are exporting our foams to Europe. So we are very, very happy to share that with you.
To his competitor?
No, I'm not his competitor, but he's...
No, to his competitor.
To his competitor, maybe. Okay. Because I'm the tier 2 supplier, right. So maybe the tier 1 is supplying to his
This is a big company called Recaro, which makes seats.
Yeah. So
when are you going to compete and beat them?
So very soon. We started by designing a seat in India.
Okay.
Only to realize that the cost of carrying out a 16G dynamic testing is so expensive that a MSME like us couldn't afford to bear that kind of a cost. So we came down to manufacturing components. We have already designed a seat, by the way. Very soon, now my company is a little more financially more stable. And now we will be manufacturing a seat very soon. So what we did is we designed a seat, but the testing and certification costs were very high. So we went for the component of the seat. So we manufactured the arm caps, the meal tables, the seat cushions. And now we
are... This testing facility is there some chance that you can use some of the defense labs?
Yes.
They can be, they work at even heavier pressures and...
For sure.
and workload stuff. So is that something that can be explored?
Yes, and we are utilizing some of those test labs. Like NAL has a very good test
NAL,
lab
yes,
in
yes.
Bangalore. But
HAL,
yeah,
matter.
HAL and NAL both. But unfortunately, they do not have a 16G dynamic testing facility. So I have to dismantle my seat, send it all the way to a Western country, get it tested, and return back. And
Maybe that's something if friends from the ministry or DGC are here, that's something that in that civil defense cooperation or collaboration that we have to do. We are doing it, but of course we have to take it to 5x level. Testing is one of the things
yeah,
where,
so testing is
especially
one of the
SMEs,
challenges.
for
Yes.
SMEs, the testing test labs is a very, very critical requirement.
Correct.
It'll cost you what, thousands of dollars to send
it
to
does.
Europe and
One of the testing could cost me maybe close to $20,000.
Wow. Okay.
And that's just one test. And if my product fails, I lose that money. Once
and
again,
do it all over again.
Yeah, I have to get back the product, redevelop it or remodify, design it, and send it back.
What's your second challenge that you would like to share?
So the second challenge is the raw material. So none of the raw material of aviation grade were available. That is also because of the scale. There are not too many manufacturers in India. So obviously there are not too many raw material.
Can you specify the raw material? These are high-grade composites?
Yes. So for an example, and we are a very innovative company which has been trying to change the whole landscape or the ecosystem. So when we started manufacturing the meal tables, we were importing the plastic from Europe. And the only thing we were doing is thermoforming, and the value addition was very little.
Maybe
so maybe just 15% value addition. That was not good enough to make business sense. So we started working with a polymer manufacturer in India, and thankfully he was very cooperative. And now we have developed the plastics in India, and those comply to all.
100%? Are you saying 100% or 70, 80?
So they also import some of the chemicals from overseas.
Okay.
But yes, I would say it has given us a lot of leverage on the pricing. And now also the lead time is shorter. It's developed by us together. So now the plastics are being manufactured here in India, and they qualify to all FST. Essentially, most of the cabin items have to comply to not only fire, but also with smoke and toxicity tests.
Right.
So FST is a very, very stringent compliance, and that is something very difficult to achieve, by the way. And it's not only for the raw material, but also for the finished product. So because it forms a composite. So when you sit on a aircraft seat, you're sitting on a cushion which has to comply to FST. So together with the cushion, the bottom, the lining, the fabric or the leather, it has to qualify again because it's forming a composite. So we have
Ashwini does a lot of good stuff on they have Tamil, Tata Advanced Materials, and they do this massive support for Boeing, the Nagpur one, the Nagpur facility, which does I'm forgetting the name, the floor beams, the synthetic floor beams. I'm sure there could be a lot of.
He's also talking about thermoplastics. I mean, so he does a lot of thermoforming, and we do a lot of injection molding.
Correct.
So that's another point. The technology is moving towards, and if the people in the room are looking for investment, the new aircraft could well be more composites and thermoplastics that he's talking about.
Absolutely.
So we've qualified suppliers, and we do a lot of injection molded parts here. The material is imported, as he rightly said.
Sorry.
So I'm going to surely get in touch with
I'll sign a contract with him here before I leave.
Fantastic.
If he's got the right
we run a dating service also.
I hope he's not recording it. But,
no, don't worry.
Okay, so 2 recommendations.
Yes. So basically,
one for policymaker. I mean, the MOD and the joint testing facilities. That's well taken. Sure. Any other suggestion for policymakers, and another suggestion for the potential? Your competitors, but part of the aerospace community.
That's fine. So basically, I would like to thank DGCA. I mean, this is something unusual. Usually, people have complained about.
Yeah, they're always a punching bag.
They are always complaining about DGCA. But let me thank DGCA because there is a division of DGCA which is called as AED, Aircraft Engineering Department, and that has very skilled and knowledgeable people. So when we started manufacturing these for the aftermarket initially, and now would be going to the OEM, one of the challenges is how do you design, how do you certify the design, and how do you do the production, which is called as a DOA and POA. Thankfully, they were very cooperative, and my company is probably one of the leading DOA and POA in India, which is able to design, produce, and certify these parts. So thanks to DGC, a big round of applause for that also, because DGC has done a fantastic job on this.
Yeah, I'll just corroborate that, because during my government days also, I mean, there's a big shift in the attitude, because
Absolutely.
the message from the highest authorities is that you are less of a regulator and more of a facilitator.
Absolutely.
So you observe, monitor, reward, and punish.
Yes.
But I mean, don't take the punishment part or the
as
regulatory
your job.
part.
Yeah.
It's more of a facilitator, exactly what FAA, FA, and EASA do in their respective jurisdictions. Any suggestion for
So for
the private sector?
suggestion for my, the members sitting here would be, please focus on the raw material. That's going to be a huge business. You see, value addition or changing the form of the raw material, there'll be many people who would do that. So, but the raw material manufacturing is something I think many of the people who have the capability, and mine is a MSME, so obviously we worked in a little different way. So we focused on
Actually,
thermoform
you'd
plastic.
like to come in on this, because
Yeah.
even on the metal part, I mean,
Yeah.
whether it's titanium, high-grade aluminum, alloys, I mean, how do you manage that? And how can we get more of that into India? India, the biggest problem is they say scale, but then it's a
Yeah.
chicken and egg.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
unless
right,
you
right.
start, you won't build scale. If you don't have
Absolutely.
scale, you won't build anymore. So
Yeah, no, you're right. I think, and everybody knows that the biggest challenge we have is raw materials. So
Yes.
we are currently following an aggregation strategy, like we are, pulling the material and then shipping to different suppliers. But you got to have the material here in country as well. And between aerospace and defense, we don't have scale, and you rightly caught that. Two, we don't have technology. What Boeing has done, we have started qualifying 4 suppliers here. Now, it's not the flat products. What we're doing is 2 suppliers for aluminum, 2 for steel, but these are mainly billets and extrusions.
Okay.
So you got to start from somewhere, and we have a business case there.
Sure.
But we have worked with many other companies here who are in the raw material business. There is no business case at all.
Right.
We've also met with some of the composite raw material suppliers. There are 2 of them that supply from the global requirements. But I think what needs to happen, if you are able to solve the problem of the scale first, okay, or it's all about business case. If you, I mean, he talked about the approval from DGCA, and if you look at EASA and FAA, I mean, there's an overlap. So as long as we are able to prepare a good techno-commercial proposal, there is a way out. But again, it's a constraint. And when we talked about what we need to do collectively as an industry and some incentive from the government, it has to be around raw material. But Boeing has made the beginning. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
no, fantastic.
That's great.
Now, before I invite Mr. Lohia, let's take in 2-3 questions. If you can just circulate the microphones, or maybe you can just speak a little loudly. Just 2 or 3 questions. We may not answer it right away, but it's also a ploy to take you away from your WhatsApps and Instas and the Reels and the anything. Sangeeta, you always have a question. अच्छा नहीं ठीक है चलो let's spice it up a little. Let's make it a little more interactive. Any biting question? Mic दे दो थोड़ा. एक second, just wait for the microphone. Just wait for the microphone.
That's not a commitment from his side. I'll make an attempt to.
Sangeeta ji, she always has the toughest questions.
Chaliye,
Sangeeta ji.
So I'll give her the target price.
And she's always and she's always the front bencher also.
Yeah. Great.
No, jokes apart, but then I was interviewing Dr. Praveen in the morning, and when he told me all that, he also told me one thing, that whatever development has happened, which he's done since his days, he's at the moment 100% Indian. So what I wanted to know from him was that you also have your supply chain. If you're a manufacturer. So how does the supply chain work, and is it Maharashtra based only?
Great, a good question. We'll take it in the end. We'll answer in the end. Right?
Sure.
Any other question? Somebody? Okay, great. Lohia ji is doing some amazing work. Kanpur, Israel, footprints all over. Lohia ji, why don't you first share a little about the work you've been doing, and then the usual 2 by 2 by 2. 2 growth opportunities, 2 challenges, and 2 actionable suggestions.
Thank you, Amber. Happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me. My apologies in advance. I have got a bad head cold, which I developed over the last couple of days. So
Be
please.
careful when you come to Delhi.
No, I got it to Delhi.
Our lungs are blackened, so we don't care. We don't even wear masks now.
I got it to Delhi.
Okay.
So this is more infection than the pollution. I run a company called Aloha Aerospace, which manufactures parts and assemblies and final products from composites, carbon, glass, aramid composites. Composites, as you all would know, are newer, let's say relatively newer materials which are being used all over the aerospace supply chain. One of the Boeing's newer planes, the 787, I'm told is 80% composite by volume or something close to that. The UAVs, drones, which are now almost ubiquitous and one of the fastest growing products in the aviation industry, are whatever you can see. If you see a drone flying, whatever you see is composite. So we manufacture composite parts, assemblies, and structures. Today we are the largest exporter of aerostructures for UAVs from India, and which is also a very fast growing field. So like you said about the 2x2x2, now I consider challenges and opportunities as the same. As soon as you are able to overcome the challenge, it becomes an opportunity.
Absolutely.
And every opportunity presents its own challenge. Otherwise, it would not remain an opportunity any longer. Everybody would be doing it.
Right.
So, as Dr. Srivastav earlier said about the facilitation and the support from the government, my single biggest challenge is the export controls which are in place from India, which were put in place to control technologies going to countries which are perhaps not friendly to India or not aligned to India's interests. But the structure and the wording of the controls have become such that those controls are put on everybody. For example, I manufacture composites, which are an open source technology. Not that it is an easy technology, but it is an open source technology, which means it's available to anybody who has the wherewithal and the technical competence to be able to manufacture such products. And we produce parts which are designed in let's say in partnership with our customers. So we don't own the drawings, we don't own the designs. Our customers, such as perhaps Boeing very soon, shortly, hopefully, they would own the IP in Seattle or elsewhere in the world. We are just doing the manufacturing, but they are still under government control. So I have only that challenge, which will become an opportunity very soon. Other than that, I don't foresee.
But this is typically Anurag under DGFT, right? And DPIIT.
So it's something called the SCOMET, which is by the government of India per se, and it is monitored and controlled by two agencies. One is the DGFT for civil, and then the MOD for defense products. So we fortunately fall under both because we produce civil parts as well as defense parts. So we have to run
for
to
the
both
benefit
of
of
them.
our audience, do you need, even if it's a civil product, do you also need an NOC from the defense side? Because SCOMET is all about dual use.
SCOMET is all about dual use. So if it's a civil part and it can be repurposed without difficulty into a defense part, then one needs not just an NOC, one needs an export license.
Right, right.
Which
because
perhaps
a civilian drone, if it's a logistics drone, I can just remove the payload and put a bomb, and these days people have seen it on YouTube.
Yep.
I mean, so there is a risk. Right?
Exactly. So there is something called an open general export license, where certain drones have been taken out from the rigorous controls, but they are the most of the jo शादियों में जो drones उड़ते हैं, they are the kind of drones which can't even carry a
not
payload.
The industrial drones,
which cannot be repurposed for industry. They are too light, and
I believe that's below 25 kilos and
below 25 kilos,
speed level.
absolute line of sight, total weight maybe 5 or 6 kilos, something like that.
Right, right.
So that's
so suggestion, in terms of suggestion, one for the government, one for the industry.
So on this particular part, the only suggestion and the request I have for the government is that open source technologies and parts for which India or Indian companies do not own the IP should be taken out from the purview of export controls. That's my only single focused direct request.
Oh, fantastic. Ashwini, you want to come in on this? Maybe through SIDM, CII, FICCI. There's so many chambers which are working and engaging so closely and doing an amazing work. Is it possible to clean up these things? Because even on the drones, I remember we had multiple meetings during my government days, and DGFT, who's now the secretary MNRE, was extremely supportive. Mr. Santosh Sarangi, hats off to him. And it made at least below a certain weight category, below a certain speed, a free movement, right? Earlier, even that was not happening. Ashwini, any way the industry can get together and push?
I think the first thing which I've been speaking in different forums, there's so many industry associations. And the messaging that is going from different associations is confusing people like what is the priority. I think we need to prioritize first. There are multiple issues. And I'll give you an example. He talked about SCOMET. The cycle time from the customers to buy an aircraft, the defense, for example, is shrinking. So if you're making wire harness here, let's say for a defense platform, we have to make it in a shorter time. Now, if SCOMET takes like months to come, then you're out of business tomorrow. So now this is one element of the different recommendations we have for the government. So I think what we need to do is we need to have a prioritized Make in India policy, because we're going in the wrong direction, in my opinion. If we are hitting some, raw material, of course, we know is a problem, but we need to get together as an industry, maybe in one voice, prioritize what are the top 3 elements we need to take to the government. It will definitely include ease of doing business in India, but we do not have enough to do the bigger portfolio of an aircraft here right now. And for the industry, I'll say, focus on the design capability. People say India is very strong in engineering and IT. IT is 85%, engineering is 15%, and of that 15%, it's mainly engineering services. So where is the product design capability here? So we've started with a few suppliers. We are investing time with them. They're hiring some retired people from the people who know how to design it, but that's missing here. So how can you grow manufacturing here unless you build the design capability? You talked about interiors. I mean, interiors is another one which requires a little bit of design also, apart from the raw material that he was talking about. Systems, there's nothing here. Okay, so we don't have design capability. So policy is one piece of it. And I'll give you another example. Nuts and bolts. We're not able to make nuts and bolt with the local material because it requires a DFAR certified material. So the material has to be melted in a DFAR country. India is not one of the DFAR countries. So we're making that representation with the government of India. So there will be a number of these smaller recommendations, but we got to have a bigger, wider view of what Make in India policy looks like.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We have 5 minutes before we hit lunch. Any questions again? People are just too hungry. They don't want any more hunger for thought. Okay, fantastic. So let's just end with just one thing which gets you excited every morning. And we'll stick to only aerospace and defense, right?
Sure. I understand that.
Yeah, because you don't say, I think of Deepika Padukone every morning. But what gets you excited every morning?
Okay, I was employed until 2018. And my 25 years have been in the MRO industry, basically. And I've headed MROs, I've set up MROs. And I did my PhD in the year 2011. The only focus when I went deeper into the aerospace industry was, why are we producing only mechanics in India and not engineers? While the IT industry revolutionized India in last 30 years, I think the future belongs to aerospace. And that excites me a lot. There is so much to do now in India in the aerospace industry. If we are only able to integrate things together and put them in the right perspective, as Ashwini rightly said, start with design. Because most of the people want volumes and they just want to focus on manufacturing, which is just a small value addition, But if you do not design that part, if you do not develop the raw material or do not develop the supply chain, then you are only doing maybe 15 or 20% of value addition and you're really not contributing much to it.
And you've done what you just said, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
that
So
work which you did with your
absolutely. So what we did is we started with seat, realized it is not something workable for us at that point in time, but now we are going to repeat that and make another attempt to manufacture seats. So we went to manufacturing cushions, realized if I have to import the foam to manufacture the cushion, what am I doing? So then we started manufacturing foams in India. It took us 1.5 years of research together with our industry partner. And then we are very glad that we developed that. Similarly, we did for the plastics. That's very exciting. I every day get up at 5 o'clock feeling very excited that there is so much to do. And trust me, I am doing only 10% of what I could do really.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, thanks.
Anuragji, what gets you excited every morning?
What gets me excited every morning, like Ashwini ji was saying, that in the aerospace supply chain, it's difficult to get into and even more difficult to get out of. I remind that myself every in the morning, and that gives me the energy to work for the rest of the day.
Rishta kya kehlata hai? Ashwini, final word.
For me, if these two guys are excited, I'm excited because it's about the huge potential. We still like 1-2% of global supply chain. There's so much potential here, and people talk about supply chain challenges. I think all the earlier panels talked about supply chain challenges. I think that's where the excitement is, and the supply base is growing, the industry is maturing. I think that's an opportunity for us.
No, fantastic, and thank you so much for your time and all the time. No more questions. I asked for the no, they're not fair. This is not fair.
No, she had asked the question. I can answer that.
But that he's answered, right?
No, I didn't.
Chalo, over lunch, over biryani and raita, we'll do that.
There's some more questions.
Neelam, just
so let me answer
please,
to Sangeeta madam's question.
Please.
So basically, when we developed our product, obviously I can't do everything on my own. I can't, manufacture raw material as well. So we went hunting for partners. There are, raw material manufacturers or the processors in the automobile industry and other industries. So we went to them, tried explaining them, look, my volumes are very small, but I'm ready to invest my time and money with you researching on a certain material. Work with us and it will pay you in long term. So it worked for us. So we have developed a supply chain across India. So we have a lot of our back-end suppliers, vendors in Maharashtra, in Delhi, in Rajasthan, in Gujarat, so all across. So
please do get your photo clicked and please do a special feature. Of course, your editorial freedom, but please, this is a great story. Huh? Yeah. Frankly, I was not aware.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Neelam, over to you. Last question of the...
Thank you.
Don't blame me for delaying your lunch. Huh? Neelam is the culprit here.
We still have
Hi, Neelam Matthews.
Sure.
I quickly wanted to ask you, are you looking at a fusion of manufacturing your products, if they happen to, with defense?
So
products.
So you're asking the question to me or?
Anybody who's doing it. Okay. Or looking at it.
No, point fingers to someone, otherwise we'll take another half an hour. All of us have views.
Okay. Anurag.
Yeah, so can you just repeat the question, please? I didn't get it.
Fusion of aviation and defense manufacturing, if any of your products are also available for defense, because if you
he's
that
doing it
creates
on the drone
volumes.
side. Yeah. Anurag, over to you.
Yeah.
The dual use,
Yeah, so actually it's less dual use and defense. Yeah, so this industry is called aerospace and defense. There are largely now defense is done in the air. Earlier fighter planes, now unmanned aircraft, or let's say unpeopled aircraft. So it's very difficult to say that, I manufacture parts for civil as well. They go into, the same part can go into a civil aircraft and a defense aircraft when it is, let's say, a peopled aircraft, personed aircraft, because there are a lot of people here. But the same product per se, the final product, I don't see too many products going into, let's say, defense and aerospace together. when I'm differentiating aerospace as civil and defense as separately. But like I said earlier, today all the development or most of the development in defense which is happening is in the air. So it would be a combination of aerospace and defense. I'm not sure if I've been able to answer your question completely,
Yeah,
but
unfortunately,
maybe
we completely run out of time. But Ashwini, last word to you, maybe 30 seconds. See, like your Boeing PATI and 737,
Exactly.
the
I think you,
platforms.
you answered one part of it. So we have common parts between P8 and 737. But I think it's important. It is not just about the product. It's about the technology in the product as well as process. So if you implement a design, like there's something called FSTA, and a lot of people would not know this. If you implement that in the commercial space, you can do it in the defense space too. If you're utilizing a particular process in defense, you can do it there. So there is a lot of synergy in the way you design the products, and that leads to a convergence to manufacturing also.
Great. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Mark is already on the mark. And okay, big round of applause for the speakers and also for you. It's not easy just sitting and participating in a conversation like this. And gentlemen, please do spend some time with lots of people who are keen to talk to you. Thank you.
Designers not being there, we have the biggest design company being represented here.
Oh,
Right,
wonderful.
right.
Thank you.
There, so they
We will surely meet. Yeah, yeah.
Do you want the mic, Sangeeta? Do you want to
Thank you
come
so
up here
much.
and have I'm only joking. You stay down there. Take a picture. Amber, thank you very much. Thank our
Pleasure.
panel again. Thank you very much to Ashwini. Thank you to Anurag. Thank you to Praveen as well. No, you go for the picture. So thank you. So thank you, everybody. That's a great way to finish the session. Thank you very much, Amber, for moderating. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Lunch is served outside. Please enjoy it. Eat up, because we don't get another one. Not today, anyway. Not here. And after lunch, we have the pilot session. We've got an excellent group of real top-notch experts for the rest of the afternoon with the pilot training session. Then we're going to look at the business aircraft market. And then we're going to look at sustainability to polish us off. Thank you very much. Right, everybody. Thank you very much for being on time. You were waiting for us for a change. Yes, yes, we're waiting for you. Right, we're going to go into 3 sessions now, which will tail and top and tail, if you like, the final sessions here at Aviation India. So I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. And we now go into a pilot training session, because everything has to elevate in India. We talked about MRO this morning. Yesterday, we talked about manufacturing. And this afternoon, we're going to talk about pilot training, the capability, the capacity that we need there. We're also going to talk after that, we're going to talk about the business aircraft sector, which has massive potential, but is perhaps being suppressed because of various reasons. And then we're going to talk about sustainability. But first of all, I'm so pleased to be able to announce the pilot training panel. Max Berger from AFM sends his apologies. He's had an AOG. He cannot come and attend today. He was here, but he's not well at all. So I'm afraid you got me a little bit. But the great news is we've got Chris from CAE, which is our session sponsor. So come on, Chris. Come on, jump up here. Captain Christopher Ranganathan. Now, Chris, you've got a great title, because you're the Chief Learning Officer at CAE, and you operate full flight simulator centers and a flight school here in India, don't you?
That's correct.
What does Chief Learning Officer mean?
As little as possible.
As little as possible?
No, that's not true. So the general role at CAE is provide a direction or strategy going forward for both devices and training programs, and then maintaining a general oversight of our training centers across the globe.
I think you're playing that down. I think that's very, very important. You'd have been but you're going to be our moderator, so it's our absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
So did those drugs work that I gave you before?
Outstanding. I'm certainly feeling better than Max.
You're feeling right. You jump in there, and I'm going to jump in here. Okay. So let's bring our other panelists on stage. We won't clap them all on individually, but at the end of when I've got them all up, we can have a little clap. Maybe. How about that? Does that sound good? So Bobby Sharma, the CEO of Chimes Aviation Academy, growing flight training group in India, scored highest on the recent DGCA ranking. Is that right, Bobby? Jump in.
No,
You don't need to come and shake my hand because I'm going to shake your hand at the end, but you can do that. Right, you can see your name.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to sit. You sit down, my young. Thank you, young man. Look, who else we got? Captain Ashim Mitra, the SVP Flight Operations at IndiGo. Come on, Captain. Thank you, sir. Great. And Captain Shweta. So everybody's a captain, of course, on this, except for me. I'm no captain. Captain Shweta Singh, Chief Flight Operations Inspector at the DGCA. Shweta, so happy to have you with us. Please join us. Thank you. Kushberg Jatana, the CEO of Aero India. Come on, Kushberg. I was volunteering him to moderate this panel. You should have seen his face when I said he was going to do it. Whoa. Kushberg, you're the CEO of Aero India. You're opening a brand new 8-bay training center just a few minutes away from here. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Good man. That cost a few pennies, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Woo. Okay, and Joel, last but not least, of course, the CEO of AeroGuard Flight Training Center, one of the largest aircraft and flight training organizations in the world. And you've been visiting a number of flight training organizations here in India.
Yes, yes.
Jump in. And this is where I get the best bit, is I get to hand over to Chris. Chris, thank you for agreeing to step in and moderate. I'll just sit here just to sort of, butt in if anything goes astray. How does that sound?
Very helpful.
Are you okay with that, everybody? Plan? Right. Chris, go ahead, please.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the last minute notices. But pilots and the next generation of pilots, given all we've heard so far, is a natural way for this conference to progress. So every 2 years, CAE produces a global talent forecast, as do Airbus and Boeing. While the Airbus and Boeing forecasts tend to be 20-year forecasts, the CAE forecast is a little bit more modest. We cover the next decade. But even looking at the next decade has so much uncertainty. So I thought we'd focus on the first 2 years and say, well, in 2026 and 2027, the CAE demand forecast calls for about 3,400 first officers, and importantly, and often forgotten, 2,500 new captains. Both of them are new in their role in the next 2 years. So the discussion in general, when you begin to hear people talk about the pilot demand and pilot training demand, don't forget this is not just an ab initio discussion, it's also how we're going to man the cockpit of our commercial aviation fleet, which has 2 pilots, and we need new enroll for both seats. So perhaps I'd ask Captain Ashim Mitra first. So Ashim, who's going to train these pilots the next 2 years for you?
So Chris, presently what we're doing is we're following a very hybrid sort of a model, which is a combination of flight training organizations in India, 2 of them here, and of course we've got 7 FTOs whom we've tied up. We're just fortunate that we started this program almost about 9-10 years back. So we have a steady flow at the moment. But yes, you rightly said, with the growth, I think it's going to become challenging. Not very sure, but I presume, and my colleagues will be able to answer it better, with the 35 flight training organizations that are there approximately in India at the moment, I don't really see that we will be able to meet the requirement, what you've just mentioned about and what you've been talking about. From the airline perspective, I think we also need to change our roles a little bit. We are totally dependent on FTOs at the moment, and after the FTOs, obviously, then comes the type rating, which is done in one of our approved type rating centers. But I think we, as airline, will have to take a little bit of more ownership. Now, I'm not talking that we in IndiGo should start opening a flying school. I'm not talking about that. But our involvement has to be much more than what we have presently. In other words, I think we'll get more involved in the type rating part of it. And things that so like I said, we've already got nine partners at the moment. In the future, the focus is going to shift more to ATOs, and we have some colleagues over here who are running ATOs over here, and of course in-house type rating programs that we'll need to do. We in the airline have IndiGo's plans to become double in size by the year 2030, which is not very far. We've just got 5 years. We have 5,300 pilots. I think our numbers will be somewhere close to about 11,000 pilots. So yes, it is challenging, but at the same time, I think what we have to be very sensitive and very clear about, and we'll talk about it most probably later, is how do we set the training standards? Not very sure whether you covered it or you're going to cover that, how the the experience is going to dilute with time. 5 years from now, what's the experience in a cockpit going to be? 10 years from now, with this growth, what the experiences of the cockpit is going to be. So I think we'll have to collaboratively work with flight training organizations, with ATOs and the airline together to take this future, of pilots requirement right up there.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hashim. We're fortunate to have the three training providers here. Joel, you're the one training provider that's based outside of India. For those who don't know, Joel runs a very large flight school in the US, Aero, who are currently training cadet pilots for Air India. Is that right, Joel?
That's correct.
So
yes.
how are you gearing up for the next couple of years?
Well, I think, first of all, the numbers are huge. And I agree with Captain Hashim that there is no way that there is one solution that will solve all the answers. So we're going to have to work together as an industry across the airlines, across FTOs, ATOs, to figure out exactly how we're going to put together all the resources that are required. I believe very strongly that the training needs to be anchored in India with Indians. And the way that's going to happen is by transfer of knowledge from what goes on outside of India, a lot of which is in the US, and trainers inside of India to reach some of those standards that Captain Mitra mentioned. And we're looking forward to participating in that. Right now, as Chris said, we're working with Air India in training some cadets in the US, but our partner, us and the other training organization, Aviation, that supports Air India, are also working to help Air India here start their academy in India. So I think it's this collaboration and cooperation across the industry and the transfer and sharing of knowledge that's going to help meet the demand that's required.
Thanks, Joel. Bobby, if you don't know Bobby, he's been in the industry for a while. They run an excellent flight school called Chimes Academy, which is a provider for IndiGo, apart from other pilots, and is consistently rated as one of the best flight schools in India. So, what are you doing at Chimes to gear up for the next couple of years, Bobby?
Regarding
the meeting the demand for Hashim and for Air India and the other airlines. How you've got capacity, you've got instructors.
See, if we talk about capacity, the last 3 years have seen a threefold growth in the number of trainer aircraft in India itself. 3 years back, we were at about 100 odd training aircraft in all. And due to the push which was given by the ministry and by our Prime Minister's office, investors were encouraged to set up new flying training organizations. A lot of new flying training organizations have come up. More aircrafts were imported. Today, the headcount on the trainer aircraft alone is roughly about 325 odd trainer aircraft which are there in the country. And if you take a basic thumb rule of roughly 600 to 700 hours per machine for an annual fleet utilization, you're talking roughly 210,000 odd hours of flying, which is happening in India, which is 1,000 pilots. That's the installed capacity as of now, and it's growing. We guys have some 30, 35 more aircraft on order in the next year and a half. I'm sure the other flying schools are also have their order books. Last I checked, we were expecting about another 75 odd aircraft to come in this year. And not old machines, brand new glass cockpit machines. Almost everybody is buying those. So the capacity is increasing. So that's the headcount part. Yeah. Then the second part is on what you said about quality. That it's obviously not about just banging out the 200 hours. It's the kind of quality of making what we call an airline-ready pilot. So some good work happened on that. We with our airline partners, along with what we were traditionally doing, are also constantly evolving. Competency-based training. We are partnering with the airline and trying to incorporate that and make that a part of our training curriculum. So it is, aviation over the years also has seen that it's one of the fastest evolving sectors. And if you do not keep up with the times, if you do not evolve, then you get left behind. Yeah. So one is expecting some good things. going forward. And one of the discussions is, of course, what I'm sure we'll talk about it slightly later, is the MPL, which is again a very, very good step. Should add to the numbers that we need, and then be able to, not just cater to the demand of the Indian industry, but Southeast Asia. Why should we look at only training pilots for India? I remember a time when Ashim sir, when you were there at IGRUA, there used to be foreign pilots training at that place. So I don't see why we can't reclaim that spot.
Excellent. Thanks for the update. Kushberg, you're at the receiving end of the people that Bobby's going to push out. So, and you're setting up the capacity to handle type rating training in your organization. So what's the next 2 years look like for you?
Yes, absolutely. We are the middle layer of training, actually. The first layer is absolutely the FTOs, from where you get the initial part of your training. And then before joining the airline or starting with the new type, you need to do a type rating on a specific type. There is a deficit, of course, on that side of the infrastructure right now, and more aircrafts are coming in, more and more pilots are required, so you need more devices to be installed in India to cater to that one type rating requirement. And again, going back to the MPL, if that is something that is being evolved and coming in India, because that's also the first product of performance-based training. It is actually a CBTA license. So if that is what we are planning, and that is the vision that we carry, that is the way we want to go, I think the simulators will start playing far bigger role than just the FTO. They will dominate the training part, because it is about carrying the competency at a better level. So we, as SimAero, we are installing simulators in India. Of course, we are setting up a first training center. It's 8 bay, 8 simulators. And we also plan to have more training centers, more satellite in India. And we are there to cater to the requirement as and when it comes up.
Yeah, thank you. Shweta, given all this growth, I'm not quite sure how you manage to look so relaxed, because those of us that are not don't work for the regulator, they're usually the source of our ire. They're easy to point fingers at. They're easy to assume they're the root cause for many things. It's not quite true. And one of the great challenges we have as we expand infrastructure here, even the training infrastructure, is making sure the regulator and the regulatory oversight keep pace. So what's happening at VGCA to make sure you maintain the level of oversight we need to expand?
So for us in domestic, FTOs and ATO is the first line of supply chain for the pilots. Yep. And right now we approved around 38 FTOs, 9 ATOs and 76 simulators, which are approved by DGCA. We have continuous oversight on them, like twice in a year we go there and see all the visuals and every QTGs which is required to be checked. At the same time, we also help our ATOs, the newcomer ATOs and the FTOs. We facilitate them in a sense, we handhold them with the certification process so that the time taken for them reduces. So that is also a role that we do, especially with the newcomers. So the supply chain doesn't stop and new people can come in the industry and more pilots can be taken in.
That's very good. So I guess for me, the takeaway from this discussion, you've got to ask.
No, I will jump in if I need to. Don't you worry.
For me, from this discussion, the starting point of our discussion is that the theme that's emerging is that pilot numbers are one thing, but pilot numbers that are ready is quite another thing. Right? We have to bear in mind it's not just a quantity game. It's a quantity game. It's also a quality game. So thanks for that. So investing in the infrastructure required to grow this. We talked about it a little bit. Bobby talked about the aircraft that are arriving here. Kushberg is ready to build training centers all over India. But apart from the physical infrastructure, we also need people qualified to operate these flight schools, run our simulators, and perhaps even manufacture some of the devices and airplanes that are required to go there. So if anyone would like to volunteer an opinion and as to what you see coming in readiness for infrastructure, perhaps we'll start from the end. Kushberg, what do you see happening?
Absolutely right. All the devices that come in India are actually not made in India. Somebody somewhere needs to give a push to do manufacturing of simulators
So
in
we're
India.
asking for volunteers. There's an entrepreneur in the crowd that wishes to start a simulator manufacturing facility here, up front, no? But why not?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's an excellent opportunity. If we look 5 years back, China never had a single manufacturer. Now there are 4 manufacturers in China which are doing great job in manufacturing devices. They are great quality and they are competing with the best right now. And I think India can also do the same. We have enough skilled people who can produce these devices in India. And that will help in creating better infrastructure and quicker installation time, reducing the delays. Anything that is shipped out of Canada, it takes 2 months at least to get the device here. And there is a longer span that you have to look at. So I think somebody can take a call in India to manufacture a simulator, which is more of assembly, less of a manufacturing. Somebody can start in India. That is something that I look forward to.
Thank you.
But Chris, I will pop in here just for a second, because making the equipment is one thing. That seems like quite a big leap, of faith. But what about, your business? You partner with in a lot of countries to bring capacity. So maybe you should have a little bit of a word here and talk about what you're doing, and then talk about that as a bridge towards making. Let's get real here, because this is a big investment. So partnering first, maybe.
Yeah, no, partnering is a great approach, and I think one point to make clear is that CAE builds very good simulators, but the full flight simulator is not the only tool that's available, particularly in the ab initio training space. We're seeing an increased use of technology. Don't believe all the VR, AR hype. We're not there yet, but we will be. There's a lower level of device. If you look at a program such as the MPL, which are encouraging operators to begin to think about using a device other than an aeroplane, but also other than a full flight sim, somewhere in between. When we think about investing in manufacturing, don't just consider building airplanes and building a full flight sim. There's a huge gamut of devices that are available to be used appropriately, particularly with the framework of competency-based training that Shweta and her team are putting together for us. So that's the first point I'd like to make. Second, when we bring in, as a company, we've got 17 full flight sims in India. We'll have 30 in the next few years. It's the nature of the business we're in. But placing a simulator, building a building is one thing. Being able to maintain that simulator, keep it up to date, being able to find the technicians who are able to keep these sims up to date is proving to be quite a challenge. Everyone's focused on the aircraft engineer pool. People are focused on the pilot pool, rightly so. But for the sim technician, increasingly, they're going to become a constraint. So we don't have an apprenticeship program as yet established in most parts of the world, but that is a need that people are beginning to see as being a very real requirement. It's not just bringing the infrastructure in, it's making sure that you have the manpower, the expertise to be able to operate it efficiently. So that's something to consider as well, I think.
So you're going to 30 full flight simulators?
We will, yeah.
When? By?
Yeah, well, it'll happen.
What, in 2040 or what?
No. It'll be to meet the demand for IndiGo and Air India and Akasa and the airlines in India. It's driven by the demand. We know when the airplanes are arriving. This is not a secret. We build flight simulators.
So you'll build up as the demand increases.
That's
and also
plan.
As your customers
that's
request.
It. Yeah, as the customers request, and as the regulations change, as we move more towards using full flight simulators, that will move the types of simulators we have to build, the types of simulators we have to deploy. So the mix will change as well.
So I will just jump, because this is good, because I'm just keeping the spotlight on you and also on Krishberg. Captain Ashim, how do you assess the response of your partners here how are they coming with you, or are you pushing them, or are they pulling you? What's the thing?
So Mark, I'm pretty positive about what they've spoken, really. Every morning when I open my mailbox, believe me, and this is without exaggeration, I find one ATO trying to reach out to us with their plan.
Every day?
every day. Believe me, it's a factor.
Mm.
And I'm sure they'll agree with it because the number, and when you interact with them, each of them have got big plans, you know. And sometimes they feel that we should not get over capacity in due course. But I'm sure they know how to do their business. But coming back to your earlier question, and I wish you would have asked me that.
Oh, anybody can jump in and answer any question, by the way.
Because I think it was tilting about more make in India sort of a concept, you know, that why is CAE making simulators in Canada? I think you guys make simulators in France over there. The question is, why not India? So I once had an opportunity to be in an Airbus forum where I was said that if you were the CEO of Airbus, what would you do? And I said, well, the first thing I would do is stop looking at the West and start looking a little more towards the East. Okay. China was a big market, so Airbus started assembling aeroplanes over there. I think India is a large market, bigger than any other place in the world. And I said that, you know, Airbus should start assembling aeroplanes in India. There should be a finally assembly line in India somewhere. Well, that was just a question which I had asked the CEO. I did get an opportunity one day sitting with him, and I did ask him the same question.
Okay, him for it.
And he convinced me that you will not believe how many parts and how much research, how many components are actually made in India. So I really don't know how much CAE does over here and how much of technology from, you know, our Silicon Valley, Bangalore goes over there. But I'm sure India is playing a very, very vital role over there to maybe not assemble it, because end of it, what really looks fancy is the assembly line or the final product where it comes out from. But I think as a country, I think India is playing a very, very major role in supporting all these manufacturers, whether it's visuals, whether it is motions and all that. And we've got some veterans sitting over here who've been in CAE for years, and I'm sure they'll have answers to that. So I can see a lot of it happening, what's been mentioned, yes.
And the point was made yesterday by Jürgen and Salil from Boeing and from Airbus and Boeing respectively about what they are doing already in India, which is massive. And the Airbus board was recently here. So all the people that you met and were here looking at India, coming to visit people, different states, the regulators, the ministry, and that's not an accident. They're not coming because they just want to party. They're coming because they see great opportunity here and they want to support. That was my impression. Shweta, you were there. Yeah. They want to support the country and the country's customers and the country's operators.
They see too much of manpower, or I would say workforce that is available in India, and they want to encash on that, which is not available in Europe or any of these countries, which is a big asset for us. And qualified workforce, I would say.
Right, exactly. So your point's well taken, Captain, about trying to encourage that ecosystem, but you guys play a massively important role in stimulating the ideas, but also pushing them. And I Chris, I'm going to let you jump back in and run it, but you guys feel, and Air India are doing it with Airbus with their joint venture on their training simulator center as well. So everybody's the big players. You and Air India, IndiGo and Air India are coming to the party here because you have to, and you have to take more control, which is what you said. So, Chris, sorry, just make a couple of points.
No, it's a great discussion. And I think we also want to call out the point that Joel made in the answering the earlier question about transfer of knowledge. And that ties into how this is going to play out, right? And we were talking earlier. It's a great opportunity in India because in some people's viewpoint, the aviation sector here is behind what we might find in the West. But personally, I see it as an opportunity. We don't have the baggage. It's like what happened with the mobile phone revolution in India. We did not have landlines established everywhere, so we didn't have to worry about justifying the cost of sunken infrastructure. It's exactly the same thing in our view for where training infrastructure is, training regulation is. Much of training regulation in the West is quite mature, but it's layer and layer upon negotiation, compromise with the airline bodies, industry bodies, and unions. And in many cases, we have the great opportunity here to have a clean sheet approach to modern aviation regulation. I see a point in time in 10 years from now where competency-based training and regulation is actually written in India because we have no baggage to follow. So for me, that's a huge opportunity. So I want to get Shweta in and say, well, so Shweta, so what are you going to do about that? How is the DGCA going to lead the charge? You've already embarked on the CBTA journey. It's not simple to implement, like but is anything happening at the DGCA to begin to think about Indian regulator as being world leading, not just the Indian airlines, but the regulator themselves?
So we introduced CBTA in our country around 2022, and in fact, IndiGo was the first lead airline for us, which is very well settled now, moving towards the EBT. And all the other airlines are already in, due course should be finishing maybe by next year, the complete course, because there were certain OEMs who were not ready from their side.
Yeah.
So we had to go as per them. Definitely, we are also going to be revising it since we see how one airline has already gone through. So there's so much learning for us, and there are new things which just come up. So there are certain places there where we need to make it more stricter, and some places where we need to reduce it. So that revolution is going to be on for sure. And we are also introducing CBTA concept for the cabin crew, which is again going to be new. So it is a process, it's a journey for us as Indian Airlines, and we are also tapping on the non-schedule operator. So we would be talking to some ATOs who would be working along with us so that we can go to the major aircrafts which are here like Embraer and Global, who can look after the CBTA training.
Okay, very good. So we talked, I think, so far about the demand and what we need to have in place for demand. But can we talk a little bit about the human capital, about the people that are actually going to be able to deliver all this stuff? I mean, what are your thoughts, Joel, about talk a little bit more about this transfer experience of transfer of knowledge theme you spoke about?
I think there's a couple of things. First of all, this is a wide spectrum of issues, but it does start with how, if you look at the basic training, but also once you get into the simulator, where are the trainers coming from? Which is one of the biggest challenges that we have here in India. Today, our flight instructors are typically Indian flight instructors, are typically pilots who were not able to get hired at the airline. Okay, so that is a fundamental issue that I think everyone has to come to grips with, and is that what we want? And I think we're starting to see some changes in that because, and I'm going to let Bobby talk to this because it's his program, but there's programs where the airlines are starting to get involved to work with the flight schools to make commitments to flight instructors that if they stay, if a new student who has been trained stays with the flight school as a flight instructor and doesn't run to the airline as soon as they finish, that they will have a great opportunity at the airline. And we need to figure out a way to keep instructors at the schools long enough so they can train new students, not just take pilots who couldn't get a job somewhere and then, okay, you'll be a flight instructor. I think second, it's also, we need to look at I'm going to go back to the regulation here just for a moment because the DGCA flight rules are today highly driven by hours of training. And you heard the word competency-based training bantered about here a little bit. Competency-based training means devising the training so that the training is about when the pilot is ready and has learned the skills versus the number of hours that they have achieved in the airplane. And the Indian regulation today, the DGCA regulation, calls for 100 hours of solo flying in a plane for student as part of their 200 total hours. I will tell you, and I can let Bobby talk to this if he chooses. The 100 hours of solo is not necessarily, it's a lot of solo time, let's put it that way, without a trainer teaching the student how to learn. That's different than many other countries in the world, and it's something I think we should look at. And then finally, there's an opportunity, I think, to, you'll hear the acronym MPL also talked about here, where pilots will be trained a certain amount in the airplane, but after they reach a level of proficiency that is needed when they move to the next level into a jet, they are then moved into a simulator and leverage the technology that Chris mentioned to teach them how to specifically fly that particular aircraft. As all of you can imagine, it's quite a different experience flying a single engine piston aircraft and flying an A320 or 737, and certainly a wide body aircraft. And those skills need to be taught early on versus telling someone to spend more time in the aircraft. So I think we need to start to look at these different types of issues. We can learn from around the world, not just the US. I mean, the Europeans also have a strategy for going at this. There are airlines like Singapore Airlines or Qatar Airways and other airlines around the world who have advanced MPL to another level. And in order to reach the numbers of pilots at the skill level, which is really critical, we need to look at all these different alternatives in India.
Can I come in here?
Yeah, it's yours.
So I just take 2 minutes to explain a very interesting part of how this 100-hour PIC thing happened. In our country, the CPL used to be 250 hours. Then somewhere around 2001, 2002, the airlines went back to the DGCA and said, listen, boy, we're not getting the pilots that we need. And our kids are all bright as buttons, so 200 hours is enough. And what DGCA did was it lopped off 50 hours without proportionately lessening the various minimas required. So technically it should have been, when you lopped off 20%, it should be 25%, then it should be that it would have come down to 80 or whatever. But it continued at 100 PIC. The good part is that even when you look at the minima which DGCA requires, there are enough buffer hours in the 200 which still exist. So if on competency-based training you need to give somebody certain more hours, you have that leeway without that prospective candidate having to pay more by doing more airtime. So, of course, there is a need that the 200 hours, it can be done smarter, where you get a better training per per hour, if you want to call it that. That should be done, and that's an exercise. I'm sure we do engage with the Directorate Flying Training, which looks after us from the regulatory side, and hopefully we'll be able to get some positive traction there.
Thanks, Bobby. Before I go to Kushberg and Shweta, because I have a couple of follow-up questions for you. They're throwing you under the bus again, by the way, Shweta. I want to ask Ashim, what do you think about this idea of an airline partner with an FTO to have an instructor pathway?
The airline pathway?
Yeah, with an airline.
See, we have the airline pathway, and in fact, even the other part that Joel was talking about on the instructors, see the advantage? With the airline pathway, obviously, it's, that's the reason why it is, every airline which takes, human capital seriously, that, pilots are a very integral unit of that. So they have a cadet program, because then they have the opportunity to monitor the training of the person from day one. And that's how it is done. Even with IndiGo, we have their flight ops team, which is constantly looking over our shoulder, getting reports from us on the progress of the cadet through his training with us. And it ensures that the training is done, according to the quality standard that they expect. So that's the good part. And see, every stakeholder has to buy into it for a program to be successful. So the good part, as I said, the advantage we have is that we have a proactive partner here. You need very good instructors, and as Joel was pointing out, that the good ones normally like graduating to the airline. And here in our country, you don't have to wait for 1,500 hours of experience to join an airline. So it becomes slightly difficult to retain good talent. So we devised a program with the airline where we have an instructor retention plan also. So basically, if we identify a good instructor and he spends 2 years training the cadets of the airline, he automatically then gets inducted to the airline, which is a very big advantage to that person. And it ensures that you have quality, committed instructors who know that for the next 2 years, they have to deliver and give top-notch instructional training to the cadets. So everybody is a winner then.
Kushberg, at the other end, where, because given the CAA experience, finding suitably qualified flight instructors in the simulator is also a challenge. It's not necessarily, it's a different type of challenge, but nevertheless, it's something that needs to be addressed. If we're going to progress this new world of synthetic flight training, where are the synthetic flight instructors coming from?
You know, it's a huge challenge when we look at instructors. Instructors are produced by airlines. So we are always looking out for the instructors who want to leave an airline or who's getting retired from the airline, because we don't have a straight pathway for an instructor in a ATO. You don't have that in India. So we are always on the lookout and trying to find the best educator rather than an instructor, because instructor needs to be a good educator also at the end of the day, because he's the one who's going to pass the complete his training experience to the new kids who are there to train. So I think even airlines should also start looking at young pilots. If they are a good educator, why don't you move them towards the side of instruction rather than waiting for a longer period to make them more available instructors or examiners? I think that will shift with time. I think because there is huge demand right now. Even CAE faces the same challenge in India, and we do also face the same challenge. So I think going ahead, this will need to be a little bit more focused and partnered with the airline, where they can even do a dual cooperation with the airline, where we can utilize their instructors and they can utilize our instructors whenever it is required. So it is more a partnership that will be done between the ATO and the airline.
Yeah, this theme of partnership keeps coming up, doesn't it? Because I think you've got it absolutely correct. And if an airline wants a steady stream of pilots coming in, they have to give something. They have to invest back into the infrastructure that produces these pilots in the first place. So I think the instructor pathway is definitely the way forward in India. Instructor regulation and oversight, right? I mean, it's easier said than done. We know it's more than just words on a piece of paper. So with the move towards competency-based training and assessment, I know you're passionate about training instructors to be ready for that. Can you tell us some of the work you're doing in oversight to making sure we're ready for this move to CBTA?
So I'll start with the first question you said about sufficient instructors. So we are encouraging all the airlines so that they can have the enough pool for them. So we tell them whatever is the requirement, you should make a little extra on top of that. And also when there is certain aircrafts which are entry into service, like when we brought 350 in India. So we requested OEM people to come and train Indian pilots so the transition could happen. So we also tapped the international experience pool. Coming back to CBTA, so we are doing a lot of work in CBTA for making it more digital also. So most of the forms of CBTA would be digitalized, or they're already in the trial process. So anytime the instructor is signing off exercise, it will go directly to our pool of EGCA and will go directly to our licensing department. So there's no transition. That saves a lot of time for the pilot to be on the ground. So it is like he's getting recurrent very fast. So that trial is in progress. And coming to our oversight on instructors, we have regular oversight on instructors and examiners. We have like a standardization check every year for them, for the examiners, and we have refreshers every year for them. For trainers, we check them in 5 years. But we have a program in which the in-house trainers are supposed to check them for instructors. Of course, examiners are delegated authority of DGCA, so the oversight is more on them. Even we do random checks on examiners and instructors both. So with CBTA tool making more digital, we have a better oversight in a sense. We have a dashboard where we can see which airline is low on instructors, which airline is high. If we need to tell them to increase the pool, that also monitoring we can do.
Very good. Ashim, I know a lot of our discussion so far has been in the ATO or the FTO world, but I know from personal experience the difficulty that you and Rajiv and an airline team has for maintaining the quality and quality of instructors required inside the airline. So for those of you who aren't terribly familiar, a large part of what a growing airline does is actually do internal training. And I'm not sure what percentage of your pilots are actually instructors, but in an airline such as IndiGo, Air India, and the airlines in India today, you have a larger than you think population of people who have to become instructors in order to train pilots once they're absorbed, once they join the airline from an ATO, to keep them current and then promote them as captains. How are you addressing that at IndiGo, Ashim?
So, Chris, this is a fantastic question, I think, and I need to stress a little bit on things that we did in the past and how we realized that we need to do that. So, again, the question comes, it's not about numbers anymore for an airline perspective, you know. It's more about the competency which is there. Are they competent enough? It's not about just 250 hours of flying. Are you competent enough? But are you competent enough to be a pilot to fly the air for an airline? Because, you know, bush flying is different, crop dusting is different, airline flying is different. So what we are looking is from day one, we should get pilots who are trained for an airline. And obviously for that, there's a lot of other competencies that are required. So way back in 2015, I think we were doing fairly good that time. 10 years back, I think we were with the growing airline. Numbers were there, everything was fine. But I sat with the training team and we figured out that, listen, we need to figure out that where do we stand in terms of global standards. We have these big guys, big fellows all across, you know, and IndiGo, we were not even anywhere there, but we were growing, and we had a forward-thinking sort of a site, you know, that where we need to be after a couple of years. So we called the LOSA team, and LOSA is Line Operations Safety Audit from University of Texas, and we said that we want you guys to come here and do an audit for us. Take a ride in the jump seat. We got the DGCA permission. These guys came and they did lots of jump seat flying, and their concept was they were not there to, you know, to find faults. They were looking into the system. How are we operating? Our ops manuals, our procedures. What are the threats that are there in the Indian sky today? And air traffic control was one of the largest threats that time. Weather was a huge threat that time. Well, it's still a threat. But the season when they came, they saw weather all around. They saw air traffic control. They saw TCAS, you know, collision avoidance system. They said, oh my God, the sky is getting more and more busier over here. So they came and they did about 140 flights with us. And end of it, they got us all together. And some of my team members over here, we got together and they said, okay, fine. Now we want to see these reports. They deep drilled every report. And when I say deep drilled, means they really went deep into it. And they said everything over here, we come to one conclusion. There are lots that I can talk about, but I'll just give you one conclusion. He says, you're a safe airline, so there's no aeroplane that's going to fall off the sky. Technology is well there. It's going to pre-warn you. Everything is over there. But what is lacking is leadership. It's just not about flying an aeroplane from A to B. Today's flying is totally different. Look at the interaction that you have to do, starting from dispatcher to the cabin crew, with the ground staff, with air traffic controllers. You know, it's all about leadership now. So you just don't need pilots, you just need numbers. What do you do about leadership? So we started a program, which was an Airbus program, and I would say a pretty expensive program. So I think anywhere you want to reach in life, I think there's a huge investment. Yeah. So we invested a lot. We made sure that every instructor in IndiGo goes through an LMQ program, which is the Airbus Instructors Core Program. And today we have all our instructors, I think all our instructors are trained. We said, okay, fine, the instructors are trained. How do we trickle this down the line? We said, okay, let's take the captains now. So we started with something like a command development course, which we embedded along with, you know, when anyone moves from the right seat to the left seat. And we have even now taken it to the first officers, you know, and said, okay, let's train. So I think this is something which is constantly needs to be done all the time. You know, it's a process, you know. And I think a lot has been spoken about that acronym CBTA. I don't know how many of you really got it right. It's nothing but competency-based training and assessment. Once upon a time, and Chris and I were flying way back, you know, and we've flown an airplane which if I see right now, if you put me in the cockpit, I'll feel giddy. I just don't know how we flew that airplane, huh? And I flew 4,000 hours as a captain in that aircraft. So that's where your skills were tested. You were tested for your skills. But today's airplane, you don't, well, skills are required always, you know, but that level of skill is not required the way it was. So what is really required now is, do you have the right competencies or not? And these 9 defined competencies is something that we need to embed in every instructor. And if it's embedded over there, it'll trickle down the line. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
It's very useful.
Chris.
It also, we should have rehearsed this. It leads me really nicely to my next question. So in preparation for this for this conference, I did a little bit of a deep dive into our aviation talent forecast We normally just report bare numbers. You need 18,000 pilots by 10 years, the next 10 years, and so on. But we never have, and most people who don't, talk about not just the new pilots, but the pilots that are actually being promoted from first officer to captain, and the effect this growth and attrition has on total experience level. So I'll give you some numbers from here, and then hopefully this helps explain why Shweta and the DGCA are pushing towards CBTA, why Ashim just spoke so eloquently and passionately about the need for CBTA, why Joel talked about competency-based training, and then I'm going to ask Bobby and Kushberg how they're getting ready for this introduction. So here are the numbers. Okay, by 2030, so in 5 years from now, about 50% of Indian pilots will have less than 5 years in an airline as an experience. By 2034, 75% will have less than 10 years in their role, and from 26 to 34, an average of 12 pilots across all ranks will be in their first year in their new role, either new first officer or a new captain. Is this unsafe? Is this, it's certainly unprecedented, let me tell you. Our industry, on average, it took us 10 years to get from first officer to captain. That is not going to be the case in India. The airplanes are still coming. We have to find a way of growing this safely. And so what we need to, in fact, have to do is try and squeeze in those 10 years of experience you got by getting shouted at by the captain flying as a first officer into 3 or 4 years. Because that's how long it takes for somebody who graduates from Bobby's flight school, who's trained in Kushberg's typewriting program, once he joins IndiGo, takes to become a captain. So how do we make this magic happen? How do you squeeze 10 years of relevant experience into 4 or 5 years? Okay, and that was a primary driver worldwide for the introduction of competency-based training and assessment, and a move from aircraft training to synthetic training, where you could safely simulate the experience you would normally get over 10 years or 15 years into 4 or 5 years. So it's a bit long-winded, but it was important to set the scene why we begin to talk about CBTA the way we do. Now, MPL. MPL is a CBTA program for ab initio. When will we introduce CBT? 22?
22.
In 22, DGCA introduced regulation for competency-based training and assessment, where it was confined to the application of this principle in type rating training and for recurrent training. IndiGo is the first airline to use CBTA in recurrent training. So you've heard in the news and many impassioned articles about the evils of MPL or the need for MPL, depending on which side of the fence you sat. But regulatory progress is being made now to draft our next set of rules to allow MPL as an alternative pathway for these reasons. It's a natural extension of the solution that Shweta and DGCA proposed to solve this experience problem now being applied to ab initio training. So can I ask Shweta, how firstly is DGCA preparing to introduce these new set of regulations?
So we have a very high-level committee which is formed for looking into MPL and to go ahead, and if go ahead with what. We also have a set of people who are looking into regulations, how to transit into MPL regulations, and just to make it very friendly for the pilots. If there is an incident where he wants to revert back to CPL, there should be an extraction syllabus for that person. So there's no financial loss. So all those aspects are being looked into it, and we are still getting into the inputs. Once we get into finalize, we'll tell you.
Excellent. Joel and Kushberg, in either turn. So how is the FTO world preparing for the introduction of MPL?
See, honestly speaking, as I said, I do not think that that MPL is going to be the death knell of the flying schools. That's not how it works. An MPL is just an alternate way of training. We can argue which is a better one. I'd much rather do that with a glass of whiskey in hand. But having said that, what I feel that from the Indian context, the challenge for MPL is not going to be whether it will be implemented by DGC. I'm sure, if a smart curriculum is made and given to them, they'll approve it. It is that how is it going to be implemented? You know, I was just doing a basic maths. You know, when you say, okay, in an MPL program, you need 75 hours of full flight simulator, you need another 75 hours on the fixed base. So even if I have to train 1,000 pilots, that is 150,000 hours of simulator time. 75,000 hours which need to be done by SFIs. The SFIs are people who are 65 and above, who, even with the airlines, do a 40-hour program in a month. So how many SFIs are you going to need? And India has done aggressive, recruitment of pilots only from 2000 onwards, when open sky policy came in. Your average commander now is about 40, 45 years old, which means you're not going to have too many people who will cross over from 65 and retire in the next 5 years or 10 years. So where are these people coming from? And the 75,000 which have to be done by the fixed base, for the fixed base simulator, DGCA still has to, tell us whether it will need an SFI or just a 320 rated pilot. And you already are saying that, we have a shortage of pilots, the number of aircraft coming in, that's going to be a problem. Are you going to start pulling people out from the cockpit and putting them into a simulator? Those are the challenges which will come. I'm sure they'll be surmounted in some way. But, like we faced the problem when the, boom happened on the flight training side also, we just didn't have enough machines here. It has taken us some time to get the machines in. The same way, it will take time. As I said, MPL will happen, but it will take a little while for it to roll out.
Very good.
And, one of the questions which, worried me, and, that's, I'm sure that some go around will be found for that also, is that MPL, as I understand, is here going to be a self-funded program by the student. Now, God forbid if I'm in the program and I reach 80%, 90%, I've finished, and if the airline folds up, what happens to me? Whereas if I'm in a conventional CPL program, I can go anywhere I want.
Very good.
So those are, one of the challenges. As I said, this is it can be a fun discussion and, debate. But, those are things which need to be
We'll
asked.
give Shweta a chance to respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the planning to award an MPL to an airline will be to an airline who's self-sufficient with simulators, who's self-sufficient with trainers, who has enough pool, and we can have a proper oversight. They will be checked at every checkpoint before we award that to that. So that is in the back of our mind, but it is still not finalized. That's all I can say.
Ashim?
Yeah, maybe, Chris, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to, talk about numbers anymore. I'm going to talk from an airline perspective, and for us, safety is number one. So whether we have the simulators, whether we have the aeroplanes, where we go everywhere in the world, and we'll try to get the numbers. But I want to focus more on the quality and more on standards. Let's just go back. It's always nice to relate everything with a little story. Let's go back to 1988, 89. We were flying the 737-200. Now this brand new machine, just invented, fly-by-wire, great technology came in 1989, and they said, now we have to look for first officers to sit on the right seat. All of us pilots, we get very excited when there's a new plane coming, The bigger the plane, the more excitement, The more modern the plane, the more gizmos in the plane, the more excited we get, So all of us very excited, oh, wow, we're going to move there. But then we saw that all over the world, there was a prerequisite by all the regulators that you have to have 500 hours of experience on a conventional jet before you sit on the right seat of a 320. So we had to have 500 hours before I could sit over there. So I was already MPL trained. I already had the competency that was required. I had seen the sky. I knew my radios. I knew the airspace. So I moved over there. But what happened with time, and Bobby just mentioned about it, 250 hours of flying came down to 200 hours. Well, you see it as a risk. Maybe even I see it as a risk. What did we do over there to put the same guy now from 250 to 200, he's come down, and all that was done was a jet orientation course was pushed in the simulator for a couple of hours, 4 or 5 hours, I don't even know the numbers, and a multi-crew concept was brought in for 3 or 4 hours. A condensed 8-9 hours course was given on a simulator, and now we say the guy is ready to sit on the right seat. If you truly ask me, I don't think so that 500 hours that we flew in that jet before we could sit on the right seat can ever be compensated. The only way it can be compensated is by having a robust multi-crew pilot license program, which is the need of an airline. And I'm thankful that the regulator is also thinking on the same lines, but nothing has really come out. But I think there will be a lot of airline involvement, Bobby, just to give you assurance on that. There'll be a lot of airline assurance over there, starting from the selection till the first MPL student passes out and sits on the right seat. It's not that when MPL comes, CPL is going to close down. I think with the growth that we see over here, I think both these programs, I can tell you, for the next 2 decades at least, will continue together. It's not going to be that, MPL is coming tomorrow as a rule, or CPL is finished. Life will go on. Everybody will be, everybody will have a place in the airline, and we will have a chance to fly over there. But safety for me was the first thing, and that's why I took this little jump over there and said that, okay, I don't want to meddle with numbers, but I think safety is very important, and that's what we're focusing on.
So Chris, may I just, to add to what you're saying, Captain Ashton, let me just try and just come in a little bit. So safety, absolutely. So this industry needs safety, number one, but we need pilots. We need capacity. We need capacity to meet competent pilots. Okay,
just not pilots.
Okay, okay, competent pilots.
Because a lot of CBT has been spoken about.
And MPL is a tool in this journey. Right. When do you? I mean, I'm a journalist, so I think, right, when do you need it to be able to meet the capacity in India? I mean, it's already in place in other. In India. When would you like it? When do you need it?
We need it today to start with. When are we going to be completely MPL? I don't have an answer, because it's going to be a long journey. From the time we get the first MPL student out, as and when the rules are still being formed right now. We don't know. There'll be a lot of deliberation. There'll be a lot of deliberation with the regulator, with the airline. How much of involvement the airline is going to have in that entire program is very important. And most important, I think, to clarify everyone, I think the biggest bond that is required over there is going to be with an airline and an FTO. And correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. It's not with an ATO. ATO comes later to ride on that journey. But the initial bonding is between an airline and having the right FTO. If you as an airline have got the right FTO, MPL program will go on, and we'll have many times the question is asked that, okay, Europe has MPL. Why does America not have? Why does the US not have? And I have an answer for you. How much experience do you need to sit on the right seat?
1,500 hours.
You're MPL trained. So you just can't say these are two things that have to be seen together. You just can't isolate the hours and say, oh, yeah, the guy sitting over there on the right, he can only fly a cargo aeroplane, or he can fly an airline if he has 1,500 hours. He's more than MPL trained.
So clearly, to get to that environment, the regulator, everything has to be done in the right way to make sure that the competency, the safety is fully adhered to. But Shweta, you're working on this clearly hard. There's teams working on it. I'm not going to, what is your timeline? What do you think? Put you on the spot. I mean, it's my job, right?
Good question. So we have a lot of stakeholders involved in it. So it's the FTOs, the ATOs, and the stakeholders with the airline, which is one of the biggest stakeholder. And it also involves a lot of input from the normal people, the pilots, because they're spending a lot of money. So it is our duty to make sure that the safe training is done and no extra expenditure is wasted. So keeping all this in mind, we do have a timeline which is like 6 months or something, or maybe less, but we're continuously working on it, and let's see how it goes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you giving us that candor. Thank you. Chris?
Kushberg, I haven't asked how ready are you for the MPL?
When we look at the traditional CPL and the MPL, when we compare that, we have no way to do competency ramp up. Yeah. There is no way. You have to follow a fixed syllabus. Regardless, you have to churn out after 200 hours, 250 hours, whatever. But where in MPL, you are having this flexibility because it is data driven. Everything is driven on the basis of your EBT, your training, your output on the last sessions. So that is where I think MPL is far, far better in terms of when you look at the competency at the end of the training, you can always have competency ramp ups in between whenever required so that you reach that level. Whereas in the fixed CPL, we have that same old monotonous program where you don't change anything. You clock 200 hours, here is your CPL. But in MPL, you have a lot of things to drive on. It is completely data driven. So that is one thing. And with IndiGo, it has huge data, which can relate to what is required for training for the students. I think working with the regulatory, of course, with the airline, which has huge data, can produce excellent safe pilots.
That's very good. I mean, that was the end. The last question I had prepared for the panel. Do we have time to go to the audience?
Yes, I think we do. Let's do that. Let's do that. Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much, and everybody. Let's go for the Q&A. So we're going to keep the questions obviously towards pilot training. And if you have other questions, we can grab these great panelists afterwards. So we've got the mic in the room. There's a gentleman here. That's the first one. Where's the second one? Did I see another one? And the second one over there. My friend there. So please, tell us who you are and your question.
It was very a nice session we had on FTOs, which was really required. I have a question from Captain Shweta Singh. You know, with the new grading program of DGCA, grading the FTOs, very concerning, 22 were in C, and I think 13 odd made it to B. My question is, what specific performance matrix will FTO need to shift from B to A? I mean, C to A will take a lot of time, but B to A. So okay. That would be a specific question.
So there's definitely a defined metrics for it. However, I don't have it ready in front of me, but I can definitely share with you. Thanks.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Question there, and then another one. Is there any other questions? Can you see any other, Chris? Just that one at the moment.
Hi, I'm Captain Sehgal. I'm from CAS. I have a question for you, Captain Christen. There's a lot of talk on the fixed wing that we talk about simulation all the time, and there's no talk on the the helis, the rotary wing. Yeah. And we talk about a lot of fixed wing, full flight category D simulators and all. But none of you discussed any VR simulation, which is now the way to go, much cheaper, and it's a 2:1 ratio. Yeah. And CA is not even planning to talk about it or bring it. I've discussed that, and I've been with companies operating helicopters now, and I'm a 777 pilot myself. Is there any VR simulators or AX simulators coming up?
Yeah, so this is a really good question. So if you don't know, most of helicopter training today is done on the helicopters themselves. Right. And they have a disproportionate number of accidents that occur in training in a helicopter. I mean, we should not be in this day and age where we are with helicopter safety today. The difficulty with applying simulation to helicopter is the cost of the data package in simulation. It tends to make the cost of the simulator and therefore the cost of the training prohibitive for many small simulators. So what's being explored and has been certified to some level is the use of VR technology and a smaller, less sophisticated motion device to begin to qualify a level of simulator that replaces or at least allows some of helicopter training to be done. It's the early days as we speak. I have no doubt we'll see more and more of this. One of the limitations with VR in general is that today VR simulation is only, we spend a lot of time in research and experimenting with this. I can tell you where we've gotten is not quite there for multi-crew, where you have a single pilot vehicle, a helicopter, an eVTOL, or airplane. VR is a viable alternative for some level of simulation, where you have more than one crew member. Having both of them see the same thing at the same time through VR is still not quite there. Thirdly, is we're still, despite the hype, there is still a human factor to be considered in terms of how long someone can wear a VR session. Traditionally, training has been done in 2-hour or 4-hour segments. In our research, in our experiments, it is very difficult to have someone keep a VR headset on as it stands today for 2 hours. About 35, 40 minutes is where we are. So it will come, but I think beware the hype. We're a few years away from seeing it where it's commercially viable.
Chris, if
No, I'm going to stop it. I'm going to ask. Do you mind if I stop there? Because we need to move on. Do you mind? You guys, you know him. You can grab him. Thanks for I appreciate your question, but I'm going to ask to close it now, just because time is running on. I'm just going to do one. I'm going to ask Captain Asham just to give us the last word, because you have to sit down in front of Mr. Elbers and the rest of your well, let's just say him, right? And you have to say, and he says, I'm bringing in these 350s, I'm bringing in these 320s, the XLRs, etc. This is the pipeline. Are you ready to pilot them?
You know, I think I, as an individual, I'm very, very optimistic. My answer is never no to start with. I need to find a way how to do it.
Then he looks at you even harder and goes,
he does.
But Captain Ashim, can you? I know you're optimistic.
No, of course. We've got the XLRs coming in December. We've already got a plan in place. We've got the wide bodies coming in 2027. We've got that in place. So we've got a plan in place, absolutely.
For your cockpit requirements, you think you've got a plan, you've got the partners, or the ecosystem is working, the regulation is, you're confident.
We're pretty confident that we will be able to, well, there will be hurdles, but I think what we all spoke about, if these things can all mature and can come to the next level, whether it's from the regulator, whether it's enough flight training organizations ready to partner with us, whether enough simulators to partner with us, I see no thing. The only hurdle that comes, which I now see, is as we were growing as kids, if you can remember, every boy wanted to be a pilot. When you were 15, 16 years, the only thing you would say, oh, wow, I want to be a pilot. Today, the opportunities for kids, there are so many other opportunities that everybody is not looking into being a pilot.
Right.
So we are now, coming back to your question, we have even started going to schools now. We want to catch them right at the 10th standard. We're going to catch them in the 11th standard and the 12th and show them a dream. And I think it's a great dream to be a pilot. It's the most fantastic dream that anyone can ever have in life.
I just want to add to that.
Sure.
There's a PMO-driven program that MOCA is doing, our ministry is doing, where we are reaching out to all the schools all around the world, and we are reaching around to 1,000 schools to bring the awareness how to become a pilot and where you can, giving all direct talks to them. We have live pilots talking to them, as well as we have our department people talking to them, how easily we can handhold them to become a pilot. And the responses are good, and we're getting a lot of good response for the women pilots, I must say that.
Good. Well, that's really great to hear, and we didn't touch on that.
Absolutely. So the end of it is catch them young.
Yeah.
And then, right, great. Well, thank you for those last words, both of you, and everybody. Just please thank the panel. Thank you, everybody, for this great session.
Thank you.
And thank you to Chris for stepping in. Thank you so much. We probably have to go and get our mic. Do you need these? Yeah, so I just have to, so please, everybody, thank you so much, everybody. Great work. Thank you. We've probably got about another 3 or 4 sessions. I mean, photo, sorry, yes, photo for everybody. So come in front of the tables, might look better. Go on, Chris, that's it. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done, Chris, for stepping in. Brilliant. Thanks, Joel. Great stuff. Making the name cards. So we have 2 more sessions. We've got the business aircraft session now, and then we have the sustainability session. What are you doing? You take a sneaky picky. You want me to stop moving?
kind of thinking, young man? Because it's going to happen. Do you like your order? Everybody? Are you sure? Woo! Yes. Okay, so I'd just like to friend here at Aviation Week and Times Aerospace. Shunam has been a great pal and a great confidant and advisor to Aviation India and Aviation Africa, of course. So Shunam is the Chief Commercial Officer of Skyplan, and he will tell you a bit about himself. But I'm going to hand over to you because this is your gig. You've got these fantastic panelists. Business aviation, right? Good luck.
See you. Hello. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a very impactful, powerful session on training. And for the last 2 days, we've gone through a lot of session. This is the only business aviation session for the last 2 days. And we have a panel of impactful speakers, all stalwarts of the industry. I would first like to invite Mr. Rohit Kapoor, who's the managing partner of Jet Company. Rohit, thank you.
Thank you.
The pretty lady Kanika, who everyone knows her journey in aviation. Thank you, Kanika. Captain Vimal Roy, he is from the Reliance Industries. And last but not the least, Captain Colonel Sanjay Julka. He is the CEO and technical officer for Club 1A. So we have a lovely panel, and again, what we said is this is the only business aviation panel, so we will have a very, very interactive session. Hope we can cover all the areas of what India needs in transformation of business aviation. I am Shunam Datta. I've spent about 20 years in commercial aviation in the last 10 years, of which has been in Dubai, looking after business aviation as well as just transformation of commercial aviations, small jets. So we, in the floor, we bring about a lot of expertise. Let me just start with you, Kanika, on today's thing. How often do you feel that the FBO ecosystem and there are shortfalls in where we are in India?
So I'm going to give you a small example. I think last week I went from Shamshabad to Bhopal, and for about 2 hours myself, and I had to fly from Bhopal to Delhi and then back to Shamshabad. It took me 40 minutes at Bhopal airport to clear security and reach the aircraft. Because I stood in line with all the commercial aircraft passengers, cleared the SHA, then waited for the CISF guy to come and open the gate for me to go airside, and then sat in a vehicle, which was actually the dog rescue vehicle or something for the tarmac, to go to the plane. So I think where we are right now is, while Delhi's got an amazing FBO, which you must have seen, the new one's also really good, the terminal, Shamshabad's done a great job. I think a majority of the airports in India kill the private flying experience. And if my own experience is this bad, when a customer calls me up and complains, I really have nothing to offer, because a flight which is about 1 hour, Hyderabad to Bhopal, was 1 hour 20 minutes. It took me 45 minutes at the airport. So there's no point in me flying private. So I think that it is turning into a bottleneck, and there's a very easy solution to it in our country. Most airports now have these old terminal buildings which are not being used. Bhopal has an old terminal building, Indore has an old terminal building, Ujjain has an old terminal building. All these old terminal buildings can actually be very easily converted into FBOs for private jet operations, and the entire user experience will completely change. And you're paying that kind of money anyway, right? If you're paying 50,000 rupees to do a turnaround in Bhopal today, which is about $700, why does the customer have to stand in line with Air India passengers?
Any of you, do you feel that flying private jet, it's a rich man's game, or is the concept shifting? Any of you would like to take that clue?
Well, it's a rich man's game. Let's not fool ourselves. It is
As we
definitely a
speak.
rich
But
man's
the
game.
perception is changing.
Yeah, I really don't see common men flying private. All right, unless of course there are disaster reliefs. The government pays, they get lifted up, but not any other way.
Now, this mindset is not the same if you go to any other countries in, let's say, America or Middle East, or the perception is changing. It's not just the people with the money who owns aircrafts or sits on board. Uh, and do you think there is a mind shift of people affording business jets, or they can be part seal or connectivity into tier 2, tier 3 cities where airlines have still not reached, or there is still a progress taking place where business aviation can plug in?
If I can add from my experience to this, um, obviously the amount of money it costs makes it a rich man's game, but the perception is changing in the country. A lot of people who could afford private jets earlier would not probably fly private because of the perception, because of the government looking at it as like, okay, this guy's landing in a private jet. So I think that's definitely shifting. The market size has become much larger, like we all know. The number of planes being imported in the country have increased, which again is a positive sign. But I mean, if it's going to cost you $4,000 to get to an hour to get from place A to place B, I don't think most of us can afford it in this room, right? So it is going to remain a rich man's game. But I think what's happening is there are more and more people using private jets. You know, it doesn't necessarily need to be a UHNI anymore. HNIs are using them for leisure. We're seeing at Jet Set Go, we've seen a lot of, friends get together and book a private jet together, say 10 people pool in money and, do a private flight. So we're seeing that happen. So definitely, yeah, it is, the habit of using private jets is penetrating deeper. I think the customer base is increasing, but it's still very prohibitively expensive.
Colonel Julka, you have one of the biggest business jet fleets in India. What's your perception on basically technical infrastructure and FBO, the support, what you get for your business jet, especially in the domestic forum?
Kanika gave the example of Delhi. I think Delhi has seen a sea change from what we actually started off about 10 years back. I remember we used to enter from Terminal 1. We would take a car transport to go to the other side of the parking, and there also there were hangars which were not at all up to the standards. And once they built up this Terminal 4 and they brought in 2 FBOs, it's really heartening to see that we are actually trying to we have a FBO which we can be a little proud of. But small cities, like she mentioned her experience in Bhopal, so this way we are far from our goal, and we are reaching there. I think starting from Delhi, Mumbai, and these Samshabad and all. Even this, as we speak, I think in the last 1 year we have just occupied a parking hangar in Terminal 4. So if you go there, it is not technically a FBO. There is a lounge, okay, but all the facilities are there. It may not be one company controlling everything, but you can have Bird giving you the lounge facilities, Indamar giving you this thing, then the IOC gives you fuel and all those things. But typically an FBO concept, it's yet to actually happen. But there are so many things that you have to actually now go through before you reach that stage. We don't want. I mean, if you compare it with, let's say, Al Maktoum, we are nowhere. I mean, we are just not there. But I think our focus is right. We are moving towards that side, and once we get over the other hurdles in aviation, I think that, it's coming. The FBO culture will always be there. We're just making a good progress there, I think.
Captain Vimal, you've flown the biggest airlines. You've flown into private jets, small aircrafts to where you are today. Where do you see India is, and where do you think the challenges are in terms of FBO and others and infrastructure?
Right, like Colonel Julka said, that we have not reached an FBO status as yet. I mean, Bombay and Delhi, Mumbai and Delhi both have got private terminals, but we're still dependent on a lot of other factors. So once we have that one agency handling everything. Like for us, when we go into London Luton, we either go to Harrods or Signature. There are two FBOs. But for me, as an operating pilot, I don't have to bother about anything. All my remote clearances, fueling, parking, everything is sorted out with one email. So we need to get to that phase. How we do it is a big step forward. And this is a good forum to start off. At least we have initiated the concept.
Yeah, Kanika, coming back to you, fragmented regulations, where do you see? You have struggled a lot in setting up your company and where you have reached today, and how has been the journey?
I was warned that I should be very diplomatic in this panel and not speak the way I normally do. And you're putting words in my mouth now. But let me just put it this way. I think the country's come leaps and bounds. I think if I had to look at operating a plane 5 years ago to what it is now, I would definitely say there's been massive improvement. It's also not easy in a country like India to build regulation, manage regulation. We've got 1,000, we've got so many other issues which are beyond anyone's control. I'll just give you a simple example. I go to Africa very often for holidays, and we use helicopters to photograph the wildlife. That stupid R-44 silly helicopter, small thing, will come, it'll land in the middle of the forest, pick you up, both the doors are open, we'll be taking pictures, we'll land back. Very easy. In India, for me to land a helicopter, I have to call the collector, the DM, the police, the fire engine, the ambulance, and I don't know who else. So, I think I should stop there. But I think to really, really bring the joy of flying back into private aviation and put us at par with other nations, we really need to relook this whole system and understand that you cannot run private aviation like commercial aviation. Pilots cannot have the same FDTL regulation. You can't expect a private jet to operate like a commercial jet. You can't expect a helicopter to take 48 hours to get permissions. In India, if you have to use a chopper for rescue ops, it's going to be a nightmare. Are we using choppers for firefighting? Are we using choppers for medevac? Why not? I think that's what we need to look into. We need to start using private aviation to benefit the country for mission critical objectives, which will also grow the market size and let us deploy machines the way they should be.
Rohit, do you think that organization like ISBAO and Aerospace, we bring in these organization, these self audits or programs into place, will that give faith to the regulators to make changes of what bottleneck or policies or principles or the just to get an approval for a helicopter to land at a place? Is safety connected or the regulatory connected or a body connected with transforming what we are today and the step forward for tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. So, ISBAO obviously is a very good organization. It's part of IBAC and it's considered as a standard for operations for business aviation worldwide. Now, unfortunately, I think there is a little bit of a mismatch as to how the regulator kind of sees ISBAO. I remember when I was spearheading BOA, we did try our level best to get the regulator to understand that this is a time and tested process to judge the standards of an operator. And if an operator is going ahead and investing in it and trying to set those standards, then the regulator needs to give some credit to that, right? And have the faith in the operator that they've gone through this process. There's a little bit of I think, lack of trust between operators and the regulator, and especially on the business aviation side. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not as politically correct as the rest of your panel. I will put the blame where it is, but here it's just not on the regulator. I think the operator itself has a lot of role to play, that they have not been able to give that kind of faith to the regulator, that the regulator trusts them. Today, even if we spoke about helicopters, even if a helicopter operator needs to do 100-hour servicing in the field, he has to jump through 20 hoops before the DGCA gives him permission to do 100-hour service of a helicopter in the field. It's not as simple. Yeah, you can't do it. I believe now you can't do it. Yeah. So I think this lack of trust and as the regulator should recognize, and I think the industry bodies need to work harder to convince the regulator and give them that kind of confidence that this is so. To answer your question, ISBAO will bring a lot of quality into the standard of operation, but provided the regulator recognizes it.
Right. I'd like to add to that as well, from a training perspective and operations side. The restrictions that we have for private aviation, corporate aviation, is the same as an airline. We're doing but in an airline, you're flying the plane every day. For us to get a person trained up to 200 hours takes 1.5, 2 years. And each one gets a new plane. So what we are dependent on are expat pilots. At one time, we want to be self-dependent, but we do not trust our own people. And then with each phase, I mean, every time there's a new auditor, they have their interpretation of the rules. And they put more restrictions. Again, like she said, is because we don't have faith in us. Our regulator has to believe that the operators are going to be safe. We will not put a pilot in the plane if we think he's dangerous. So you have to let go a lot of airline rules which have been incorporated to the private sector. An example is minimum 300 hours cockpit time during normal operations. Now, for that, I have to have an expat pilot with me for 2 years so that I can build 300 hours. When I come to monsoon, of course, we've gone away from the monsoon concept into all-weather operations. But still, I need 500 hours. So even though I have a 300-hour pilot, I cannot utilize him in the monsoon. So these regulations need to be looked into and got rid of, basically. So that's how we can progress with having dependent, and like, again, having our own standards. As an airline, we will, or as an operator rather, we have the whole syllabus, which is the standard syllabus, which all the European operators or the American operators use. We will comply with them. So no person in no examiner or no pilot will put a plane in someone who's unsafe, give a plane to someone who's unsafe. So that belief has to come in first, and then we move forward.
Colonel Julka, do you think you need a separate vertical within the ecosystem to look after general aviation from a regulator perspective?
Well, there is. If you really say, like Business Aircraft Association is actually trying to, get this special GA rules and GA policies from DGCA from a long time. It'll definitely help because we all know that flying is different and a little bit different in business aviation. It is the regulator who has to develop that confidence. For you spoke of ISBAO. It is basically a private flight safety certification process. They are existing all over the world. You have Y1 standards, you have these standards, and sometimes like VistaJet has this. Whenever they have to fly their customers with us, they have their own internal audits. So it is a good it is basically, we got to understand that we have to hold the regulators hand, and we have to help them get that confidence in our amongst our operators, that are these people actually following the safety audits and processes that they're supposed to follow. And if we can, through this a private organization, give them that confidence, so that will be the first step where the regulator understands that fine, the operators and business, the people are actually wanting to ensure that the safety standards are not compromised. So separate GA policy should be there, definitely. It's there world over. Here you have Part 135, and the other policies are there. So there's no reason why we should not be having it. It's just delayed a little bit. I think it's on the cards, and I think regulators are what we call welcoming this step. They are changing some rules, for the business aviation side, but it has to come as a separate GA policy or GA cars or something like that. Either you can do it this way, or in all cars you can have a policy, can have a paragraph separately for the general aviation, one and the same thing. I don't think would take much time, but it is definitely required.
Small aircraft. Kanika, you mentioned in a post that future of aviation is taking place. Where do you think the small aircraft is a catalyst for growth?
I think, so again, India is the perfect ecosystem for small aircraft. So I'm a big believer in the STOL systems, and I think they're radically going to change the way we travel. And having witnessed, one of the small STOL companies do a demo about a year ago in Virginia, they took off from a parking lot of 300 meters with two passengers, and they plan to take it to 8 passengers. In fact, I personally am an investor in another STOL company because I really believe in the Northeast. Can you go out there and build airports? Can you build airports in Mizoram, Manipur, Assam? Can you build airports in a lot of places of Chhattisgarh? A lot of places down south. So I think the future is going to be personalized air connectivity at a fraction of what we're paying today for it. So, an STOL taking off from a 500-meter parking lot, going into an airport, connecting you to a bigger airline. But that STOL should cost you 18,000 rupees or 12,000 rupees or 14,000 rupees, under $100, $200 is what our target is right now as we build STOLs. And I think that's the only way the future is going to work, because can you really build 500 airstrips in India and run 500 airports? No. Do you have the payload to run ATRs from these places, leave alone A320s? No. So, and can you afford to put private jets on these sectors? No. So, the answer is these STOs, which are going to cost you, I'm assuming, anywhere between $4 to $6 million to buy, and about $400 an hour to operate with 6 passengers.
Rohit, you handle a lot of influx of aircrafts into India. How hungry is it?
Sorry?
How hungry is the growth?
So I think there is, I would say potential is huge. All right. I mean, given if everything else was equal, I think we would be probably the biggest demand for private aircraft in the world. And believe me, I'm not making a very loose statement. In terms of growth, it would be the biggest. But unfortunately, all things are not equal.
So
All right. So the problem.
Your taxation, is it supporting
Taxation
you?
is one part of it. My problem is not taxation. Taxation is an issue, I agree, but people who want aircraft still pay for it. It's not a problem. The problem is infrastructure is a huge problem. I have got clients from Bombay who say, here is the check, we'll buy an aircraft tomorrow, get me parking. I said, boss, I can't get you parking. Unfortunately, I wish I could, but I can't. So where is the next level growth going to come from? Delhi, Bombay, all these places have huge parking issues, infrastructure issues. Tell me, how many heliports does this country have? You're talking about growth of the helicopter industry booming. Where is it going to boom? Where are the heliports? Where is it going to come from? Name a few heliports that this country has. Nothing has been built in the last, God knows, 70 years, 80 years. We had heard that every district is going to have a heliport. We got a policy. Not one of them have been built. So my problem is, unless we invest in infrastructure, unless we invest in a long-term policy vision of what business aviation is going to look like in 2047, because everything is going to happen by 2047, I also need to see a document what is going to happen to business aviation in 2047. Neither the industry is talking about it, now the regulator is talking about it, the no ministry is talking. We have great plans on what the airlines are going to look in 2047, but nobody has a plan for what this is, what is the infrastructure required. Tax, yes, there is a problem on tax. It is does render, but my biggest issue is infrastructure at the moment.
So, we've been speaking to people on the metros, especially the airport authorities and everything. They say they feel business jets is a revenue loss for the airport. Do you agree on that?
100%. Sorry, if I may just continue for precisely just 1 minute more. What you are seeing here, our biggest infrastructure problem is we are going into a hybrid model. When you say FBOs, we are not FBOs. We are corporate aviation terminals in international airports. Your business aviation ecosystem will only grow once you have an ecosystem of dedicated business aviation airports. That's how the business aviation infrastructure has grown world over. That's where the FBOs are going to come up. That's where the MROs are going to come up. That's where the spare parts warehouses are going to come up. That's where the ecosystem is going to grow. But in a land constrained country, where are you going to build an airport which is only for private aviation? So we have structural issues here. Sorry, I just butted in. I know this question was not for me.
I understand Mumbai increased the parking fees 10x. Or where do you see yourself parking in Mumbai, or are you shifting aircrafts and dropping passengers
More
off?
than the parking fees, the bigger problem now is the slot and the penalty on missing your slot. And the funny part is the ATC is not in sync with the operator. So even if I have a calculated takeoff time to reach at my slot and I hold and I miss it by 15 minutes, the minute I touch down, it's a 5 lakh penalty. and with some other clauses which are even stranger, that you will not be allowed to for 5 days or something like that. So it's a very punitive kind of world where we're thinking of growth and everything. You're going back into the 1940s, I think. So we really need to look at it with the operators and the airport authorities on how to get business aviation and more slots and a non-punitive approach.
Colonel Julka,
I see a little pragmatic, scene in front of me. I think this year we'll see this both Mumbai and Delhi having a new airport. So you can't blame, right? If you have just one airport in operation at one time in a place like Mumbai. So, you definitely will have these restrictions coming up, these problems coming up. I'm happy that, now we are opening up the gates, and now earlier there was a regulation of not building another airport within 200 kilometers vicinity, and that is now no longer there. You have Jewar coming up, you have this Navi Mumbai airport coming up. There may be a general aviation airport coming up later if the people decide. So there we have been slow, but we are actually moving towards that. Udan, you have that 75 additional airports have already come in, 75 more are going to come in. So I think the progress, I don't think we have seen that much progress before this last decade, about 7 or 8 years, whatever progress we have seen in terms of infrastructure as was earlier. So therefore, the skies are looking blue to me as far as infrastructure is concerned and the airports are concerned, that are coming up in the country now. I think now the time right now is to consolidate. So what the problem is that we are having so much of expansion happening, but I really don't know how we are managing the skill level of the people, Like we say, okay, these many aircrafts are going to be purchased. Okay, fine, you can have lots of co-pilots, but where do the pilots come with 2,000 hours of experience? How are we managing the experience? That is what we need to see. Particularly amongst general aviation, 122 AOCs, 1122 aircraft AOCs, putting the load on the regulator and elsewhere. This is where the consolidation has to come. I think the biggest challenge right now, if we do something good, if you really want to do good is consolidate and coordinate. I think these are the two places where the regulator and the country has to now focus. Otherwise, this expansion, there's too much of expansion taking place all of a sudden. It's not conducive. I mean, there are historical examples where the countries have had number of accidents going up if you do not take care of the skill along with the expansion. So the skill has to be managed well. The amount of people who are there. There's so many. They're ex defense people, there are ex DGCA people. There are what we call, you can easily have consolidation done, but we should not have less than 2 or 3 or 4 aircraft NSOPs. So what is the reason why people are going for one aircraft NSOPs? Nobody's looking that side. Nobody's looking at the aircraft management concept. And why should you not be having a person who gets an aircraft but gives it to an operator? You can't do it in India. So these are the 3-4 places I think we should be focused at. And moment the demand goes up, I'm sure that even the infrastructure will also parallelly go up. It's already happening. There's a huge amount of expansion happening in the terms of infrastructure in both. And this thing, and look at the other places, manufacturing, components, assembly lines, all the things. There's a lot of positives that I'm seeing.
In terms of operation safety and oversight, I mean, as an organization, how do you ensure that, or I know sometimes, people say that business jets are maintained more than they should have been maintained. Do you believe in that? I mean, what's your internal policies in place? Because you are flying, really high profile thing. How do you ensure on those? I mean, what's your internal process?
See, the internal processes are the same. You have internal audits, you have the DGC audits that happen. Obviously, these are the two things. People go in and get their certifications from, SBAO certifications and Y1 certifications. We have to understand that, it is more than the regulator. You should be more bothered about your safety and, and the standards of your quality more than the regulator. And obviously, if I have to be, go and sell my aircrafts, I have to demonstrate to my customer that, look, I'm safe, more safe than anybody else. So therefore, safety is taken in a very, 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 very serious manner. If at all there are lapses, okay, then there is definitely a need for, and there'll be equal number of lapses, whether it's in business aviation or commercial aviation. I don't think we can generalize that there are more lapses in business aviation. If there are some things happening in the helicopter industry, you check all over the world, helicopters, there are difficult, they are working in difficult environments. So these sort of things happen.
Vimal, you've been a safety man. What different do you do in
Right.
your organization?
The first word I'd like to emphasize on is oversight, which has two meanings. One is it was my oversight and I missed something, and the other is I'm overseeing things. So the regulator is overseeing us, and I should be free to say, hey, I missed out. The freedom to speak up and be assured that you will not be penalized. So the end of the thing in all safety forums and everything basically in aviation is you've got to improve from where you were. You made a mistake. If you work, you will make a mistake. I mean, everyone will. So you've made a mistake, you've identified your error, and you're going to do something better for the next flight. And that is where we have to come in. It's more of a culture. We have to get into the safety culture where everyone is responsible. I mean, from the ground staff right up to the pilot, everyone will have that phase where you have not gone by the book and there was an error. You've identified it and you've realized that the seriousness of it, and the next time you've made your barriers to protect yourself from it. So we need to get into that culture. The most important part of it is, I mean, like SMS says, it's a just culture, you know. You have to accept people's mistakes and errors rather, not anything which is voluntary. And you've deliberately done something drastic, yes, that deserves something else. But we will grow with learning from our mistakes. So we basically, like you said, we have every 3 months in the airline, in the Reliance, we have a chief pilot meet every 3 months. We go through the whole FDMs for everything and the training records of all the pilots. So we are keeping our checks and balances. We have recurrent trainings, we have corrective trainings without the regulator knowing about it. So we are doing our bit because we know who we're flying. We know this is our responsibility. And that's what we'll run through every company because, like I said, no one wants to be unsafe.
A quick 1 minute, Rohit, with you, before we wrap up the session. If anything had to change, what would you want to change?
Just one thing, from everything, regulations, taxes, infrastructure, just one. Okay. That's a tough one. Well, you know what? I'm purely speaking from the perspective of the business that I do. And of course, I know operators have their own and MROs have their own. One thing I want to see change is the rationalization of taxes on import and GST. And when I say rationalization, I want to just bring them to, there are a lot of issues that are stuck up in the government because the taxes are here. They can both either be here or they can both either be here. When they are level, you will find a lot of new avenues like fractional ownership, aircraft management, a whole lot of things which are stuck for this difference will open up. So for me, just rationalize the taxes and the GST.
Okay. I'll let Kanika conclude the session. So we'll skip to you and go to Colonel Julka first. What is that you would like to see, a global outlook and a market fit for India?
Yeah. I think where we are struggling from last few year after 2008, when this 28% tax came, and now we have been talking of, getting it down, and I think it's just gone up in this year, so therefore I think need to change the perception of the country in terms of whether it is a rich man's, if it's a luxury or not. And I think I want to actually make a point here that when there were a couple of times that we went to up till the Ministry of Finance. Civil Aviation Ministry is always with you. It's there where we go and get stuck. When we ask them to rationalize the taxes, Rohit sir, they said, okay, fine. If I rationalize, where do I make this money from? That is always their focus. Okay, if I give you these much waivers, then how do I make it? And they want to actually, they can't, for giving any kind of a waiver or any kind of a relaxation for a business aviation, it's something like they don't want to touch with a barge pole just because of the optics involved. So my suggestion, and I had written one article also on this, is identify what is luxury in business aviation. It is very important. Doing a medical charter is not a luxury. Doing a aid to civil authorities is not a luxury. Taking an aircraft to an unserved or underserved place is not a luxury. That is the place where that industrialist is going to go and set up the factory. So don't tax those places. You want to tax, you tax what is luxury. Flying from Delhi to Mumbai is luxury. Mumbai to Delhi or Mumbai to Calcutta is luxury. Increase the GST there, from maybe 18% to 28%, 32%. That can be luxury, but that you're going to an airport where there's a plane going every 30 minutes. But if you're taking an airport to a place called Raigad or Rangul to industrialize, why should he be paying tax over it? So therefore, we have to sit down. We have to make the ministries, the nation understand that please see what exactly is luxury. Otherwise, business aviation is a nation building tool. We have been trying to do that. Kindly only tax those places where it is supposed to be luxury. Religious tourism is not luxury. So therefore, it is very important, I think, that we as business aviation community get together and go to the nation. When I'm saying nation, go to these ministries to try and convince them through these seminars and articles, etc., that kindly, if you want to tax luxury, only tax places where you think it is luxury, like I mentioned.
Kanika, to wrap it up.
While sitting on this panel, the only thing I can think about is I don't want to be the finance minister of India ever, because we keep complaining about infrastructure. We keep complaining we need this, we need that. Where's the money for it? We've got to pay for it, right? So there is going to be some form of tax. But having said that, I think what we've spoken about, most frequently has been the fact that, and I see a lot of general aviation faces in this room, and I think the one place all of us would probably chime in is we need a separate set of regulations for private aviation to thrive. That will really make life a lot simpler. And I think, that's where the industry is really going to grow from, and that's where you're really going to see a lot of change happen, like Vimal pointed out. If I have to finish 100 hours for a PIC and then have a 300-hour combined cockpit experience, I'm importing a FATA pilot for 2 years. It takes me 6 months to get his FATA with multiple trips to the DGCA. That's not the most conducive environment to be working on. So I think I would aim at the low-hanging fruit like this and solve the smaller problems. I think India is the fastest growing private aviation market. It will remain the fastest growing private aviation market. And any market which grows as fast as we are, there are going to be hurdles, there are going to be bottlenecks. So as an industry, I think we should work on trying to solve the easier problems which we can solve jointly.
Thank you so much.
And I want a little punchline. We need a cultural change. From our present adjust culture, we have to get into just culture.
Okay, so I would like to thank the panel for a lovely session. Any questions from the audience, please? Yeah, could we have a mic to the audience?
Hi, this is Sangeeta Saxena, editor, Aviation and Defense Universe. My question is to everybody on the panel. Why is fractional ownership of failed and dead model, or if not dead, let's say in coma? Why is it so?
I'll be happy to take that, Sangeeta. Good to see you. It's not even legal in India. We've been fighting for the fractional ownership policy to be approved for the last 2 years. I've seen secretaries change, ministers change, joint secretaries change, but I've not seen my policy being approved. So it never took off to fail, unfortunately. I think that's the best way to put it if you want to add anything.
I'm told it will happen.
Nilay.
Yeah, Rajan.
For the last many years.
The question is for you, Kanika, again. You've been talking and writing a lot lately about EVTOLs. Is this some kind of a head start that has been made by you or your company in this area? Can we see a few things happening in the foreseeable future?
So I think, Rajan, thank you for putting it out there. And I think that's the next big opportunity for all of us in GA and BA. And whilst there are a lot of critics to it, you've seen a lot of companies in Europe shut shop, billions of dollars have gone down the drain. I'm still a big believer in eVTOLs. What we have done is we've been working with the government on the draft regulation. You must be seeing a lot of regulation, a lot of paperwork coming out of DGCA. We've been working with that. With the government on that. We are making 2 sandboxes in Andhra Pradesh and Rajasthan with the World Economic Forum and the government. where we're getting a lot of international eVTOL players and operators such as ourselves to do testing. And that's going to be the first of its type in India. Two countries with great coastlines, I mean, two states with great coastlines who've always been future forward. And like I said, I've personally invested in an STOL manufacturer, and I'm hoping we'll have the first STOL take off in the next 2 years
Yeah.
in India.
The last question of the day, please.
Hi,
Thank
my
you.
name is Pavi Julka Kalsi, and my question is directed to Colonel Julka. So, as business aviation professionals in a developing economy like ours, one with immense potential and strong manpower, how can we work together to drive meaningful change and position India not just as a competitor, like you always say, but as a standout success story in the global business aviation industry? And I'm hoping for a hopeful note to end this day, as I know you are the same.
I think your question is that as professionals, what we can do. That is what you towards the growth. I think as professionals, we have to be pragmatic, be confident. See, we are a very big nation. And we are not China, right? We have thousands and thousands of opinions. So therefore, for a country of 1.3 billion people, it's not easy to bring in change. So therefore, but we have, so as long as we remain pragmatic about it, as long as we keep taking one step forward, the changes which are required will come. And what we have to be very happy about is that because of this strength of our population and the strength, and that's where we see every place, not only in aviation, in all industries, there is so much of expansion, growth. The economy is looking so much forward. So therefore, you next generation have taken birth, I think, in a very good time, in a golden era, in the country, and you are the people who are going to take this torch from us and make sure that our business aviation, I think, down the line we should be reaching very soon where the Western countries have reached. So just be pragmatic and positive about it. I think that's the only thing which I'll advise.
Yeah, we would like to thank the entire panel. A round of applause for them, please. And
Ours is the last session or
Thank
the
you.
second last session? Last. It's difficult to hold the crowd in the last session.
Thank you, Shunan. That was fantastic. Picture time. And thank you, everybody, for listening to the business aviation story, another sector in India with obviously great potential. It's doing great things, but it has the potential to do so much more. And again, we have some of the leading lights from the industry on stage here to tell us about it. And I really thank all of you for your participation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It does. I'm very sure it will.
You can grab her, Neelam. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Rohit. Thank you. Shunam. Right, thank you, everybody. Well, we've just got one more session to go, so I hope you'll stay with us because what we're going to talk about now is we're going to reflect about, because growth doesn't come without a cost, and that's where we talk about the environment. And we have got to also have an eye on that, more than an eye on it. We need solutions about how we're going to address that. We're just going to turn our colleagues over for a second, not turn them over, because that would be weird, wouldn't it? We're going to change them over with their microphones. We might turn them over, then we turn them back the other way. You can see it's getting late, can't you? It's getting late. Right now. You ready? Ready? Sorry, who what? You mean ICF? You don't know them? Who should? Yeah. Everybody, we've lost a few people, but no doubt once we get going again, the room will come in. So, Rhonda, will you do a little ding dong outside just to make sure that people are, once we've done the panel, are we ready? Maybe just a reminder, that'll be lovely, thank you. So, as I said earlier, one of the topics that we don't want to forget about, as we grow in an industry, we want to grow everything, but we have to remember what sustainability is about. So, we've had a lot of great leaders all through, and I've got another one here who's going to join me on stage. I'll just let Rhonda do her stuff. Thanks, Rhonda. He's doing another bing bong, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it would be great if we could get some more people in for this session.
Guys doing another.
Another great. Yeah. Chloe, do you want to, actually we should get our panelists in because they would want to hear this. Vasu? Where's Vasu? Okay. Okay, everybody. Well, I think we've got our next panel is ready, and we've got a bit of a treat. And there's before we go for this panel, I'm really delighted to welcome Balaji, P. Balaji from Air India, and he's not just from Air India. Balaji's one of the people that's helped shape the new Air India. I think wouldn't be too. That would be fair, very fair, and. He's the group head of governance, risk, compliance, and corporate affairs at Air India. And Balaji also oversees the sustainability function or the sustainability area in Air India. And what Balaji and I have talked about is it's going to give us, from that C-suite perspective, what sustainability, how Air India thinks about sustainability. I think so. Balaji, please come up. You've got the stage for. You're going to set us up for the sustainability panel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, I must say. You folks have done a fabulous job in the last 2 days in getting the entire industry together, and great experts who've come and shared perspectives on multiple topics. And I'm delighted that you chose to also put sustainability on the agenda. It's close to all of our hearts in the aviation sector. Certainly, I'm no different, and nor is it very different from the vision that Air India has, where sustainability is in the center of our strategy, and it's just not a byproduct of it. And so thank you once again to all the distinguished members in the audience and other fellow panelists whom I've had the opportunity of interacting with over the last 20 months on this important topic. What I'll do is I'll just probably touch upon a few points that will give a perspective of how we, as a major airline in the country and also one that flies significant routes across the globe, think as far as sustainability is concerned. And so we all know aviation connects people, societies, and businesses. Equally, we know that the fuel that we use ends up creating greenhouse gases that need to be avoided over a period of time. The good thing is this industry realized that it had an important role to play in reducing carbon emissions, and therefore all major airlines signed up to commitments through ICAO and IATA for 2050 net zero, and at the same time to CORSIA targets that start, as we all know, from 1% in 2027 from a blend of SAF going up to 5% in 2030. And so Air India is no different. And from our point of view, what I'll just touch upon are 3 or 4 things that we are doing in order to make it a reality. On one hand, we are looking at our fleet modernization as a means to create that impact and reduce our carbon footprint. On the other hand, we're looking at a lot of technology and operational initiatives that will help us to reduce our carbon footprint. We are also looking at partnerships with like-minded organizations in the ecosystem and also with the producers of SAF. And then we are also leveraging the large network that we have of being part of the Tata Group. We are able to kind of look at green offset opportunities for us as Air India working with other Tata companies. So it's a bit of all of these things that we're doing in order to make sure that we do what is required to be done to meet our targets and hopefully catalyze the whole ecosystem where India can become a significant player in terms of contributing to global carbon emissions reductions. And so, if I were to start with the beginning of the point that I made on fleet and how it's important, the fact that we've picked up an order of 570 aircraft that will significantly take our fleet size up means that we are now investing in the latest and the greatest from a technology point of view. These are the most fuel efficient aircraft that's available in the industry today and tomorrow, and therefore it'll help us to kind of be more efficient on every kilometer that we kind of fly and on every passenger that we actually take or every seat that we offer to passengers to fly. And to our mind, that's one important beginning that we make already. More importantly, since we would be flying long haul on a wide body aircraft to Europe and to US, and that too doing non-stop, given the geographical advantage of India as well as the diaspora and the business interest in India. So that itself means that we are able to reduce the carbon footprint because you don't have to kind of land another place and therefore, continue to accelerate non-stop rather than to have a hub and spoke kind of an approach. In the area of SAF, which we all know is going to be a significant contributor to the reduction in carbon footprint, we have done many collaborations already with people in the ecosystem here in India. For one, we've tied up with the CSIR's Indian Institute of Petroleum, where we are looking at many options on R&D as well as on deployment of SAF. The second thing we've done is we're actually working very closely with the Ministry of Civil Aviation, who in turn have actually put a task force together between Petroleum Ministry and ourselves, as in MOCA, which is the Ministry of Civil Aviation. We're part of those subgroups and all the industry and government expert bodies that have been set up to figure out how we can accelerate the production of SAF in the country. As most of the people in this room would know, demand is not the problem because, frankly, at this moment, the aircraft can take every drop of SAF which is being produced and more. But clearly, in order to kind of step up the production and then scale it to at a much higher pace requires a lot of collaboration, not just by the producers, but also us as the consumers, kind of providing the right support, and whatever technological support that we can provide in this direction is valued. On partnerships, again, what we've done is we've already signed up on MOUs with Indian Oil Corporation, and it's a broad arrangement. It's just not for offtake. It's not so much focused only on the offtake of SAF, but broader in terms of saying how can we actually make the entire ecosystem flourish, right from the feedstock that we need to the production processes, whatever we can do in order to facilitate SAF production and adoption in the country is something that we have signed up to. And we're really delighted that IOC has become the first Indian company to receive the ISCC CORSIA certification for SAF production at its Panipat refinery. And we have reason to believe that between December and January, they'll have the first lot of pilot production already up and running. And so that's, again, a welcome sign. What we are also doing is, if I were to be a little bit more detail-oriented on initiatives that we are doing from a technology point of view, we've deployed a lot of fuel optimization techniques. We bought tools that help in this regard, whether it's the SITA OptiFlight Advanced Climb Optimization Module or the SITA EWAS, All of these which are being deployed in Air India and Air India Express go a long way in kind of optimizing the use of fuel per se, and therefore fuel reduced is lesser carbon footprint, and that's something that we are doing in our own way. These have already been deployed in our Boeing 737 as well as in our A320 fleet, and soon these tools will be introduced in our wide body aircraft as well. So that's our way of kind of progressing to the entire fleet. These tools that will help us to reduce our consumption of ATF. On the operational side, we're working very closely with the airport and the airport operators in order to reduce consumption of fuel on ground as well. So simple things like initiating frequent engine and airframe washes, implementing single engine taxiing, autonomous EV towing, upgrading our route planning software, and also very close coordination with the ATC are again small but significant ways of reducing fuel consumption. Uh, just as we say, no initiative is too small for us as an airline. Frankly, when I look around and see more EVs, I'm really delighted because that means that they're freeing more refinery capacity for maybe, hopefully, for SAF being blended in those refineries. So, no step too small is the kind of philosophy that we're working with. We're also taking what you might consider minor but important steps from our point of view, which is we are looking at our manuals, crew manuals on aircraft and basically moving them into tech logs, which means using laptops and tablets. It's something that we work very closely with the regulator because all of these are safety related stuff and they are also kind of involved in this whole journey. We look at how we can use single-use plastic that's almost up to 80 to 85% and soon to be 100% on our entire fleet. We also actually look at our flight loads and accordingly look at the what we kind of have the uptake of water and for drinking, for labs and everything else. And these again are important from the point of view of contributing to our sustainability growth. The other thing that we've done is even focused on uniforms. So when we look at our ground staff, our crew and our pilots and engineers, now most of them wear uniforms that are actually using between 40 and 50% of recycled polyester. That's number one. Equally, the uniform that they discard doesn't end up in landfill. We work with partners to see if we can actually reuse it for something in terms of making sure the circular economy comes through. So at the highest level, if I were to say, we are focusing on the big hitters, which include SAF and which includes about our fleet. And then on the lowest level, we are looking at every drop of consumption that can reduce through optimization techniques on technology and operational efficiency that we can drive. So I can also say that as a leadership team, we've taken upon ourselves that in our KPIs, in our balanced scorecard, that this is an important measure. So sustainability is an important element that we measure ourselves in terms of intensity and how that's moving. So to your point, Mark, this is central to our whole strategy. It's something that we as a leadership team in Air India take very seriously. And therefore, we are not only working within our organizations to make it happen, but also with like-minded partners, because this is going to be a partnership of many, whether in private sector, whether in academia, or whether in the government, that will make this happen. And so, hugely optimistic. And once again, thank you for putting sustainability in the agenda of this important conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Balaji, and I think it's a great testament. Thank you for coming at this late hour of the show, but it shows your commitment and Air India's commitment to this topic subject, because it's not one that's going away. No. And it's great to see that you've got your SAF MOU going on. Good luck with that. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. So thank you, Balaji. So now, without any further ado, I'm going to ask Vasu from ICF. Where's Vasu? Here he is, to bring the conference to an end, in a sense, but with a great session about sustainability. Vasu, I'm going to let you introduce your panelists. I've introduced you. So thank you. Please join us on the stage and bring your panelists up.
Can you hear me? Okay. So firstly, I wanted to thank Mark every program, but hopefully that will change from next year as we see more traction and interest in this sector. And like you heard from Balaji, I think certainly there's been a lot of work that's already happened from an airline and airport standpoint. Of course, we don't have anybody from the airports community today, unfortunately, while we tried hard to have a representation on this panel. But notwithstanding that, I'm sure many of you are aware that there's a lot of work that's being done and will be done on making our skies, not just our skies greener, but airport ecosystems much greener as well as we move forward. So before I invite my panelists, and I've got a very good panel without an airport representation, and I'll shortly introduce some of them, or in fact all of them to you. I just wanted to set a bit of context so that we are able to appreciate how far we've come today on this global agenda of sorts, and what we need to do together as a community going forward. So I think it's without doubt something that all of us can agree on, that insofar as sustainability initiatives are concerned, we are at a global inflection point. One where, as many people say, the carbon offsets, which have been driving much of the value in this so-called market, is getting cheaper and cheaper. But the change, when I say that, the transition to SAF, which clearly contributes to more than 65 to 70% of carbon emissions globally, is becoming costlier or will remain costly for a while. The other point which I wanted to highlight is that the whole debate has shifted from accounting for emissions, where again there are many platforms to do this. In fact, I will request Tuhin to throw some light about the CADO as well, the CADO registry, which IATA has set up recently, to actually transforming the whole fuel system. And there are multiple stakeholders involved in doing it as well. Not just the oil companies and airlines, where we've seen many agreements that have been signed, but we need the wider ecosystem to throw in their skin as well. And that's where I think sustainable aviation fuel comes in. We've heard the big promise. All of us are excited in some form as people who are passionate about the sector to make sure that every country is able to meet their commitment under NDCs and other programs globally by 2050 on achieving net zero goals. But I think the reality, unfortunately, is that while offsets have bought us a lot of time over the years, it hasn't really changed the fuel in at least aircraft tanks. And I think that's something that we all will try and reflect on today, and to see how that can be expedited in the future. Now, what's the reason for this? We all know that offsets today are much cheaper than SAF certificates or SAF credits. And that's not a surprise, because the cost of production of SAF is that high. And frankly, I think we don't have yet a so-called mature market globally for trading of SAF credits. But that has to change. And the differential, or the difference today between a SAF or traditional offset, as I would like to call it, and a SAF certificate is 1:200. Clearly, with that kind of differential, it's very difficult to deepen that market or get more people onboarded, at least from an airline standpoint, which seems to be the biggest source as well as the beneficiary at this point. And then there is policy divergence. And this is where I think India, in my view, needs to take a step forward. And I just wanted to quickly highlight what other countries have done. Many of you may be familiar with the EU refuel mandate, as well as what the US had done for the last few years with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. But again, their targets, which is roughly 2% by 2025 in the EU and 70% by 2050, is again a struggle, because I think there's still not much certainty in terms of, one, the production capability locally, and two, also in terms of how the price trajectory is likely to move over the next 10 years. India and Asia are sort of in the middle. And while I think there have been many views which have confirmed our feedstock potential, depending on which source you're looking at, there's no binding mandate yet. And that's a big concern. And we've been talking about this in various forums. And I think it's about time that the Ministry of Civil Aviation steps up to the game and then announces something which is concrete in terms of what producers and customers or users can expect. And therefore, I think that's going to be one big priority going forward. And then there is the rise of eSAF. Of course, a lot of focus has been on alcohol to jet technology as the preferred pathway. And without doubt, I think it gives us comfort on both production capability and technology certainty. But again, I think that alone may not be sufficient to meet the demand for SAF, let's say by 2030 or 35, and therefore we need alternative sources as well. And it is also recognized under CORSIA, and therefore there's been a lot of action on that in voluntary markets as well. Now, let me just close by saying who benefits from this. Producers certainly have an incentive to invest in SAF, which is happening, and this is what we're seeing not just in India, but globally as well. There's enough fiscal support that's being provided by many governments globally, which is helping set up these facilities and also ensuring some level of certainty on supply. And there are multiple technology partnerships, which again, I think is throwing up various new alternatives on pricing. But at the same time, and as Balaji rightly pointed out, and we had a short meeting this morning as well at the ministry, the big question is, all this is fine, but is SAF going to be available at a price that airlines can buy at and still remain profitable? So sustainability is one side of the equation, but eventually even any investment or commitment to sustainability has to be profitable. Now that's again, I think, in the gray area. And that is something that I want to cover in this session as well. And also from the consumer standpoint, and we know that many countries are now able to recover at least part of these costs through specific levies and charges. But is that something that, again, is sustainable from a policy standpoint in India, given that this market could be very different from what we see in Singapore or Europe? Just to summarize, I think around the world, policies clearly are emerging in different ways. The EU has clearly mandated SAF with some incentives to go along with it. So we don't know if that's the right route to take for India. On the US side, of course, there have been other incentives which have, in a sense, fueled investments or encouraged more stakeholder consultation. But across Asia, whether it's Korea, Japan, Singapore, or India, governments are still trying to come to terms with what's the best model to both produce SAF and ensure offtake commitments. And that's something that I would want some perspectives on from this panel as well. So just to close my view on this before I call the panelists, in my view, I think the global debate is no longer on whether SAF will be able to scale up or can be produced in large volumes. But essentially, it boils down to the questions of who pays for it, who produces it, and who benefits from it. So with that context, I just want to invite my co-panelists, Menas and Zati, to start with. Menas, please come on stage. Yeah.
Get everybody going.
Yep.
Rohit, otherwise you'll
Dr.
lose
Nilay,
momentum.
Tuhin, and Mukund. Tuhin, Dr. Nilay. Thank you, everyone. And as I said, it wasn't easy for us to get this panel together. But very quickly, I want to focus more on the discussion, so I'm just going to quickly introduce them as I know them. Mehnaz Ansari is the former head of India and USTDA. She now, of course, she runs her own company now called Aero Strategics. We then have Rohit Kumar, who represents the SAF Association of India. He also wears another hat as the secretary of the Carbon Markets Association of India. So that's a good crossover to have and gives him a little bit of flex on policy as well with the ministries. Then we have Dr. Nilay Ranjan, who is from Air India, who heads the sustainability function. We have Tuhin Sen, again, from IATA, who heads the sustainability function in IATA. And then Mukund Santanam, a very good friend of mine, who heads the India business on airborne capital now. He, of course, was in the US for a long time. But he's more an asset manager and a lessor who manages a large portfolio of aircrafts for multiple clients. So as you can see, we've got good diversity on this panel, and I hope I can ask them some very interesting questions which will benefit this audience in terms of how this journey is going to go forward. So let me start with you, Manaz, and thank you very much for agreeing to be part of this panel. I know you had other commitments, but were willing to change that to be here. Let me set this off by asking you, you've been part of this journey quite early, and I know that you've worked closely with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas here to even stoke this whole idea of saying, why can't India start this journey now, even before the mandates kick in? And how do we shape this from a policy standpoint? So I want you to quickly share with us on how did this journey start with MOPNG? Why have we not made much progress since then? Because it's been 2 years since you started working on this. And what is your view in terms of how what is now emerging in the US as new policy or new philosophy, I should say, in terms of its impact on how Indian policymakers would think and move forward on this? Manas?
Thank you. Thank you, Vasu, and thank you, Mark and Mark, for having me join this panel, which is more importantly very close to my heart. And if you honestly ask me, being a Delhi girl, traveling in this grey Delhi year by year, we see that sustainability, air quality is always an issue and has remained an issue now for more than a decade. The first time it really caught headlines was when the US President Obama, was coming in 2015 for the Republic Day celebration, and the air quality index was highlighted, which was one monitor in the US Embassy. But today, what is in the newspaper is some aircrafts were sent up in the air for the past 2 days to cause some artificial rains to bring the pollution down. Nothing happened. No rain has come. My maid has been putting clothes inside the house, anticipating rain. So this is touching every individual. This is no more an elite subject to be discussed in closed rooms of what we need to do. This is really impacting the people. And this is where we need that sustainable, green approach. The time we approached this as a subject almost again 5 or 6 years ago with the ministry was working on 2 different parameters of energy and aviation. The crosswalk is very, very important. And the crosswalk is important for Indian Oil and Air India. The customer and the consumer and the seller to work on this as an important issue which is beyond the cost. So sustainability is not an element which any company looks at as a cost, as something which always has to revolve around costs. Sustainability is also responsibility of the companies which are in the market, and that is very important, not just sustainable aviation fuels and greening of aviation, which is always, good, catchy news to be caught on. 3 weeks down the line, I think all of us are anticipating and planning our flights not to touch North India between 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and after 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. because we don't know. So it's coming, it's hitting us year after year. 1 in every 3 people in Delhi are getting affected by a lung problem. So that is something which is more than a cost, which SAF has been a subject to, and I would let Rohit and others talk about the cost part of it. The other important element I wanted to bring about on sustainability, besides UN announcing its SDGs, is also about gender parity. It's also about equal employment opportunity. And where best to start all these, which very nicely, Balaji, a dear friend, has mentioned even the uniforms, and textile is one of the largest, pollution causes of the world, is very important. So sustainability has to be thought from a very large and a very imperative perspective, and where the programs on climate or energy or, aviation or transportation it is today everyone's responsibility. Our parents suffering lung diseases, or our kids, every second child having an allergy or a bronchitis issue, is because of the gray air and the air. And the summit also, finally, I would just say, the summit also addresses South Asia. And very important, Mark, that most of the cities in South Asia, which are majors, all have the same issue. All reel through this for 4 to 5 months. So it is time beyond the cost of SAF to also find solutions, through the routes, and every little drop in the ocean counts, to really make this a reality for, for us to get the air cleaner and better, and the skies in India and South Asia also to be blue for most of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Menas. I know you carefully avoided the US policy question, but we'll come back to that. But I want to move to Rohit. I had the chance of partnering with his association as ICF, and we did probably the first roundtable with multiple stakeholders. This was not too far back in September. And we had, I think, a very good audience there and a set of speakers who brought to the fore a number of issues that we believe were still, shackles of sorts for us to move forward as India. But before I ask Rohit that question, I want you to first tell us about why was this association formed, and what traction have you seen in terms of interest, membership, and commitment, not just from Indian companies who I know by default are members here, but a lot of others who voluntarily come in and invested in facilities and have committed to push the SAF agenda in India. Rohit.
Thank you. I think it's not working. It's working?
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Great. So thank you, Vasu. And first of all, thank you, Aviation India, for inviting me in this program. And so we are discussing the 360 degree of aviation decarbonization and growth. And MBA speaker rightly mentioned that sustainability is the core area for any business now. So as Vasu mentioned that I'm also Secretary General for Carbon Markets Association of India. So we did really plotting for which sector is causing what concern for the industry and the growth of the country. We find that aviation, India has immense advantage and growth and opportunity in coming days. But at the same time, we are facing big challenge globally because of emission. That 2.5% to 3% global emission from such a small sector is actually causing big problem and concern. While this sector is important for the growth, at the same time, this sector is also causing a various harm for industry and the nature and environment and climate change. So that's why we launched this body. After CMAI, we launched this body called SAF Association. So our purpose is really clear, not focusing on India market, but also exploring global opportunities. So role for association is really clear to decarbonize this sector. And then we plotted that what are the advantage which India has as a country, how this association can take lead and also leverage the country's strength and opportunities across sector. So a recent report with ECOA and DGCA report mentioned that we have 750 million ton of agriculture and forestry waste. Although we are only working for biogas and CBG projects, we realized that SAF can really give more back to the society and environment. So that is one opportunity which India can leverage. Second, we have seen that there is a tremendous growth for renewable energy sector in the country we have. And we also have a national green hydrogen mission. So all the policies are directly, indirectly might back the SAF ecosystem because we are ready with the biogas and compressed biogas policy in the country. Third, we also know that leverage growing aviation market is very clear. Everybody has discussed, and we are growing exponentially. But the growth with sustainability will really help us to make 2047 as developed country. Else we are not able to meet that target. And finally, that there's a lot of policy pushes there, which government is going to back. So I'm very delighted to share that recently Government of India has signed agreement with Japan under Article 6. And under Article 6.2, there is a bilateral cooperation between two countries can happen. After that, we are going to sign, as per our information, with Sweden and also Germany and Singapore and Korea. In all Article 6, 13 technology list, SAF is one of the important technology lists. So again, that is an opportunity for us to technology transfer and making this transfer a win-win position. So that is another activity which SAF Association is going to do. Finally, we realized that India is a very strategically placed as a country and gateway to SAF collaboration because we are linked to Asia, Africa, and Middle East. So we have immense potential opportunity to be a global SAF hub in this zone together. So what SAFA aims, SAF Association aims to do many jobs in this space and serving industry, all the stakeholders. The most important part is all the stakeholders. We realize that a lot of meetings are happening in the ministries and government and department, but all those meetings can only be fruitful when we have farmers in the stakeholder, when we have feedstock company as a stakeholder. Else this policy is not going to work. We are going back to the zero. So this we have already done in the carbon market space and pushing it very large because all stakeholders need to be interlinked and sensitized and incentivized in the long run. Because we have done various carbon projects, most of the project's life cycle was not more than 2 years and 3 years because it was not properly planned and designed and conceptualized. So that is a very important area which SAFA is going to work as a comprehensive stakeholder cooperation, participation, and involvement on the regular basis. Second, we also focus on policy advocacy. We know that CORSIA rules is there. We know that Government of India is coming with the policy. So our policy should definitely be aligned with the global policy so that our global competitors should not lose. And third is that we have global biomass SAF hub. We have various opportunities. We can leverage. We can not only produce SAF for ourselves, but we can be a biggest SAF supplier to the world. And one of the study recently we are going through that SAF can really help us to increase farmer income by 10 to 15%. So that is a big number, which our Honorable Prime Minister has also mentioned about doubling the farmer income. All those philosophies are there. And finally, we are focusing on knowledge report. And with the ICF, we have done a very good report. And that was a beginning. And that report was SAF Samarth, ATJ SAF, India Opportunity. Now we are coming with second report, which is very advanced in terms of thinking regarding eSAF report. And that we are doing with GIZ. We are going to release this report next month because we understand that apart from BioSAF, eSAF is also an opportunity for the country. And we should leverage those opportunities as well. And finally, there are various activities we have plotted to serve industry in much larger role. So we are doing India Climate Week in the month of March, 12th to 17th March in New Delhi, where CORSIA rules and regulations are about to come. So we are trying to serve in terms of CORSIA. India is also a carbon credit hub, is a center for carbon credit globally. So we can be a great supplier for CORSIA credit to airline company in the coming days. Because in voluntary market, we have 30% carbon market share. Second, we are also tying up with my Aero Sustainable Aviation Symphony in Malaysia. We are taking validation to Malaysia because UCO is a focus area right now, and we can really want to serve in this space as well. And finally, we also tied up with SAF Congress for Singapore event, and our flagship event, which we did at 15 September, where I see for the partner. This year, we are doing event at New Delhi, Bharat Mandapam, between 28 and 29 September. We have planned 1 year in advance because we really need all the policymakers to be there, and global participants should be there, and Indian stakeholders should be there. Idea is that to catalyze SAF, because we thought that we are more about the dialogue stage, but we really want to quick climate action, as our previous speaker has mentioned. The quick climate action can only happen when we implement it. So I think this is very high time to not only do the policy, do various pilot. Government should be partner of those pilots because industry body can't do it all alone. So government is also partner. Government has to drive it together. Thank you.
Rohit, you have told the audience that you're a very, very busy man, doing multiple things. But on a serious note, I know the effort that Rohit and his team have been taking on this agenda for the last 6 to 8 months at least. And if there's anybody interested to have a partnership with them or be part of this whole policy agenda, or as a producer, investor, or an airline, want to make a difference to the sector, I think you should get in touch with them. And by the way, Rohit, I should thank you for advertising ICF's work. That always helps in a forum like this. So I'll quickly come to Dr. Nilay Ranjan. We did hear quite a few things from Balaji in terms of what Air India is doing. But I want to come back to the core issue of pricing. And let's start there, because I know at the end of the day, irrespective of the number of agreements that you sign with multiple oil or SAF suppliers, or the fact that you will obviously voluntarily promote sustainability initiatives across the board, where do you think the shoe really pinches today in terms of the progress on becoming a committed consumer or off-taker of SAF?
Thank you, Ashu. Because now we have 15 minutes, 3 more panelists. I wanted to be very brief and summarize because this session is for SAF. See, if you wanted to have met any target of aviation sector by 2050, SAF is only hope. Because any projection 65% to 60% will happen only if the SAF is there. And if the SAF, the current price of SAF is 3x, is not viable. Because if you look at the whole pricing model of jet fuel, 40% is the feedstocks, 30 to 40% is feedstocks. And the operational cost is 20 to 30%. So operational cost will remain the fixed cost. Only the variable cost is the feedstocks. So right now the feedstocks which are available for the jet fuel and for the SAF is 3x. And especially for the used cooking oil, whatever the price is, fresh cooking oil is there, the used cooking oil is 1.5 times or 2 times. So unless we don't break those supply chain model of the feedstock supply, the SAF cannot be achieved. Because if you put because if you wanted to replace something which is existing, you have to be equivalent to that, and easy for airlines to be, because it's a completely price sensitive market, because the customer wanted to fly in as cheap as they can, because when customers go for buying air tickets, you look at the price first. So until you break the feedstock supply chain, is not viable to expect 65% SAF can be available further, because if you have a 3x, 4x SAF, how much you can add? You can add 1%, 2%, 5%, but 65, to reach the 65%, you have to start thinking right now to make things happen. In case of India, 2025 is a rapid fire year. Okay. Because before that, we don't have certifications, the issue of certification, the issue of the supplier, the issue of the OMC to ready prepared for the SAF. Now in 2026, I see that the kind of the workforce, the task force, the activations, everybody is active to make things happen. And that's why in the one year, the SAF is going to be available very soon. So multiple technologies there, whatever the solutions available right is the HEFA. Yeah. HEFA is only doable if the feedstocks price or used cooking oil price need to be captured, and everybody do advocacy on that, how to control that, because it looks surprise to me if waste product is 100 rupees, waste is 150 rupees. And it's tough to, because the new laptop is 100 rupees, and how can the old laptop can be 200 rupees or 300 rupees? So something is issue. And look at that, and until that is not addressed, while manufacturing company cannot do that, because they are dependent on external factor for the feedstocks. Airlines cannot do much help, because the feedstock need to be supply chain, have to be stabilized. So until that is not done, and that's of course the moment to reduce that, the moment to check that, of course the price is equivalent to whatever the jet fuel level is there.
Now you've raised a couple of very interesting points, and I want to go to Tuhin quickly on that. I did mention briefly about the CADO registry, so I want you to throw some light on what that means at least. And Dr. Nilay rightly mentioned that 2025 is an important year in terms of adoption at least, or the commitment to adopt more. So please tell us a little more about the CADO registry and how it works for the benefit of the audience here. And I also want to throw in the other question of saying, okay, there is again a lot of uncertainty on the volatility of the pricing of feedstock, right? And if aggregation is a fundamental issue in the Indian market, I'm sure it is in other markets as well, but given the size of India and the fact that you will have multiple consumers across, what is the way out for people to get around that problem, number one? And how does IATA's policy or program on ensuring SAF certification and monetization in terms of trading the credits help in terms of incentivizing more work on reducing the cost of feedstock to it?
Okay, thank you, Vasu, and thanks, Mark, for having us here. It's fantastic to be back after last year. So I'll respond to you in the reverse chronological order. IATA's stance is that you make every pathway of SAF available for airlines to buy. Why do we say that? Because we intrinsically know that there isn't much available. I think going by the established numbers or the extant numbers at the moment, it's 0.7% of the global demand. And that is minuscule, it serves no one. What Dr. Ranjan very kindly did not mention is the yield factor.
Okay.
In dollar terms, it wouldn't even cover a cost of coffee, realistically speaking. Given that a 3x price point doesn't make sense. Coming back or circling back to your question, therefore, we say that it has to be technology neutral. And every pathway is welcome, whether it's MSW, whether it's alcohol to jet, whether it's HEFA. HEFA is currently about 83% of the global production, which clearly is not enough. And that's a market failure. if you bring in more production in every possible pathway, you are talking about market deepening, or you're talking about widening of the market, prices by the simple logic of economics should come down. With a caveat. The caveat being if your feedstock remains to be pricey, your ATF is mean of Platts at a certain level, you cannot keep adding the feedstock cost and then expect airlines to pick it up at an exorbitant cost, which is business unviable. And that is something everybody, including the policymakers, need to bear in mind. A part of the reason why the CADO-SAF registry is important, therefore, is that it brings producers, buyers, and every other agency to come in onto a platform, which is a discovery of market fundamentals, if I were to put it that way. Now, just to give you a couple of numbers. At the moment, there are about 100 organizations on the registry. We are very happy that Air India and Indian Oil are both on the registry. You may ask Dr. Ranjan how his experience has been being on the platform. And IATA does regular webinars with both our member airlines as well as the producers of SAF. And we would urge everybody, including governments, to come on board the registry because it helps the overall ecosystem in reducing the market asymmetries which are available at the moment. So just a couple of things. It also would be an enabler to deepen production, widen the market, and therefore make more SAF or incentivize more SAF production in the country.
Yep.
So I hope I've answered your question.
That's very useful, and I'm conscious of time, and we need to cover Mukund and maybe one more round of roundup with every one of you if possible. But before I go to Mukund, Tuhin, I think you've touched on a couple of very, very interesting points. So is it fair to say that the whole book and claim mechanism becomes much easier if everybody gets on this platform and has full visibility of who's buying what, who's selling what, and therefore have a better view of how the market is also evolving? Is it fair to say that?
Definitely, yes.
Thank you, Sue. So let me move to you, Mukund. I know you have quite a few things to say on this. And let me just ask you, you've heard the whole technology story on this. And as a person who's involved in multiple businesses, obviously as a lessor, as an asset manager, somebody who's also an aviation stakeholder, where do you think is a sweet spot in terms of how India chooses the technology? There is a clear bias on alcohol-to-jet, given the reasons which Tuhin and Dr. Nilay mentioned. But what is your view on this? And do you think it's feasible in the Indian context?
Thanks, Vasu. Thanks for having us over. It's interesting. It's being the last panelist, I often wonder whether I have anything more to add, and I'm hoping to give a different perspective on it. For one, we are a lessor, really someone who can kind of wash their hands of it and say, not my problem, others will sort it out. Actually, what happened was we were looking at a particular problem that happened during COVID, which is we did realize that some of the older technology aircraft would probably go out of favor, not just because of the sheer drop in demand, which we expected will bounce back at some point, but more because there was certain, especially in Europe, certain policymakers took a strong view about airlines using old technology aircraft and not refleeting their aircraft to bring in new technology. So that concern really drove us to kind of start looking at, hang on, what is going to be the impact of sustainability-driven policy issues on aircraft values? So it was a very narrow thing that we started looking at. As we went ahead, we also started looking at it a little more non-altruistically. We said, as a lessor, we focus on a single thing. We own and manage for third-party funds aircraft assets on lease to airlines. The question, and of course, as we look at the entire aviation world, we've been looking at many ancillary businesses around to see what else can we do and how can we get involved. And this was one of the opportunities that came about. There was a there was a lot of, I'd say, lack of understanding or knowledge of what were driving the economics behind what could be the new fuel into the future. Not just SAF, what could be the new technologies into the future, and therefore SAF is one of the solutions for sustainability. And I think as per IATA, 2/3 of the problem is going to be solved by SAF. So that's how, as a lessor, really we got into it. And of course, I think I had a very difficult conversation maybe a year and a half ago with one of the supranationals, the World Bank, where we were pitching about an aircraft portfolio investment, trying to get their support into it. And of course, they, being the World Bank, looked at us and said, but this is the absolute non-greenest industry around, and even worse, has no path to becoming green into the future. So, we did go and pitch to them to at least explain what could be the various pathways around it. I don't know how much of a job we've done there. We still haven't invested in that portfolio. And so my views are really based as a lessor, but also as someone who kind of if I had to look at an opportunity to take advantage of what I think is a new source of fuel coming in, how would I go about it? Technologies, I think Dr. Ranjan, you made a very good point about feedstock cost being what it is. I really don't think it's going to be, you could use the carrot, policymakers use the carrot or the stick and tell airlines that they're in Europe that you need to be buying SAF, no matter what the price is, 3x, 4x, 5x, 7x. May work to some extent, may work in developed markets like in Europe, very unlikely to work elsewhere. Here, aviation is not as much a luxury. It's more, it's a way of connecting people across. And I think we are just at that stage of our development. So to just say, pass on the cost if we need to, or absorb the cost, which I don't think the aviation industry can absorb it, is probably not the way forward. So the question is to step out of the aviation industry and say, how can costs be lower, right? Looking at the various technologies, I think eSAF is probably sounds a lot attractive. It's being pushed a lot by, I'd say, with the ones with the deeper pockets and with the ones who already have a presence in the fossil fuel business. And I think prices will come down over time as technology refines, etc. But today it's quite prohibitively expensive. When we looked at some geographies, including India, when we looked at it in detail, we thought probably the real value would come about in something like HEFA, but with an entirely different supply chain that drives it. And that supply chain should be coupled with the fact that today you have urban agglomerates in India struggling with solid municipal waste. They're actually spending, and they're doing a terrible job of it, not for want of resources actually, to actually dispose of this. The question is, will working with them and kind of in effect achieving multiple objectives in the same manner really help that? I think that's probably a solution. I still don't see the price dropping from 3x to 1x, but maybe there is a downward movement. And often I look at something with a lot of optimism. I used to be a banker among various things, financing renewable projects. And one of the first few projects that we looked at was solar at, hold your breath, 22 rupees a unit, right? That was when coal was going at 215 or 220 a unit. Today, solar is sub 3, right? Clearly, economies of scale kick in. The supply chain kicked in. Yes, of course, the supply chain resulted in a little bit of a topsy-turvy, demolishing of some of the panel manufacturers and module manufacturers, but it's also the balance of systems. The cost to put together a megawatt of solar power in 2025 is a fraction of the cost it was in 2008. And question is, will we also have the same economy of scale kicking in and reducing feedstock costs? So today, when I look at India, I'll probably think HEFA is the way forward. Also, it avoids some of the other pressures that we have on agricultural land, including, there seems to be a pretty good biomass use for ethanol and replacing or at least supplementing gasoline. The question is, we don't want to be competing with that, right? They're also sensitive about competing with food production. In developed markets, I probably think eSAF is the way forward. So that's at least our view. I don't think we have a completely informed view on it yet, and I think we are right now waiting and watching. There may be a day when we'll be back interested in it. I'm looking to this panel and this room to actually give more ideas on that.
Yeah, I think we've had a good diversity of views on the subject of technology, on production challenges, on feedstock issues. If I were to just connect the dots, and I know we're almost out of time, fully out of time. I don't know if there's time for one or two questions, Mark, being the last session.
Do you want to? Did you want to ask a sort of a final?
I will,
point,
and then I'll throw it open for a couple of questions.
Just one or two, but
Yeah,
I think
okay.
have a final point from the panelists, and then
Sure.
we'll see if there's an interest.
Yeah. So I think just to put the entire discussion in context, I think there's a lot of potential for India to become a production hub. Clearly, there are, in the absence of policy, there will be challenges to create that incentive all the time. But notwithstanding it, I think we are seeing enough voluntary commitments and decisions being made by various stakeholders. We've got entities like SAFA, which are, I think, doing their bit to bring the global momentum on this, including their partnerships with global stakeholders. And then, of course, people like MENAS, who are also trying to push things again from a global policy standpoint. So I think it's all working well right now, but I think, again, it all fundamentally boils down to how can we marry all of this into a commercial value proposition for the airlines eventually, because they are going to be the biggest consumers of SAF and eventually deliver that value. So one final round of questions to each of you. What do you think will be the biggest challenge going forward in the next 6 months? Will it be policy? Will it be finding out whether a technology works better than the other? Will it be scalability? So I just want each of you to pick what you think is probably the biggest concern going forward. And I'll start with you now, Mukund, on the far right.
Sure. I think one of the ways forward is to see something like what we had, the FITs, the feed-in tariffs and solar, right? Really have a subsidy, yes, that's an incentive, that's a carrot. At the same time, a stick to basically say that there will be a certain amount of production. So subsidy going actually to the producers, who will in turn sell it at a price that, yes, would probably be at some margin above existing ATF rates, but would still make sense and would not kind of break the bank. I think that would really help in bringing up various production bases in India that probably can cater, unlike solar, can cater not just to the Indian market, but also cater to the global market and hopefully help push down prices going forward.
Doing?
Governments need to do their bit. And I say that with absolute firmness because like solar, and if you were to look at the Lazard's levelized cost of energy calculations, you would know that. You saw how historically prices went down. So my point is 2050 isn't too far away.
Okay.
And governments, if they do not step up, we would not be able to meet the commitment. And it's a hard to abate sector. Pretty much everybody knows that. And therefore, scaling up SAF is an absolute must to control the demand-supply equilibria by which your prices will come down.
Fair point. Dr. Nalai?
More investment in technology to have a more options for scaling up the SAF, and especially for the alcohol to jet, because where India has advantage. Already we have ethanol base which had surplus production. So India, and also the feedstocks, because we have opportunity to be a global leader, because a lot of the Southeast Asia, Middle East, they have a problem of feedstocks. They have a plant, but their feedstock is not there. So we have advantage of feedstocks, we have advantage of technology. If you work on that, it is a win-win situation for them.
Thank you. Rohit?
So I will go through that. We have a CBG success story, and also we have a CBG failure in India, compressed biogas. I think SAF is a larger version for CBG. So we have seen that the policy alignment at the grassroots level is the biggest problem, is going to come. Because our Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned that 5,000 CBG we want to have. But a few of CBG plants are not working because of feedstock availability. So I think policy and policy alignment at the grassroots level is going to be a concern.
Great point. And the last word to the lady on the panel.
So I would say, totally agreeing with what the others have said already. But I think it's very important to see the crosswalk happening. The oil and gas industry, understanding the pain point of the aviation industry, delivering it to them, and the aviation industry working very closely at all levels, from policy to localization from where most of the feedstock comes. By the way, feedstock is not always the easiest solution. It has its own challenges, again going back to another full panel on sustainability. But that crosswalk of continuous discussions in making this as a primary objective. Yes, solar has succeeded from wherever it was 20 to 2 now in terms of rupees, but there are all other kinds of challenges which when technologies come in, and accelerate the collaborations, make it easy for the global partners to come to India to provide a solution if India is looking for solutions from outside, and then indigenize them to localize and supply it back to the world.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Maybe one question?
Let's go up here.
Yeah.
We do have a question there.
Yeah, we have Pranav
I can see Pranav there from Air India Express.
He never misses the opportunity to
You want
ask
more
us.
questions?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys
You want more questions?
good.
Sangeeta? Oh, you promised that you would ask me a question. Okay.
Please, Pranav.
Yeah, I think I don't want to miss this opportunity to just put, when I have all of you at the same panel, along with Mark now, to put it a question to the first half of the panel topic. We have talked a lot about SAF. We have a lot, and yes, we are way ahead from 2019 when it was first announced about the Corsia we had. But what is your opinion to Vasu in terms of research, and to Toheen and to Rohit in terms of policy making, to bring everyone in the ecosystem accountable? We are talking about SAF, it's high cost, yes. But what do we do with that? Only airlines are responsible for the efficiency part. So our point of view, me being an operations person, is till the time we don't have everyone in the ecosystem of aviation, starting from airport operators to air traffic controllers to oil marketing companies, to airline is the last bit. If everyone becomes accountable, in our view, and in my view, we can move much faster towards our goal on 2050 rather than just focusing on supplying SAF. But what do we do with it?
Your question,
also. So
yeah.
That's just putting a different perspective. So I just
very quick, since you asked me my response, very quick answer to that. Pranav, we as ICF have been working very hard to convince airports to come on board as one of the key stakeholders, and I think they're doing the bit. They recognize their role in this, and I think it certainly makes sense for them to be part of the value chain subsidizing solution, and they're willing to do it. But again, it all depends on a variety of factors. There is some comfort that we have based on what you've heard today from all these stakeholders, and I'm sure they will throw their weight in very soon. It's a matter of time. So it's not about airlines and oil companies alone. You will see increasingly more commitment from other stakeholders as well. That much I'm sure. Maybe Rohit, you want to react to that as well?
So as per my understanding, that we should definitely go for an immediate first successful pilot project where everybody should be a stakeholder. And I'm delighted to share that our president is setting up one of the biggest SAP plant in Ahmednagar. And we already got 4,000 acre land from Maharashtra government. And this is going to be one of the world's biggest SAP plant. So I think this is the opportunity for us to let's collaborate, understand, and work together. And because policy will only be successful when it will be implemented. So that is a big challenge what we have right now. A lot of confusion we have in the brain. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Sangeeta, did you want to down here, please? And then, Meghna, you can have the last question, I think. But don't make it a big ICF promo. That's all I'm going to say.
This is Sangeeta Saxena, editor, Aviation.
You're not audible.
Yeah, this is Sangeeta Saxena, editor, Aviation and Defense Universe. I wanted to ask, at the World Economic Forum last year, there was a lot of talk about SAF, and we had a lot of, we had Renew Power, etc., the big ones in India, who are already into alternative energy. Now, in such a condition, they have space, place, manpower, money, everything. How can we utilize them in production and production of SAF? Won't that make it easy for us, for the government to have an already existing and willing set of, stakeholders? So can we involve them and can that result into more production? So at the end of the day, more production, probably the airlines would be able to lessen from 3x to 2x.
You want to take that, Tuvin?
Well, thank you so much. I would like to conflate your question with Captain Sood's. I'm just going to run a few numbers for everybody. Last year, we did 224 million Indian passengers overall. 154 was international, 78 roughly was domestic. Now do the math. The declared capacity by Indian Oil is 30,000 TPA. How many aircraft would you need to fill up 30,000 TPA? Captain Sood, being a flying pilot, he would know. So for a 224 million population market, we have 30,000 declared. I would rest my case.
That is where the private sector could be used. Why only in India? Why only Indian Oil? No? At the end of the day, so we can.
But then, again, I can't speak of the private sector oil marketing companies, but
they're eager to do it. It's just that
if
that hand-holding hasn't been there. So suppose there's a platform which connects the private industry to, let's say, the SAF association or whatever. Somebody can come in between, and they have made teams. The teams are working on, the prospective point of having producing SAF within their facilities. So it's just that we don't know about it. We just hear. I mean, as a journalist, I hear about it.
This is not like that anything you can manufacture it. Aviation is completely driven by the safety. So each process need to have certification. Till last year we are struggling with certification available not in India. So now the certification is there. As Tuhin said, the demand and supply constraint are there. Easy for us to while OMC to come because they already have infrastructure. The current, which is the process which IOCL is doing it, is co-processing, is easy for while manufacturing company to start productions. They are in the process, but we hope that by mid of the next year, there will be sufficient productions, and once the productions of the scale, the cost will definitely come.
So I think I will add what you want. So tries to ask question that I understand that Indian Oil has already taken initiative, and we are very delighted. They are the front runner. We have great learning, but as per industry body like SAFA, we definitely need to create a private sector platform to come and invest and secure fund for SAF. We don't have policy. Suppose I'm investing $2 billion, how my money is secure? So this is a very big question mark because we interacted with a lot of global players. They really want a great framework to support and guide so that they can come and invest. So that is the only way for success of SAF. When the private player will come, invest and nurture the SAF ecosystem. Few of the SAF players, I have not mentioned the name. They came to India or some other part of the world for SAF plants, but finally they shift to other country because they are not getting such ecosystem development. So first, as a country, we should create that atmosphere to invite them, invest them, and work together.
That's what I was saying, that if we can involve our existing Indian private industry, which is ready for such a thing, they're doing their studies, if we can just get them.
So most of them are coming.
So let me answer that, Sangeeta. There's a lot of interest. There are already many projects in the conception stage, but it goes back to the fundamental issue which Mukund raised earlier on trying to figure out what's the best way to create the incentive and the commitment, which is a combination of carrot and stick. Unfortunately, we've not heard too much from the ministry. Maybe you should write more about it to say it's time we have a good policy.
I think we're going to have to leave it there, actually. Sorry, Meghna. I know you have to respond, but it does show the interest, and I'm glad that we've been able to stay with it, if you like. And I think even over the last since we came here last year, the debate in India has moved on. It's moving up the scale. It's becoming more realistic. It's becoming more real. The level of discussion is elevating, which is great to see, and it needs to happen. Vasu, thank you please thank our panel very much for their contribution. I'm going to ask the panel just to go and sit in the front here, then we don't know. You want a quick picture? Quick picture, then we're going to have a wrap up and a thanks for Aviation India 2025. Do jump in, that's good, snap away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vasu. If you'd just like to take your seats at the front there, that would be great. We'll just do a really quick wrap because we've really covered a lot of ground and everybody's probably pretty exhausted. So no apologies for exhausting you on talking about India. I don't think we have any apologies for that. I think we celebrate it. I'm sure you do too. So we've had some great discussions. I mean, clearly this is the time for India, isn't it? It really is. Thank you to all of you delegates, everybody who's stayed the course, as it were, come in, out, whatever, done your networking. Thanks to all of our guests, our speakers, our moderators, Vasu, Chloe, Willie, Chris, who we got on earlier. Have I missed anybody? Oh, yeah, well, I do it. It's my job. Thank you. All of our exhibitors, thank you very much. All of our sponsors. I'm going to ask Mark to come up. Mark Brown is the Managing Director of Times Events, Times Aerospace Events, and he's the inspiration behind Aviation Africa and now Aviation India. So, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. This is going to be very quick because the bar is going to open immediately after this. So, just very quickly, I just want to thank everybody for coming over the last 2 days. We know how busy everyone is. It's a big commitment, 2 days out of the office. It's valuable, and that's not lost on us. There's a lot of events happening, and we really appreciate your time. I want to thank very quickly the MRO Association of India, who have partnered us on this event, and finally our exhibitors and our sponsors. And for us, that's really important. These events cost a lot of money to organise. So every exhibitor and every sponsor, it's a real heartfelt thank you as we build this show. It's a small show, but we're building it. We hope everyone has enjoyed it. It's been valuable, and we look forward to next year. And finally, then very quickly, the bar is about to open. We've got a cocktail party sponsored by CPAC Global. Thanks, Greg. So I'm saying thank you to sponsors. And if you're going to go and have a drink, maybe say thank you to Greg as well, as he's paying for the bar. So again, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thanks
Mark.
very much. And thank you, everybody. Thank you. Goodbye. Safe travels to wherever you're going to, whether it's in Delhi, and it takes you probably more time to get home than it does when we get home to London. But thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your great support, participation. And see you next year.
Cheers.
See you next year.
Thank you.
So, again?
Shake hands.
We'll have a cuddle if you like. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.